We are unmuted.
Okay. Good morning, El Dorado County. It is 9 a.m. on Tuesday, April 28th. Welcome, everybody, to the regularly scheduled Board of Supervisors meeting. I'd like to invite Chaplain Lloyd Ogan of Sierra Chaplaincy for our invocation this morning. Good morning and welcome.
Good morning, Board. Thank you for the privilege of being able to come here and bless your meeting today. On behalf of the 30-plus chaplains from Sierra Chaplaincy who walk alongside your public safety professionals every single day in this county, we count it a great privilege to be able to do that. And the opportunity to bless you guys today is another piece of that as we expand to the community at large. So if you would just bow with me as we ask for a blessing this morning. God, today as this board begins its regularly scheduled meeting, we just ask for your blessing, for your discernment, for your wisdom as they address the issues that come before them today. May your hand be clearly visible. May you bless and keep each of their families and these leaders as they administer the duties that are necessary to keep our county running smoothly. We ask all these things in your almighty name. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Lloyd.
Supervisor Parlin, would you lead us in the pledge, please?
Yeah, everybody please stand and join me for the pledge. Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, Madam CAO, are there any changes to the agenda that was posted on April 22nd?
No, thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, great. All right, let's move on to the consent calendar, and I'll ask my colleagues if any of you have a comment to make on any item on consent, or if you have any items you would like to pull. We'll start with District 2, Supervisor Turnbull.
Yeah, I just want to thank the board for all the support on item 13, to helping the residents in Grizzly Flat. We found money that's in affordable housing fund that we had. So I just want to thank the board very much. And then we're going to have a kickoff event. Will be tomorrow. Homemade's going to be doing it. It's going to be at Building C from 11 to noon.
Okay, great. How about District 3, Supervisor Veerkamp?
No changes, ma'am.
Okay, District 4, Supervisor Parlin.
No changes?
All right. District 1, Supervisor Ferrero.
As Chair, just like to make a comment on item number 9, recognizing tomorrow, April 29th, 2026 is National Fentanyl Awareness Day. And I'd like to read one of the whereases. The illicit fentanyl crisis remains a significant public health and safety threat affecting individuals, families, and communities across our nation, regardless of age, race, or economic status. It is the age groups of 25 to 44-year-olds account for over half of the deaths, and California leads the charge again in number of deaths. So I want to thank the board for approving this proclamation in advance, and we appreciate its importance. Thank you.
Yeah, and thank you for sponsoring that proclamation. I just also have a comment on item number 13. I was on jury duty back when this came before the board, but I just wanted the people of your district to know that I would have strongly supported that, and I support the transfer for the contract down in Sacramento, so that's awesome.
For that.
Yes, of course. Okay, so we will now take public comment on all matters on the consent calendar. Public comment on closed session items will also be taken at this time. To be specific, we will now hear public comment on closed session items number 1, 2, 3, and 23, and consent items numbers 4 through 17. If you are going to address the board on any of these, would you please identify which item number or numbers you will be addressing to the board? And I do want to mention that we did receive one comment on a closed session item that the board has received. So, Ms. Dawson.
Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. A timer will alert you when 30 seconds remain and again when your time has ended. We will begin with comments from individuals present in the boardroom, followed by those participating via Zoom. If you're joining via Zoom, please ensure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand. If you're on Zoom, use the raise hand feature to indicate your interest in speaking. We ask that you voluntarily state your name for the record before beginning your comments.
Are there any members of the public in the room with us this morning that would like to address the board on anything on closed session or on consent? Please. Yes, please. Welcome.
There's so many people here today. I just wanted to give everybody a chance first. I'm Kelly Nelavaya, District 1. On behalf of my family, thank you, Greg, for acknowledging, which is not just, he said, don't cry. And I said, I'm going to. Isn't just my son, who was lost on November 23rd, 2025, to illicit fentanyl poisoning. What I really want you today, it's not about my son. It's about Travis Scott from Camino. I want you to really look and say in your head, Travis Scott from Camino. It's about Megan Long from Placerville. Beautiful girl, beautiful family. It's about Michael Sellings from El Dorado Hills. Aspiring young man, 35 years old, died alone in his room in El Dorado Hills from an illicit pill that he thought was a Percocet. Beautiful family. They left our county. Can you imagine the pain that they could no longer stay in their home? And my beautiful son, Michael Nelavaya, raised in El Dorado Hills, nationally ranked tennis player, talented electrician, poisoned by fentanyl unknowingly. Fentanyl is showing up everywhere. It's showing up in vape pens as demonstrated by our Sheriff Jeff Lykoff in a seize of a Union Mine High School. Vape pens being sold to children that were laced with fentanyl. Thank God we have a sheriff's department that are on their toes. It's being found in marijuana. It's being found now in contact affecting small children. Maria Alvarado Gale has sponsored legislation trying to protect children who are being exposed to illicit fentanyl in their homes, in their daycares, even in their toys. You may have heard of poisoned Barbie dolls. It's not the time for me to talk about what we're doing right or what we're doing wrong. We'll have those conversations because I have a lot to say about that. But right now, I just really hope that you will remember not just these 4, but the hundreds we have lost, but the 200 that are lost every day in this country to illicit fentanyl. The problem is only getting worse. Narcan is not the answer. The poison that killed my son is resistant to Narcan. It is resistant to test strips. It's called carfentanil. It is deadly. Thank you.
Thanks, Kelly.
Thank you. On that note, I would just like to take a moment of silence just to remember our young people that we've lost in this county. And the list is far, far more than that. And it's deadly and it's final. And I'm sorry. Anyway, just take a moment of silence.
I'm Kathy Adams from Grizzly Flats, and
Go ahead,
it's
Kathy.
nice to be talking to you, even though this is a serious day about something besides Grizzly Flats. I just finished earning my BA from Southern New Hampshire University. My last class in political science was to write a project paper, and I chose illicit drugs, specifically fentanyl. And one reason I chose it was I haven't always lived in El Dorado County. I lived in the Sacramento area, and in my working life, I was a restaurant manager working for national chains in 24-hour full-service restaurants. And I can tell you, fentanyl not only kills people, it kills businesses. You remember back when we had smoking and non-smoking sections? Well, in my restaurant, a prime seating area, the windows got shut out twice. Is I always wanted to say, would you like shooting or non-shooting? In the parking lot, we had gang activity, and the line was my parking lot. It took months to get the gang activity out there and the drug dealing out of the restaurant. I had to have sheriffs in there on Graveyard. I worked split shifts on the weekend because I couldn't have an assistant manager new to the job working in that environment. And these restaurants, they're not open. They're out of business now, or they're not open on Graveyard. So I'm happy to find that El Dorado County's being proactive on the problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other members of the public that would like to address the board? Please come forward. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair and Board. I'm Tanya Harlow, Wildfire Resilience Officer in OWAPR. I wanted to make a comment on item number 6, which is the Wildfire Awareness Season Proclamation. First off, thank you, Chair Lane and Vice Chair Ferrero, for sponsoring the proclamation, which recognizes May through October as Wildfire Awareness Season. I just want to take a moment and highlight what that really means. Wildfire preparedness isn't something that one agency or organization or resident can take on alone. It takes all of us to make consistent, informed, and practical decisions before the fire even starts. And that's what this year's theme is. It's Partners in Preparedness. And it's not just a theme, that's the reality of how we actually reduce risk. So every partner, every jurisdiction, and every fire district has a role, and all of those actions really do make a meaningful difference. So I want to share the work that the county public outreach group has done in preparation for the proclamation. As you know, this is a collaborative group that brings together all the local, state, and federal partners from all parts of the county, including the basin and other organizations like the Fire Safe Councils, to really be consistent in our outreach. And so we have developed a coordinated social media campaign that will run throughout wildfire awareness season. And it's making sure that the residents know that they can have, that there's clear, straightforward actions that they can take that are manageable, and also let them know what's happening countywide as far as wildfire risk reduction. So, and then also connecting them with the assistance programs and resources that are available. So a big part of the campaign is also going to focus on emergency preparedness and evacuation, because knowing what to do before the incident happens is just as important as the prevention. So our goal really is for people to feel prepared and informed and confident in what they're doing. So all the partners will be kicking off the campaign and the season starting this weekend at all different community events all over the county. And this is really our opportunity to connect with people and answer their questions and let them know what's going on behind the scenes and how coordinated we really are. So anyway, thank you again for your continued support and continuing to prioritize this. As we all know, when we stay coordinated and engage our communities in a meaningful way, we're putting ourselves in a much stronger position to be better prepared and more resilient to fire.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public that would like to address the board at this time? Okay, seeing none, may we go online, please?
Yes. Sorry, something's going on with my computer. Okay. Now taking public comment from Nolene Giles.
Hi there. Are you able to hear me okay?
Yes, we are.
We were just wanting to ask that the committee consider including all lodging in the seed committee and not just focusing on agricultural.
Mr. Giles,
Yes.
we will be taking public comment on that item next. Right now, we are only taking public comment on closed session items and the consent agenda.
My mistake.
That's all right. We'll call on you in a few minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Polly Egert.
Hi, hello. I wanted to first make a comment about the public comment section, in that, it only gives us 3 minutes. My understanding is for any comment we might want to make about any agenda item. So if we, have more than one to talk about, we don't have much time. And, the other thing is how are you guys going to remember everything everybody's been saying? You know, you hear 20 people talking and then you go and talk about those items later on, and you're going to remember what people said like, you know, an hour or two ago about it. So I just wanted to say that. And the other thing is, yes, I sent in a letter regarding the closed session item number 2. And this is a real problem for us, as you know, and you've heard from us a number of times. Please read my letter, and I sent it to you all via email, and including county council. You are responsible for allowing Black Oak Mountain Vineyard to break the law over and over and over again, and it continues to this day, and it's getting worse and worse and worse. And would you like to live near that? Would you like to have 165 events per year next to you with booming music and lots of people screaming over the hillside and drones flying over? You need to do something about it. I see that you've had a number of lawsuits already from property owners for, and they're not getting solved for years and years. So the public needs to know about this if you're not going to do your job. And it's not fair to those of us who are trying to live our quiet country life. That's why we live here in El Dorado County, and specifically in Cool. And I just see that you're trying to do all kinds of things to disrupt that and, you know, allow it happen. So the people that have money, you know, get away with this stuff. And then the small people just trying to make a little buck by renting a room out, get chastised by your code enforcement. Yet code enforcement has been told specifically by Karen Garner to stand down and leave this particular property alone and let them carry on breaking the law. You people are responsible for that. I almost got seriously injured because of a drone flying over. You know, there's these very rich people running these properties and having weddings there and all kinds of stuff going on over there. You have no idea. You need to, you know, live next to one of these places before you start making, you know, rules or allowing them to break the rules. It's not right. So anyway, please read my letter. There's a lot of legal stuff involved that you guys aren't following. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, I will bring this item back to the board for action. Ms. Dawson, would you please read the item into the record?
Approval of the consent calendar with the following addition. We will include Supervisor Ferrero's comments regarding the proclamation of item number 9 in the minutes.
Chair, could I make an additional comment on the
Please.
proclamation for wildfire awareness? I think that I appreciate you guys bringing it. I do. What I find, and we've all found it, and why we need these proclamations is that in between fires, which there will be more, there always will now, we become complacent. And so we need these reminders. And I will just let you know, when I was flying to DC last week, I happened to choose a movie the Supervisor Turnbull recommended, and I recommend that everybody in our county watch The Lost Bus. It is a fabulous reminder why this work is so important to our county. Every community needs to do its part so that we don't have a lost bus. So thank you for bringing that proclamation.
Thank you, Supervisor. Is there a motion, please?
Madam Chair, I'll move consent.
Thank you. There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, we will now move on to public comment on the rest of the agenda items, excluding the public hearings that are scheduled for this afternoon. So to be specific, we will now hear public comment on items 18, 19, and 20. Please identify which item or items you will be addressing to the board. I do also want to note that we received over 70 public comments, written public comments. The vast majority were with regards to arts and culture on item number 19, and we received about a dozen on item number 20. All of the members of the board have those written comments. I thank the public for sending those in. Ms. Dawson.
Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. A timer will alert you when 30 seconds remain, and again when your time has ended. We will begin with comments from individuals present in the boardroom, followed by those participating via Zoom. If you're joining via Zoom, please ensure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand. If you're on Zoom, use the raise hand feature to indicate your interest in speaking. We ask that you voluntarily state your name for the record before beginning your comments.
Good morning.
Good morning. Ruth Michelson, District 4, and I'd like to speak on item 19. You really had to kind of be a sleuth to read the whole staff report and figure out what was going on. And I just want to make the comment that I don't think this was agendized very well. There's really no indication in the agenda what truly was in the meat of the item. And buried on page 23 of the 26-page staff report, and no, I did not read it all, but I read that page searching for, because someone had told me there was something about the senior daycare. The project we love to beat to death. And even though you guys a few years ago came up with an idea of how you would keep that senior daycare going when you got rid of the one in El Dorado Hills, you had like a 3-year program and how you were going to raise fees each year, et cetera, et cetera. Here we see it again. And I think you just should stick to your plan. You spend a lot of time talking about it. Why don't you see it through? And I also think that one of the problems with senior daycare, which I'm very, very familiar with because my parents went to senior daycare. And also, I was a volunteer at senior daycare for 12 years. I ran the family caregiver support group. Family caregiver support. So I also want to speak on behalf of caregivers. And I'm sure most of you on this board are of the age where you have cared for someone in your family. It is a task that takes really everything out of you, physically, emotionally, spiritually. To have a loved one be, especially with long-term illnesses, watching them deteriorate over the months and the years. And caregivers need respite to hang in there for the long haul. And when I did my family caregiver support group, which was monthly at the senior center, I took care of caregivers. I had up to 20 people coming who were desperate for support. And the facility gave them that. Now, I know there's some numbers, 11 people with the goal of 16 people to be there. That's just really the tip of the iceberg. I think you have a bottleneck there because you're not paying your people well enough. It's a ratio that has to be kept. of how many people work at senior daycare and how many people can be accepted. When you pay them, I believe $16 an hour, less than McDonald's, you're not going to have a lot of employees there. And so you're not going to be able to accept a lot of seniors into the daycare. So I hope that you look at that, and I hope you quit attacking senior daycare and you can keep it going. Thank you very much. And also a shout out to arts culture. I didn't catch that in the item.
Thanks, Ruth.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Morning, members of the board.
Good morning.
My name is Brett Preble, and I'm commenting on agenda item number 19, file 260723, specifically Part 2C, the mosquito fire settlement. Allocated $8.5 million in mosquito fire settlement funds, $400,000 to a shared services agreement between our 3 fire departments, and $8.1 million for projects that benefit the mosquito fire footprint area. I've sent letters to the board as a whole, and each of you got a personal letter. I hope you had a chance to review them. And as evidenced by the fact that this issue has progressed through many meetings, we can all agree how important it is. I'm backing this funding allocation both for the benefit of Volcanoville and the divide as a whole. I asked originally for the entire amount in Volcanoville, and you had decided to allocate $400,000 for our fire department. I fully back that. And I urge you to vote yes, please. As I wrote in my letter to the board, I'm passionate about the safety and security of our community, and I pledge to donate my time and expertise to the county and the board in any way, including field work and ad hoc committees, to provide the best possible outcome when utilizing the funding allocated to Volcanoville. I've worked with the DOT and my District 4 supervisor in the past, and I pledge to continue to do so. I'm asking you to show us the same compassion you've demonstrated in recent board meetings and give us the best possible chance to survive the next catastrophic fire. As a point of interest, they seem to happen every 2 years, and this year is especially concerning, being an even numbered year. Since I have a little bit of time left, that's the end of my prepared comments. I'm going to submit my written comments and letters to each of you with my contact information. If any of you would like to come out to Volcanoville, I invite you to come out and I'll give you a personal tour to see the effects of the mosquito fire and also point out what we can do to mitigate it in the future. Second thing I'd like to say is publicly thank our supervisor, Lori Parlin, for her guidance through this process and also her care and compassion in the way she's represented us for the past 8 years. Thank you, Lori.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Hi,
Hi.
I'm Patty Hunsinger, and I'm not as eloquent as Brett, educated, but I want to tell you about our community. This is on Agenda 19, and I do support the idea of helping the fire department. Fire is number one in our dangers, and then our snowmageddons, we've had 3 now, that do all the damage with the trees. So PG&E's a big part of our lives, and we have to deal with that. So Volcanoville, Lori, Supervisor Parlin and Supervisor Turnbow do know Volcanoville. We're just like any other community, you'd say, I mean, there's all these little communities, islands of forest. Thing is about Volcanoville, it's got the canyon. So the canyon separates us from Forest Hill. And we have PG&E problems, and we also now have people in parks, and they hike down there, and there's danger with fire. We had a wonderful Firewise leader, Mary Cornelison. She just passed away last year, and actually we did a ceremony for her last weekend, and her plaque is at our little fire station up there. She worked so hard. She did the research. It only takes 15 minutes for a fire to come from the canyon up to Volcanoville. And you think, oh, poor little Volcanoville. Volcanoville is the blockade for Georgetown and the divide. So we've had two fires, the Trailhead Fire and the Mosquito Fire, that put Georgetown in danger. Volcanoville Road was the barrier, and they fought so hard. I live on what's a dirt road called Bear State Road, and a lot of it parallels with Volcanoville Road. When I got home and oh shoot, they masticated my property. Well, I was number 2. Bear State Road was number 2 to save Georgetown. If it had jumped Volcanoville and then hit Bear State Road, and if it had jumped Bear State Road, we wouldn't have Georgetown anymore. There's nothing between us and Georgetown. There's another road behind the one store in town, Marval. It's called Buffalo Hill Road. And it also has those fire dangers from the canyon. Those are tiny little roads, and they are barriers for Georgetown and the divide. So I'm just reiterating what Brett has said, that, you know, it is very important to keep that community fire safe. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Terry Lamanchek, Arts and Culture, El Dorado. When I was here in March, I said, I'll be back, and here I am. Supervisor Lane, I want to thank you for pointing out the numerous letters of support that were submitted for written comment. I hope you've had a chance to look at the 60, 70 some letters that were submitted. And many of them spoke passionately about our programs, such as our gallery exhibition series, our incubator program, our veterans writing program. By the way, up in Tahoe, we are now including first responders in that cohort of folks who may wish to participate in creative writing to, you know, talk about their experiences. And it's true that many of those programs are supported by grant funds. But without the infrastructure and the staff to manage and house those programs, they may have to be cut back or eliminated completely. Then we have to forego the grant funds. And in many cases, those are state and federal dollars that can come home to El Dorado County. The same thing is true of matching funds represented by our request to you. Those are dollars that can be matched and come back home. It's also extremely important for me to be able to say to potential donors, funders, and elected officials that we have the support of El Dorado County. That means a lot in my world. And our request represents only 19.5 cents per capita. And that is at the bottom rung of the statewide average for county arts councils. So I thank you for your consideration of our request this morning. I know that our board of directors represented here today joins me in thanking you for your service.
Thank you.
Thank you, Terry.
Good morning.
Good morning. Whoops, sorry. I'd like to say it's kind of hard to hear you when you speak.
Okay, thank you.
My name's Kathy Lishman. I'm here on behalf of Friends of Seniors. And this whole system of not hearing the budget presentation and hear you discuss and have to make my comments this way is very inadequate. Senior daycare and senior legal have been important to our community's most vulnerable for decades. Removing these programs is the easy way of addressing the budget shortfall. No work, no sacrifice on the county's administrative part to be made. It does not address the real problem of how administrative costs are applied, nor the imbalance of managers to staff. El Dorado County has one of the highest percentages of seniors in the state, and hence a great need. Being a rural county, we lack the ability to provide these services via volunteer organizations and wealthy donors that some other places utilize. We have a reputation for wonderful senior services, and the people who they serve that really need them can't be here today or any day. Please do not make a decision today on looking to remove these programs, as their constituents are only learning about the cuts. We need time to show you the value and impact they have. In around 2010, the county, undoubtedly with good intentions, created an administrative health and human services agency to oversee the programs of 4 prior departments: community services, including senior services, social services, public health, and mental health. In theory, these efficiencies might have been achieved. In reality, the agency was set up as a large and costly new level of bureaucracy with large administrative expenditures. I believe that the administrative costs to the programs that county has are really what makes them not affordable. And I think in maybe 2018, it was looked at already, and I don't know what has changed. There was a committee that was formed that looked at senior services, looked at senior legal, looked at senior, the senior daycare, and it was decided that they were cost effective. I think the county needs to look at other ways to cut costs and not cut costs for seniors. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Lauren Hernandez, resident in Shingle Springs, District 4. I want to comment on items 19 and 20, so the budget and agriculture lodging, and I really see an interconnectedness with those two. My background, I've worked in public policy, was raised here in El Dorado County, and I've primarily worked at the federal and state level, and I think we could see a lot of disconnect there, right? And how a government at those levels conduct the business of a budget, and a lot of disconnect with that. But I also see here with your roles, you are the direct interface of where really that bridge and those budgets interconnect with people who need that the most. And so I really want to advocate for a very robust public process for the budget. I mean, I can't think of anything more critical of determining the resources and what's so impactful to our community. We know that the economy affects the budget also affects the economy. I work a lot in that space. And so I would really like to advocate for a public workshop or even multiple public workshops that are regionally accessible, that are, folks who are working right now are not able to attend and have their voices into these meetings. And regionally specifically, because when we look at the county's land, and our general plan calls our agriculture lands an economic asset, but when you look at those across our county, with the exception of Camino where Apple Hill is, that is also where county lands and your revenue that supports your budget, I think has the most opportunity for growth. It's also where people are facing the most economic challenges socioeconomically and have the greatest need for critical services. So we really start to see an interconnectedness to that. And so bridging the public's business closest to the public who are impacted by these decisions, I think would be very helpful, particularly in a time where civic culture is really challenged right now. And I think that's when we need to be leaning in more instead of pulling back. And so remembering that core of this is the public's budget, let's make it accessible to the public to have that voice in it. The agriculture lodging piece, again, that to me, I just see the total interconnectedness with that. There's opportunities that you're going to be discussing today, but that could provide opportunity to the people who live on those lands, that could raise the economics for their households, but also create more revenue for the county. And so that's where we start to see, again, the bridge. Budget challenges, where are we maximizing the opportunities? We can't cut our way out of a budget challenge. We have to be looking at how we can unlock opportunity for people. And the others, arts and culture, also a very strong supporter of that. Again, when we bridge and bring a process accessible to people, we'll see communities nationally, the data shows that when you have an arts and culture district or organization, property values trend 20% higher. And we know property values have a direct correlation to your budget. So are we making investments? These are the kinds of conversations that our community should be involved with in a robust conversation of what we want to invest in as a community. Thank you.
Thanks, Lauren.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, supervisors. Lexi Boger, District 3. Today I'm speaking as a local agriculture and lifelong small business operator in El Dorado County. And lifelong, I mean, when I was 5, I had to wash dishes and do work, so I'm counting that. I'm speaking to item 20, the agricultural lodging, and which I'm hoping that we'll start calling rural lodging instead of just agriculture. Right now, I don't know if you guys have heard, but the wine industry is in an absolute crisis. In El Dorado County alone, half of our wineries are out of business, for sale, or simply not operating. 50% of our crops last year were just left on the vine, and that's a mix between totally not harvesting and then harvesting some more. Some people didn't even pick it all. Our local economy is struggling, and our lodging families have taken a hit to their livelihoods as well with our recent changes in lodging, struggling to meet their mortgage obligations. And I think that this whole group in our rural lands needs immediate relief, and appreciate staff's work bringing forward a very robust option of things to do. Some are more long-range planning and comprehensive. Some things are addressable really quickly, and we're going to advocate for hopefully a two-pronged approach here. Urge you to consider the idea of an urgency pilot program for non-CEQA triggering changes that can be made for like a 2-year period while they do the long range work or those more in-depth things or your general plan update. Put a sunset on it after 2 years. Let's just get people back operating a little bit in an easy way. This urgency ordinance could be informed by the experts who are closest to the problem, which is usually where the best solutions come from. And I recommend that be seated in the Agricultural Commission, who have already begun working together on economic issues that overlap between agriculture, rural lands, and our trusted economic advisors in the SEED committee. And I think that they could turn around for you a pretty detailed, easy pilot program very quickly. Would also urge considering all lodging under one policy instead of having it separated between ag lodging and VHRs and short-term rentals. They're really all the same thing. I'm an agricultural operator, but when I want to rent my house, I have to get a VHR permit. So if that means that we need to consolidate the multiple ad hocs working on these different sections into one, then maybe we need to do that so that we can have a cohesive policy. And I'm hoping that this could be something that could get turned around this spring really quickly so we could get some relief and stay in business. So thank you very much for your consideration.
Thanks, Lexi.
Thank you. Good morning.
Morning Supervisors, Gordon Helm, lifelong resident of El Dorado County, currently reside in Placerville, and I have a farm up in Apple Hill. I'm here to address the ag lodging agenda item number 20, specifically with regards to the rural camping and what's available with regards to moving forward with that. HIP Camp was instrumental in bringing forward AB 518, the Rural Camping Initiative, and unlike some might think, this had nothing to do with the state wanting to push off their responsibilities off to the counties. This took a lot of work on their behalf, on the behalf of other organizations, and even some counties like Inyu, Mendocino, and Santa Barbara. In 2022, HIP Camp did an economic benefit analysis for El Dorado County. It concluded that El Dorado County's HIP Camp hosts were responsible for bringing in $3.2 million of economic benefit to El Dorado County. Since then, due to El Dorado County's continued tightening of regulations and its stringent code violation tactics, I'm guessing El Dorado County has probably lost $12 million in economic benefit. We wonder why we have a $20 million budget deficit. I have copies of that analysis here, and I'll leave that with you so you guys can look at that. AB 518, the Rural Camping Initiative, was designed to be a plug and play initiative, so it's something that can be moved forward with relatively quickly and easily. I would really appreciate if you guys consider getting that included. It's a win-win both for El Dorado County and for the ag community when their crops are not in production or producing, and gives them some additional ability to get income. Lastly, I just want to say this method of commenting way before the items are talked about and not knowing what your guys' discussions are going to be is pretty ridiculous, and it needs to go back to the way it was. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is James Marquez. I'm a resident of Placerville, and I would like to speak on behalf of Arts and Culture. I'm the director of Art on Center, a local gallery here in town, and my advisory board wrote a letter, and I would like to read that into the record. Dear members of the County Board of Supervisors, we, the Board of Art on Center and Center for Native, Latino, and Indigenous Arts in Placerville, are writing to express our support for restoring funding for Arts and Culture El Dorado, or ACED. ACED is a vital resource in our community, providing essential support for cultural arts that serve as an essential component of access and well-being for residents across the region. The presence of a strong cultural arts sector is not a luxury, it is a necessity. Access to arts and culture fosters community connections, supports education, and provides opportunities for creativity and inclusion across all ages and backgrounds. ACED has consistently demonstrated their ability to meet these needs, particularly in underserved areas where access to arts programming might otherwise be limited. Without adequate funding, the programs and services provided by ACED are at risk, which would have a lasting negative impact on the cultural fabric of our community. Restoring funding is an investment in the social, cultural, and economic health of El Dorado County. We respectfully urge you to prioritize and restore funding for Arts and Culture El Dorado so that it can continue its important work for supporting artists, organizations, and residents throughout the region. We at Art on Center believe that these programs are imperative to the well-being of our communities because they offer opportunity for connection, expression, and provide space for culturally specific needs that is not offered in other places in our county. Access to the arts is a crucial component of any thriving community. Restoring funding to Arts and Culture El Dorado supports the well-being of our community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Board. Gina Posey, candidate for supervisor here in District 4. Couple of things. First, I want to thank you for bringing back the $8.1 million opportunity for the PG&E settlement and to use that in Volcanoville. I was recently there and saw the scar, and I've talked to the folks in Mosquito and Georgetown and Volcanoville. And as you've heard earlier, and I won't reiterate those comments, it's really important that we use this opportunity to take this $8 million and really prioritize it to have maximum effect for fire defensible space. And I understand that DOT would lead that effort, and I'm hopeful that they will include the community, especially the Bear State Property Owners Association of Volcanoville, to look at the trade-offs to make the best use of that $8 million. And second, looking at the rest of the budget, I too would like to see the public have more opportunity to look at the budget holistically and have some input to the various trade-offs that you're going to make, whether you decide to cut services to the seniors, which I would not be in favor of, or your other trade-offs. But we get piecemealed the budget, and we're not able to really say, well, we'd prefer this over that, and give you our input. So if you could look at having one or two public workshops, a Q&A session, and really allow us to provide you that feedback, we think that would be very helpful. And then on the VHR ordinance, I want to say that, recently we had a frost. And in Shingle Springs, one of our wineries were telling me that they are concerned about whether their crop's going to survive from that frost. That's just going to compound the issues we have in our winery in agriculture. And so whatever we can do, however we can move fast to provide them other revenue streams to help supplement what may not be incurring on their main product, which is their wineries. That would really serve our community and our residents well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Good morning.
Morning, Board. My name is Steve Downer. I'm the president of the Highway 50 Association Wagon Train. So I was here to just mention a few things. I'm not sure you're probably all familiar. It started in 1949 as a commemorative of the California Gold Rush, people migrating to California to hopefully find a better life on that. And so we've been, the wagon train's been running ever since annually on that. It draws a lot of people to the county. It seems that we're kind of heading on an upswing again. It's kind of ebbs and flows over the years. We have people this year that are showing up from across the country. We have one guy coming from England even, which is interesting. So it does contribute to a lot through the county. We have events in Lake Tahoe. There's events taking place in Pollock Pines. There's a big event in downtown Placerville. These events wouldn't take place if the wagon train wasn't coming through on it. So we're also, in 1980, it was recognized as a state historical event through Resolution 154. 1982, Nevada followed with it recognized as a state historical event. There's numerous recognitions. Even the Queen of England had something to do with her visit in 1983 because of the wagon train. So we've managed to, through some, our budget has just about doubled in the last year, partially to the loss of the TOT taxes. We've been hit with some other fees. We've managed to do some fundraising to offset some of that, but it still is not filling the gap on that. So the wagon train takes a year in advance to plan due to the nature of it. Next year, we've managed to pull off a full wagon train this year for the county. We're going to have to do some serious rethinking for next year. So when it comes to the budget, we would ask that you keep us in mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Good morning.
Good morning. I always like to visit the friendliest person here. You guys are all great. You're friendly, but friendliest. Sorry. I think I misspoke. Oh, well. I just want to say I am so appreciative by how attentive you've been and how you are taking notes. You know, I'm sorry, I'm a teacher, and that's what we love to do, at least in training, is compliment, because I have criticized, but so thankful for the engagement. I would first like to follow up Wagon Train. Wonderful, wonderful people. We should invite you, Kim. I'm a writer, so I just appreciate that. As shared, we go through each little community. You know, I'm also a planner, and I'm hoping someday we can bring back more celebrations and better celebrations at the different campfires. And of course, we'll invite you. And maybe someday we can have a Board of Supervisor wagon. That would be great. But you know, it gives you a sense of the values you have at the head of your agenda, about the history of this county, about the beauty of the rural. There's nothing like riding at walking speed through the county to really appreciate how exceptional we are. And then another one of your values in your vision statement is community. And it also builds within the wagon train, the small and overall, and we get great publicity for the county. So to me, you're switching from TOT to community funding. And I hope you listen to people about engagement, robust time. I hope you give direction to staff not to cut anything like senior daycare and to add things like arts and culture and stuff. And you need time. And I know we're in a budget crisis and there's a lot of things to consider. Be thoughtful about it is my #1 request. I just handed out a set of questions. I sent you a simple email. These are questions. You've taken great notes, but I'm trying to give you specific questions about the Senior Day program. I love how people said, stick to the plan. You made a plan last year about this time, May. Your numbers are not reflective of that plan. They're assuming nobody's paying any fees. In my questions, I'm asking you that. Because if your plan was working, 80% of the fees will come from people like me, the caretakers, caregivers who appreciate the respites. Only $34 a day is your plan. And as shared, you have high demographics. You're exceptional. This is easy to cut. There's no mandate. There's nothing. But for 38 years, this county has been ahead. Please stay ahead for senior care. Thank you.
Thanks, Leo.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members of the board. Dave Spar, Vice Chair, Strategic Economic Enhancement and Development Committee. I'm here to talk about item number 20. You'll hear a presentation today, and it'll have 4 items on it. Number 1, Tourism Improvement District. Number 2, Agricultural Homestay and Ag Lodging. Number 3, Discretionary Transient Occupancy Tax, TOT on campgrounds. And number 4, Discretionary Transient Occupancy Tax Increase. All 4 of these items were voted on and in our work plan. So I don't need to go into any detail there. I'll just share with you our last seed meeting, April 16th. We spent most of our time discussing item number 2, the ag lodging, and really believe our charge is to look at generating revenue for the county. And one way is to look at all lodging, not just the ag lodging. So we would encourage you to look at all lodging and lodging items such as HIP camp, low impact, and what can be done now that doesn't require or trigger CEQA. So non-CEQA items like ADUs, HIP camp that the state has already approved and laid out a program for us. And these are also supported by Farm Bureau, by ag commissioners and others throughout the county. So please just consider what we can do on that item number 20 to encourage more lodging throughout the county and more revenue throughout the county. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, and thank you for your service, every one of you. Appreciate it. I ran for commissioner for District 4 twice, past president of a couple of chambers, president of Farm Trails 4 or 5 times. But 4 years ago, a friend of mine asked me to find a place for him to camp in El Dorado County. He couldn't find a place. So I talked to HIP Camp, and they said, we don't have anybody there. So I'm 3 sites. About a day later, I called back and said, I have 3 sites. Please join me. And he said, you're booked. So I called back and said, give me another 7. He called back and he said, you're booked. So I said, I'll have 11 sites. I'm not going to tell HIP Camp. I went to 20 sites, had it for 4 years. About 2 years ago, the county closed me down. I realize this doesn't fit into some wild window, but we have a lack of housing. I worked as a consultant on the Placerville Hotel that was on the edge of Placerville for a couple of years. We're short on sites. The Divide needs extra help. The wineries needs extra help. The grape growers needs extra help. 9 sites for each one of these is a nice contribution to your taxes. The property I've rented has been in my wife's family since 1918. This year we'll probably sell because we can't stand the double fire tax, the additional challenge we have to all economics, especially PG&E and the water issues. So I think it's time to look at HIP camp and camping as an option to add to supplemental income for everybody in this county. I think it's a strong consideration. If it wasn't 92 years old, I'd be running for your seat. So anyway, thank you for your service. I appreciate every one of you for what you're trying to do.
Thanks, Wendell.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Great.
Wonderful.
How are
I'm
you?
Ted Gaines, candidate for the Board of Supervisors, District 4, and I just wanted to take an opportunity to recognize Jack Rouleau. who has been just a fixture for the El Dorado County Wagon Train. And he just celebrated, I believe it's your 95th birthday? Yeah, 95th birthday. And with the cutbacks in funding for the wagon train, it's a real challenge. And when you're suffering a deficit with your budget currently, we need to look at other alternatives. And Jack and the board have been very good at making phone calls and making sure that people are stepping up through sponsorships with businesses and individuals. And so we're following through at Gaines Insurance Agency in terms of a sponsorship. And I'd just like to encourage other businesses to do the same thing, that this is historical. We've got great roots in El Dorado County. I mean, we take a look at Brian Veerkamp and George Turnbull in terms of their family histories going back generations. And this is something critical that's related to the gold rush, which takes us to Coloma, and how critical that is to our history. And hopefully businesses can step up and help in that regard. So thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ted.
Are there other members of the public present in the room? Please come forward.
Hi there, my name is Justin Sawyer, landowner and business operator in Somerset in Turnboo's district. So thank you all for your service. I'm going to start with an analogy that speaks highly to El Dorado County, and that's low-hanging fruit, right? We all know what that means. You go for the easy ones first. So we've got a budget crisis, and we have a real opportunity to showcase what El Dorado looks like in a managed way. So low-impact camping offers meaningful benefits to our community. It provides supplemental income to local families, farmers, and rural landowners, helping preserve open space and keep agricultural operations viable in an increasing challenging economic landscape. It also creates a more intentional and personal tourism experience, one that is locally managed, environmentally conscious, and deeply connected to the character of our region, which is kind of what everyone is already speaking to. It's already here. We have to preserve the history. And some of these places, these private-owned places, are only accessible by the landowners. So why not share them in this beautiful part of El Dorado County? By expanding these opportunities, we can responsibly increase tourism dollars flowing directly into our rural communities rather than relying solely on larger centralized accommodations. We want opportunities where we can experience what is here, not building big hotels and big, corporate stays instead. And let's keep it to what's already here. Beyond the economic impact, low-impact camping fosters education and appreciation for our county's forests, wildlife, and natural ecosystems. Visitors gain a deeper understanding of stewardship, conservation, and the importance of protecting these lands when they are invited to experience them in a respectful and guided way. Private lands are often some of the most beautiful and diverse spaces in our county, and the privilege of caring for them is something that can and should be shared. By enabling thoughtful access, we create more advocates for preserving the very landscapes that make El Dorado County so special. I encourage you to see this topic gaining attention and truly appreciate your leadership in exploring updates. I urge you to include low-impact camping in any revisions to the Lodging Facilities Code and to support policies that empower landowners while protecting the integrity of our environment. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other members of the public that would like to address the board at this time? Please come forward. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Jerusha McRoberts, and I will be advocating for Wagon Train today. I have been involved with Wagon Train for 26 years. My mother was prior to me. I am a local land owner. I am a business owner and operator here in El Dorado County. I provide carriage services for special events at a lot of our locations, the wineries, Apple Hill, tree farms in the area. We have a unique thing here in this county. When we do Wagon Train, we have people coming in from other states and other areas that don't have the opportunity to participate in such a significant historical event like we have here. So not only are we bringing in people, but we're providing, this county has something that other counties don't have. The ability to show our pride in our history here. And that's something that when I go out to these special events, when I'm providing wagon rides at these special events, people ask. People come in from other counties, other states, other countries, and they've heard about Wagon Train. They've heard about Wagon Train and the Pony Express coming through and the history that's involved here. And they want to know, they want to get involved. They want to get their kids involved. And it's really exciting for people to hear our stories of what we're able to do and to share our pictures. And we recently have expanded our imprint as far as our social media imprint. And so we have people that think, honestly, that we're rolling through El Dorado County nonstop all year long. We don't disabuse them of that notion completely, but we do have a larger impact coming in the next couple of years based on our ability to reach more people. And I think that if we're given the opportunity, we can bring this back to something that is so impactful for the county. You know, it was started as an ability to bring in commerce for the Highway 50 corridor. Not saying we can quite reach that again, but we can bring back some of the heyday and some of the interests that we've had. And I just want to make sure that you guys are aware of how important this is to not only the people in our county, but how widespread our footprint is. And I want to take the time to ask you guys to see what that can do for the county. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there other members of the public that would like to address the board at this time? Okay, seeing none, may we go online, please?
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Nolene Giles.
Hi there. Can you hear me okay? I'm sorry.
Yes, we can.
I just got bumped out. I'm sorry. Good morning. My name is Jobadiah Giles. I apologize for my earlier mistake jumping in at the wrong time. I missed the agenda items there. I am calling in to address the camping issue. I'm an agricultural property owner out in Somerset. I'm calling in today to share my strong support for the modification of the VHR policies in this county to allow for a more streamlined process for VHR owners on the West Slope. And I would also like to request that the county prioritize the inclusion of low impact camping with the VHR seed committee. And the reason I'm asking this is it's my opinion that it is imperative that the issue of low impact camping, VHRs, and agricultural lodging be addressed simultaneously. I would also like to ask for immediate relief in the form of a tight 2-year pilot program, which will allow the committee time to study the impacts and benefits of low impact camping in other counties, as well as our own. This would give the county an opportunity to work side by side with landowners like myself to build an effective, safe, and streamlined path forward for landowners to augment and diversify their incomes and use otherwise unusable land. I would really like to see El Dorado County adopt the state's AB 518, like many other counties have already done, this with resounding success. The measure was designed to be a drop-in type resolution wherein each county can adopt the verbiage with minor edits to fit each individual county. The benefits of low-impact camping are extensive. It creates meaningful supplemental income for local families, farm owners, and rural landowners, keeping land intact and farms operational. It introduces visitors to our county in a safe and personal way, creates needed locally run and managed camping options and accommodations, and channels tourism dollars to our rural and agricultural communities. Additionally, the type of people who frequent sites like Hip Camp, Pitch Up, Outdoorsy, and others are exactly the kind of people we want as a county to attract. There are also people who love nature, love the outdoors, clean up after themselves, and folks who host them are also the same ilk. They value the beauty of the land, are good stewards in an effort to offer curated, manicured experiences for their campers. I want to thank you from the bottom of your heart for considering this agenda item, and I look forward to partnering with the county as we move forward together on these issues.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Tita Bladden.
Hello, this is Tita Bladen. I'm in District 1, El Dorado Hills, a resident since 1990. I'm here to talk about item 19, specifically senior legal. Being that it is a mandated program under the Older Americans Act, I really would like to see transparency in how we go about reducing costs for this program, such as understanding where we're going to send the request for proposals to third parties. I'd also like to understand benchmarks as far as service delivery standards for both access and breadth of services. Hopefully a comparison of what the county receives today and what the proposed solution for the future with lower cost. I would also like to understand better, how do we set expectations for our seniors and their families? The well-being of seniors in El Dorado County impacts not just themselves, but their families and their communities. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Laurel Mary Bruntbaum.
Meeting the testimonies that you, and strong testimonies that you've heard in support of ag rural lodging. The El Dorado County Chamber of Commerce strongly supports and advocates for this, as well as our Ag Council strongly supports and advocates for this. I do want to recognize the extremely hard work that Leanne Mila has put into bringing this forward for your consideration today. And we really encourage moving forward with the opportunity to expand economic development in this manner. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Polly Egert.
Hello again. I already commented earlier about a particular property next to me that's been a problem to everybody around it, and even a mile away we can hear them. I know I'm speaking right now on item number 20, and everybody's talking about the camping end of it, and I would like you to consider the fires. We talked about fires earlier in this meeting, and you know how dangerous and what a problem it is. So if you're having camping all over the place now we have more fire danger. So please consider that. Also, who will enforce this? Who's going to say, okay, your 2 weeks is up? You know, if we got landowners making money and the people are only allowed to stay there for a maximum of 14 days, who's going to stop them? You know, who's going to enforce this? That we're already not getting, code enforcement on the other end of this, which is the VHR stuff. So now we have people like Lexi Boger, the seed committee, and Lexi and her egg thing, trying to like mix the VHR, vacation home rentals, and ag lodging and camping all together, so that these people who have been skirting the VHR ordinances and have been breaking the law by allowing people to stay at their big fancy places now want to not have to abide by those rules, so they want to get away with the ag lodging. Shouldn't these places, these new camping and ag lodging things have to follow the same VHR rules, like 500 feet away from the next one? They're not allowed to be side by side. I'm just saying, you need to have rules that respect the surrounding properties. We are having animal disturbances by these people. I mean, there's just like so much problems that you need to consider. And I appreciate you have a lot on your plate, but the other thing I wanted to say was someone got up and said we should have public workshops. Well, the public needs to know more about this. in order to have those workshops. And I really think we should have those public workshops. And the other thing is people are trying not to follow the VHR rules, so they want to consider it ag lodging instead. And they have never even had viable agricultural produce, and public people are, the public has not ever been allowed on their property. I'm talking about my neighbor again, and others too that you guys support. And so they should have to follow the same agricultural rules. And I also don't think that planning has been involved in this. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Sue.
Hi, Sue Taylor, still writing my notes. I was going to call in support the wagon train. And I would say they have done, that group has been amazing to keep that venue alive. And I would ask the Board of Supervisors to lobby the state to drop the fee that the Caltrans has put on them, that's just making this so, which will kill the venue. And I think if you care about a historical event, you need to have any of you or collectively talk to the state about what they've done to them. I would also ask that they've only gotten a very minimal amount from the county over the years, and you need to continue with that contribution. It's nothing. It's pennies on, and they've done so much. And I asked the board, think about what have you done to support the history element in our county. All I see is housing. And then how are we going to pay for services? We're tanking big time because you've had one thing on your mind. And these venues actually bring people to the county to spend money here. And I would ask that you would help support that. And the other thing, since I'm listening, the VHR, I would ask that we don't have a VHR that's not a hosted on people's property that are living there. VHRs that are not in that scenario, they kill neighborhoods, they kill communities, they kill schools. I hope our county never goes that direction. And it's also interesting with the ag stays, I totally support those. In fact, if you go back and look at the ranch marketing ordinance that I helped rewrite and turned it into the county numerous times, talked to the ag community, if they would look at what was written in there, it was a way to do ag stays that would support agriculture without being impacting to surrounding communities. You've got to keep a balance between the communities that want to live in a rural area without being extremely impacted in ways that are not conducive to those communities. But ag should be first in our county. I would hope that you would go back and look at that document. And it's interesting that people that fought me all these years are the ones that are now pleading for the county to help them. And instead of fighting history and culture and rural, I would hope that people would come around and see what our riches really are and start protecting those things. And I kind of resent Ted Gaines coming up to placate the scenario that's happening to the wagon train for his campaign. And I ask that maybe he go to the state and ask him to drop those fees. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Kevin McCarty.
Good morning, Chair Lane, members of the board. Kevin McCarty, another landowner out in Somerset, speaking to agenda item number 20 about agricultural lodging. A lot of good comments today, and I believe his name was Mr. Sawyer, took the words right out of my mouth. This is low-hanging fruit. With an ordinance like this to match AB 518, we're not taking any existing housing off the market. We're really just bringing accessibility to existing rural lands. So I just really support the adoption of an ordinance that matches that and just allowing people to come and appreciate the rural parts of the county. So that's my comment today. Hope you all have a good one, and thank you.
Thank you.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, well, I want to thank everybody for taking time out of their day to come and share your thoughts and your experiences with us. It's much appreciated. We'll now move on to our time certain first department matter, which is item number 19 and the CAO's budget update. Ms. Dawson, would you please read this item into the record?
Of course. Item number 19 comes from the Chief Administrative Office recommending the board, 1, receive a presentation on fiscal year 26-27 recommended budget preparation. 2, provide direction to staff to A, explore reducing the general fund cost of discretionary services in the Health and Human Services Agency. B, include the board's direction on community funding in the fiscal year 26-27 recommended budget. C, allocate $8.5 million in mosquito fire settlement funding. D, include any other direction if provided on the fiscal year 27th recommended budget. 3, approve and revise Board of Supervisors Policy B16 budget policies. And 4, approve and revise Board of Supervisors Policy B1 budget control and responsibility.
Thank you, Ms. Dawson. I'd like to welcome Ms. Owens and Ms. Winters from the CAO's office. Madam CAO, did you want to kick this off?
Yeah,
or-
I just had a quick little comment. I just wanted to remind everybody, today is not the budget hearing. Today is a meeting that we started doing a few years ago to check in with the board during our budget development process to get direction on any items that we might need, review our budget policies before we go back and continue working with departments to finalize our budget. So there will be some direction given today, but there will be no decisions made about cuts specifically to senior services. I do want to emphasize, we'll get into this more in the presentation. However, the direction today is to think about and give direction on potential changes to those services, not for fiscal year 26-27, but potentially for 27-28 or beyond. So I just wanted to provide that clarification to anyone in the room, hopefully that's a little bit of a reassurance. We'll get into that in more detail with the presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good morning.
Morning, Emma Owens from the Chief Administrative Office. And so Allison here will be writing down the direction that you all provide today, hopefully, so we can consolidate that. And at the end of the discussion, we'll have a motion that you can review and hopefully approve based on the direction you provide throughout the presentation. So to get started, as Sue said, we're here today to present on the 26-27 recommended budget, which we are currently developing. And so just as a reminder for what the overall budget process is, we're here today to get some direction from the board. In late May, so between the direction you give today, all of us sitting over here will be furiously working to finalize that budget book, and then we'll publish that in late May and return to the full board for the budget hearing on June 9th. And that's when the full recommended budget is presented for review and approval by the board. That is before the start of the fiscal year, which is July 1st. So many of the things that we're going to include in that recommended are based on assumptions of how fund balance and revenue goes this year. So really, we're developing this budget before the start of the fiscal year with a lot of assumptions based on how things are looking so far, usually with only 6 months of data to provide those assumptions and reviews. So because of that sort of early guesses, we return to the board. We'll return on September 22nd this year with our adopted budget recommendation to the board. And that's our chance to amend the budget after the fiscal records have closed for the current year, update those projections, update based on what the state has done with their budget. And then that is hopefully the end of this budget. And then we all start work on next year's budget. So first is general revenue assumptions. So as I just said, we typically, because there's a lag in when revenues are received and when we are making these projections for here, we're making these assumptions based on 6 months of data. If I had maybe a month more, I could give it based on 3/4 of data, but mostly it's on 6 months of data. So again, this is what we're recommending for the recommended budget, but again, we'll true everything up in adopted budget when we know what the actuals are for the current year. So property taxes are the largest source of unrestricted revenue for county services. They're about 70% of new discretionary revenues. If you look at the dollar bill here on the right, you can see that the county, of all the property taxes that are paid in the county gets 23.5%. for discretionary services. And then we also get an additional 6.3 because of that state county in lieu of vehicle licensing fee swap that happened. So we only get a portion of the property taxes that are collected in the county. If you look over here on the left, we wanted to show you the percent of growth. So this isn't property tax collected. This is the growth of property tax from year over year. And so you can see the high of 14.9% in fiscal year 2006. Then we have the low of -6% in 2010-11. And then luckily over the past 10 years, things have been pretty stable. And the average over the past 10 years is 5.8% in property tax growth. Moving to the next slide, you can see here we have what we have budgeted for current secured and vehicle and the VLF swap property tax in orange budget, and then the actuals aren't in red. And these lines are so close because we have great property owners in this county. They pay their property taxes consistently, so it's very easy to predict how much property tax we are going to have and set the budget based on that. And so here you can see this dotted line shows that we're projecting that we are going to meet our budget for what we have budgeted for current secure for property tax. And then in the next year for recommended budget, we are assuming 4% growth. And that's typical. We're a little conservative while the assessor works very hard right now to finalize the tax roll. We'll know the actual amount in adopted budget so we can true up in adopted budget the growth based on the actual roll growth.
Hey, Emma, before you get off of this slide, there was a comment made earlier. We do listen to your comments, by the way. But there was a comment made earlier about our property tax revenue growth. And I just want, maybe you could clarify, or the CEO could clarify, our growth, we have Prop 13, which we all love, not, but we all love it. But it's a factor in the fact that let's pretend that my value of my house doubles in a year. My property tax, though, can still only go up that 2%, correct? So I just, there was a statement made earlier, and I want to make sure people understand that the revenue growth on your existing home, if you stay there, it's only going up 2%. Is when there's either new houses or when a house sells and is purchased and reassessed at that higher value. So, that's just something that we all need to keep in mind. And yes, I love Prop 13. I'm not trying to say we should get rid of it, but it's a factor. And I just wanted to make sure, there was something said earlier about, our values of our homes going up so fast and our revenues. And it's like, it's a fixed amount for most of us that stay in our homes. And that's good for us. So, but for the county's budget, it's a factor. So just want to throw that out there. And did I get that kind of correct?
Yeah, you got that correct. We're seeing 4% growth because our budget largely depends on the turnover of homes where someone sells their home and then it's reassessed at a higher value and now they're paying property tax on that higher value. So when there are a slowing of the real estate market, we are going to see a slower percentage of growth there, which is why we're guessing 4% now and hoping it's a little higher in adopted budget.
Okay, thanks.
So moving on to sales tax, the sections of this penny equal 7.25%, which is the minimum sales and use tax rate in California, and that's what we collect in the unincorporated areas of the county. So here you can see the county gets 1%, and then our transportation funds get a little 0.25%. The county does get some of these other sections. Here you can see 2011 realignment and 1991 realignment. But those, including the transportation funds, are for very specific purposes. The only discretionary revenue that we're getting out of the 7.25 is percent of sales and use tax is this 1%. So here is the two lines, budget being orange for sales and use tax and actual sales and use tax in red. Sales and use tax, unlike property tax, is much harder to predict and to project. Largely that in the last few years has been due to the state changing how they disperse this sales tax to us, and that has impacted how and this projection has looked. So you can see here in 23-24, what if we take out the change in the MC and FP process, we actually 23-24 right here. sorry, we were a little lower in our actuals than what we had projected. And that was largely due to a slowing in the first quarter receipts, so July through September activities. It was actually down 12% that year. I can say, luckily, our first quarter receipts this year kind of recovered that amount. So basically made it so that dip didn't happen and it's back at what it was the previous year. So this year we're projecting our sales and use tax to grow 4% over the prior year. And that's really because that's first quarter receipts recovered. And without that, we would be having a different conversation. So we're projecting no growth next year based on just wanting to be conservative in the recommended budget. When we have the actuals for sales and use tax for this year, we'll revise this projection.
So question here as well. So in our current budget 25-26, which we're currently in, were the projection for sales tax to fall has not been realized.
No, because we recovered those first quarter receipts. So we were very lucky in that first quarter.
Okay.
And Emma, what's the online, just online, because we all purchase so much online, is it from where somebody lives that we collect sales tax, or
So
is it from?
it's not the easiest thing to explain. So in a few years ago, the state changed its policy, and then that was followed up by legislation where if you buy something from a disbursement center or a distribution center, say from a large retailer like Amazon or trying to think of other ones, Wayfair was an example. They say that disbursement center, I purchased something from let's say I live in the unincorporated parts of the county here. I purchased something, but it's fulfilled by a distribution center in Sacramento County. Sacramento County gets that sales tax. Okay. Whereas if I go down the street and I buy something in the unincorporated parts from a regular brick and mortar store, the county gets the sales tax share of that. So but if I ordered something from a large company and it came from out of state distribution center, the county, it goes to our pool for sales tax for out-of-state purchases.
Okay. And that's been an evolving
yes
thing the last couple of years too, that we've been trying to figure out how
that was the main state change that has really changed kind of how these projections have looked.
Yeah.
Supervisor Turnbull?
Yeah, I got a question and stuff, especially when they're going to have a mileage tax, what they're talking about, the state's putting on. That's going to impact our sales tax a lot because more people are going to be shopping online than actually going to businesses because it's going to impact it, especially when you're talking about miles that they put on their vehicles. So there's a lot of factors that's coming down the pipe that we need to look at.
Yeah, that's partly why we're being very conservative and projecting no growth for next year from what we're currently projecting this year, because we do want to be conservative as things change.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the last discretionary revenue is our discretionary TOT revenue. This is 10% tax on hotels, motels, and vacation home rentals. So here you can see in the actuals, we had a big peak during the pandemic when people were not traveling using airplanes. They had to stay locally. So a lot of people came to Tahoe and we saw this big peak. And then slowly the peak has been declining as travel restrictions decreased due to the pandemic. And we've seen this revenue fall a little bit in the last few years. I just was looking at Placer County's projections for revenues, and they too are had the same peak and then are projecting that their TOT is going to fall slightly this year from the prior year. So it's not just us, it's sort of, duplicated across sectors here or counties. So we had projected 7.25 as our budget for the current year. We're projecting just a little bit higher in actual revenues this year at 7.4 in discretionary TOT, and we would like to set that same 7.4 as the projection for the budget for next year. We'll still carefully watch this. This one, we really only have 6 months of data on this so far. People are turning in their last of their receipts for the third quarter, and so we'll know more at adopted budget on what this revenue is. So now to highlight a few things that we have included in the recommended budget so far. We have $24.5 million in state and federal funding for the Office of Wildfire Preparedness and Resilience projects. We're hoping to get FEMA approval any day now, and then we can start spending down that money. It's a carryover of a grant that started already, and so we're really hoping to have this money in the budget and to spend it. The budget assumes the jail expansion is going to be operational for half of the year, and the increased costs of this expansion in services is partially offset by the use of 1.25 million from our jail expansion designation, and this will leave 1.25 million in that designation for use in further years. That's what we put this designation aside to, was to sort of lessen the impact of the general fund on opening up this expansion of the jail. We're adding 2 positions in probation for the random testing unit to enhance pretrial monitoring, as the caseloads for pretrial monitoring have increased significantly recently. The employer share of health insurance premiums is increasing 3.3 million in the general fund in the recommended budget right now. Luckily, we had put aside a risk program increases designation to help sort of smooth. We knew risk programs were a little volatile and we wanted to be able to smooth the impacts of that. So we're pulling 2 million from that designation to kind of offset the 3.3 million. And I'm sorry if the slides don't work. It just said my internet is unstable. So please tell me if it stops following me. And so that will leave $2 million in that risk designation for future years. The budget includes the continuation of the broadband grant in planning and building. And so that's continuing in the budget. We conducted an analysis of the fair market value adjustments over the past few years, and the recommended budget brings down the fair market value designation down to 1.1 million. We really think this amount is sufficient to cover any adjustments that may happen in the future, and that's largely due to the hard work of the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office, who was able to have it so there was no adjustments back in July at the end of the last fiscal year. So we're hoping that continues, but this still leaves 1.1 million for if there is any adjustments in the future year. And then lastly is the recommended budget includes the planned completion of the Diamond Springs Parkway Phase 1 and the Mosquito Bridge project by the end of this calendar year. So that's an exciting thing finishing up in the budget. So I want to take a moment to talk about kind of the overall theme of the budget, and that's a tightening of the budget while maintaining current service levels. And largely, the credit to this is all to departments. They really were willing to comb through their departments, look through where they could cut, what efficiencies they could make, what special revenue funds they could pull through so that their use of discretionary resources didn't increase. They restricted that increased use of discretionary resources as much as they can. So really, I want to thank every department for trying their very hardest to help us get a balanced budget and to not be coming with drastic cuts this year, which we're not. It's a tight budget, but we are maintaining current service levels in the budget. I also want to thank the board. We made some really hard cuts last year. We closely watch what other counties and cities are doing with their budgets. We talk with different associations on how their budgets are going. And it's other counties and cities are having much harder conversations this year because they didn't make some hard cuts last year. And it was really, it was hard on departments last year, but because we did that hard work this year, this budget is easier, but it is a tight budget. So I do want to caveat that departments kind of cut down things to the bare minimum. So if we do ask them to do anything extra, or if things significantly change, they might have to come back to the board with amendments to their budget because they really don't have a lot of extra to do things beyond what this plan that we are setting in the budget includes. So, the slides before are largely kind of where we are with the budget, what's included, not included, what our assumptions are. Now we're getting to the direction that we need from the board on the budget. Actually, a couple more slides. So we are meeting some of our budget policies. Our general fund contingency, we're setting at 8.2 million, which meets the goal of 3% of adjusted general fund appropriations. That is $50,000 increase from the current year's budget. The general reserves set at 13.7 million, which meets the goal of 5% of total adjusted general fund appropriations. This is an increase of 100,000 from the current reserves that we have set. Our pension and IT designations are meant to be used every year. We add funding to it every year, anticipating increases in future years, typically an adopted budget, and then we use funding every year as we planned in prior year to use the funding. So based upon the current CalPERS actuarial reports, we're using 1.5 million from the designation, and that holds 7.3 million in that designation, which is 3 years of projected general fund increases. And then we're using 410,000 from the designation for IT investments, but we will still have 1.6 million in the designation, which meets the goal of 3 years of projected needs. We haven't met a few policies, which is typical in the recommended budget as we budget conservatively. And we have some goals that we really want to prioritize in the adopted budget. And that includes our 6 million addition. We need our 6 million addition to the designation for capital projects. In the recommended budget, we've included 3 million in a road maintenance contribution of discretionary resources, but we're still 2 million short of the $5 million goal. And then we'll need to replenish 41,000 based upon what we are using from the disaster designation for mass care and sheltering in the budget. And then we'll also want to revisit the CalPERS amounts once the new CalPERS actuarial reports get released in July, early August, and we'll incorporate that into the adopted budget. So those are where the policies stand now. And then on March 10th, you all provided some direction that we update one of the budget policies, and then we also return with updates to board policy B1, which is budget control and responsibility. So we have those for your consideration today. So the main change to board policy B1 is to align the policy with county government and county ordinance. It kind of updates the language to almost exactly copy what's in the ordinance and government code. And so that'll allow the CAO to approve budget transfers that do not increase overall appropriations in the budget unit. There are other few minor updates to the policy as it hasn't been updated in a few years, and they're listed on the screen there. But really the main change is to align the language of B1 with government code and our county ordinance. Any questions on that one? Okay. So for B16, the only change is to our fixed asset policy as directed back in March. And so we are asking that you update the policy to the language shown on the screen here. This is the full language that's being proposed in the revisions. And that is to allow the CAO to approve additional fixed assets as long as overall appropriations in the budget unit are not increasing, and that each additional fixed asset cost does not exceed $100,000. So that's the main change, is allowing the CAO to approve those limited additional fixed assets. Any changes or impact questions, comments on that one? Okay. Kind of continuing the talk of policies. Board policy B6 outlines community funding. So we have this policy that outlines how community funding is allocated and how, if we do have it included in budget, how we manage that process. This is funding allocated by the board throughout the year for a public benefit. The amounts have varied from $35,000 to $75,000 a year. We removed this funding back in 24-25, and we haven't included it in the budget since, but there has been a few mentions of this funding at a few different public board meetings. And so we wanted just to bring it back to the board with the full question of, would you like us to include this funding in the recommended budget, include the process that we had last year, which it was not included in the budget? Do you want to continue with policy B6, or should we repeal it if we are going to not provide this funding anymore? So really, this is a input from the board that we're seeking.
I just want to mention on that note, we were asking departments to cut their budgets. And this was the Board of Supervisors' very intentional desire to show that we were giving up something as well. So I just wanted to put that kind of little note on that, because I think a couple of you may have, I think you were here for that, but
Here.
yeah,
We were
you
here,
were
yeah.
definitely here. We had that discretionary about $15,000 each district that we could, with the process, support the good work that was being done in all of our districts by nonprofits. So I just put that note on that for the board.
This is gonna be the hardest conversation, you know that.
Yeah.
Like the littlest bit amount of money we always talk the most about.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
yeah, it's gonna happen.
The Lori Fund.
Yeah. Well, it was until everybody caught on.
Hey,
Well, yeah, and then I think you owe me some too.
I probably do.
Yeah. Okay.
So
Do you want to have that discussion?
we can have it
or-
now, or we can wait till I get through the rest
You're
of the
almost
content and then have.
done, right?
We have HR1, which is a little bit of time and a little complicated, and then we have mosquito fire, which I'm hoping will not be as complicated.
Could we maybe get through the slides and then take a quick break because we haven't yet, and then come back and start some discussion?
That sounds good.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Okay, moving on to HR1. So earlier this month, you all received a presentation from CSAC on kind of HR1, but I want to bring this back from like the total impacts of HR1 to how that impacts our county and our budget. So first I have to take a little off-road to talk about 1991 realignment. So 1991 social services realignment is funding from the state to the county to provide the county share of services that is the county is mandated to provide by the state. So basically the state said, I want you to provide these services for me, or I've mandated that you provide these services. Here is the money to do that. And those services include self-sufficiency programs like eligibility, the administration of CalFresh, CalWorks, and other eligibility programs. It has protective services, which is child welfare, adoption assistance, foster care, and then it has in-home supportive services. So outside of HR1, I've been working with HHSA for years, and I've written it up in the budget that we've been concerned about this revenue. As in El Dorado County and across all counties in the state, program expenditures that are funded by 1991 realignment are outpacing growth in the revenue. So we have program costs going up, but the revenue isn't going up at the same pace. And so we've been worried about what happens if we don't have enough 1991 social services realignment to cover the cost of these programs. It's been something we've thought about and worried about for a few years now. So then comes HR1. And so now it's a conversation I was hoping to have in a couple years, but now it's a conversation we need to have this year. So there are some very specific impacts to El Dorado County from HR1. There's an increase in indigent health care, and this before the Affordable Care Act, this averaged about $4 million a year in expenses from the county for this service. We're hoping it won't ever get to that level again, but I just wanted to put the note on how much it cost us before the decrease for that service really reduced. We know that there will be a workload increase for eligibility staff. The rules on how eligibility services get reviewed, how often, what they have to review are changing. And so eligibility staff will have to do more work than they currently are because of HR1. And then the most direct impact is the increase of the county share for CalFresh administration is increasing by 50%. So that's the thing we have to, this year for sure, we know what the cost is and we know what we'll have to build into the budget. So when you look at what we are including in the budget this year in 26-27, we're not including any of the impacts to indigent healthcare yet. We're kind of taking a wait and see approach on this because we want to see how much it actually does increase in our population and then incorporate those costs into our budget. Eligibility staff will this year be doing more work to comply with HR1, but we're not including any of those impacts in the budget. Again, it's a wait and see approach, but it might mean that we need to kind of shift costs later in the year once we see those impacts. We're also hoping maybe the state will help a little, so that's part of it. So it might be something you see in adopted budget, or it might be something that we bring in mid-year, depending on when the state budget is passed. The thing that is for sure has to be included in the 26-27 budget is an $800,000 increase in our share of CalFresh administration. So that's on top of the $800,000 we currently have. It's an extra $800,000 we had to add into the budget.
And Emma, would that still apply if the state decides to fund all these programs?
If the state decides to fund it, then the $800,000 will be great news for our general fund because currently we do not have enough 1991 realignment to cover that $800,000 impact, and we're going to have to cover that $800,000 with general fund resources.
Yeah, I think it's very important for the public to understand that these are state mandated programs without the funding, and it's going to take from other areas of discrepancy to fund these programs for those, and we don't know exactly where the state's going to go with it yet, but we have to anticipate this is.
But
where
let's
it's gonna
point out
be.
that as of now, the
As
state
of
has
right now.
allocated $0 to any county for any of these programs.
Right.
Yeah.
They're putting a burden on the counties statewide, and all 58 counties are
Same
fighting
boat.
this tooth and nail to get some money from the county or from the state.
Right.
We'll go a step further then. Started with the feds, HR1, change the requirements, that then comes down to the state, and then is where the boots on the ground. So, I mean, the whole upper government system is really not watching out for our residents and how we're going to get the money to provide these services. It's, I think, to Supervisor Veerkamp's point, we'd love to do the work. That's what counties are here for. But if we don't have funds, and so that's our reality. So yeah, thank you for that. And I understand Supervisor Ferrero, you're going to be doing some advocacy. at
Yeah,
the
well, we sent
state?
letters. We approved the letters to be sent to the
Yeah.
governor's office and other groups. But we are, Supervisor Veerkamp is going to be meeting with Senator Alvarado Gill, and I'm going to be meeting with Assemblyman Patterson and Hadwick, sorry, with Health and Human Services and the CAO's office. And I believe those are all taking place next week down in Sacramento. And at the recommendation of CSAC, who's advocating for all of the counties, every county in the state is hopefully doing the same thing.
Yeah.
I mean, it's fairly unusual where El Dorado County and LA County have a common interest, but we are aligned on this because it's going to have devastating consequences to every county.
Absolutely.
So 1991 was already struggling to meet the programmatic cost increases. We have already built in the transfer of 10% of public health 1991 realignment to social services to sort of cover those programmatic cost increases. But when it came to this 800,000 from HR1, we just didn't have additional funding. So that's going to need to come from general fund resources this year. And it may increase. And well, we know because we saw those three things, only one of the impacts was included this year. So the costs will increase in future years. So how are we covering the 800,000 this year? HHSA had 400,000 left of their American Rescue Plan Act allocation that the board allocated to public health. If you remember, we reported the full amount of lost revenue that we are allowed to under the American Rescue Plan Act. So some of that, due to the timing of how we were reporting American Rescue Plan Act, some of that really is discretionary funds at this point. And so HHSA is willing to give up that 400,000 that they had unspent that they were planning to spend in 26-27 back to the general fund, and they're going to use public health realignment because it is eligible public health realignment costs for those expenses. So that was covered half of the $800,000 gap with a one-time kind of funding, a one-time funding swap. But that means that we still have a $400,000 increase of the new general fund contribution to kind of cover this gap caused by HR1. So we know this year we only had some of the impacts of HR1. In 27-28, we are going to have more of an impact unless the state helps us. But at this point, we did not include any state funding because it has not been approved. When we May revised budget comes out in May, I hope there is great information that we maybe can provide to the board. But until then, we need to assume that there's no extra funding. So how are we going to mitigate the impacts of this legislation in future years? We all continue to ask questions of all of our associations, our partners in other counties of how they're doing things. Just yesterday, HHSA and I were sitting on a call with the county budget managers talking about realignment revenue. So we're doing everything we can to learn from others and maximize how our associations are handling this. HHSA has done an exceptional level of combing through the level of service for all of their mandated programs, seeing what the minimum level service is. Are we providing that minimum level of service? What happens if we don't provide that minimum level of service? So they're going to continue that work to see really, to make sure that what we're providing in those mandated services is the minimum level of service, because the funding just isn't enough to cover a higher level of service. And then lastly, we would like the board's direction to explore reducing the general fund cost of some discretionary programs in HHSA. And as Sue said, we want the time and the space to properly explore this reduction. And that's why we're bringing it up now, because we're talking about reductions that would happen in July of 2027. So not this upcoming July. This is more than a year in advance of when we would be reducing services. So El Dorado County is the only area on aging in the state that provides senior day, and we're the only AAA, the Area Agency on Aging, that has county staff providing senior legal. So this is two areas of HSA programs we're providing a higher level of service. It's a discretionary level of service. So in Senior Day is budgeted with a general fund cost of over $700,000 a year in the recommended budget. Despite our plans last year with the fee increase and consolidating sites, we still struggle to meet get the max participants a day that we are seeking for, which is 25. We're averaging 16, and the cost of the program is just increasing. And so the plan that we were hoping we would be able, HSA has worked hard to do targeted outreach and try to get people enrolled in the program and to staff the program, but it's just not penciling out. And the increase is, it's $700,000. It's a great program, but we have heard that there are private programs opening up. So this is typically not, we're the only county in the state that provides this service. There are 2 new private providers that we've learned of that are providing this service on the West Slope, and we'd like to continue to explore if there's other providers who might be open to opening up and providing this service as well. So based on the average participants and the cost
I think it was alluded to, or at least a question or alluded to in public comment about it's a staffing issue. I don't see it then, based on what you said, as a staffing issue. We're staffing it and only getting 16 participants when our target's 25. Is that correct?
Yes. And I wanted to double check. Yes.
Okay, well, I just want to
Olivia's-
make sure and
yeah.
say it, so the public understands.
So that was the main reason behind consolidating the sites, because then it was easier to staff with the consolidated sites, but we're still not seeing the participants that we
So
need.
it's not $16 an hour we're paying to the staff. We've got staff, we've got people available. People aren't coming.
Correct.
Okay.
So I just want to add, we are staffed to serve about 24. So we've actually stopped hiring because we don't have enough demand to support hiring more staff.
Okay, it was pointed out, and I just wanted to make sure we clarified that.
Let's back up a year. In El Dorado Hills, there was more demand. We just didn't have the staff to fulfill that, correct? Because we couldn't hire people to work in El Dorado Hills, but we had people on a waiting list. We had more participants.
A year ago, El Dorado Hills did have staffing challenges, which is why we decided to consolidate in Placerville, which was easier to staff.
Thanks.
Moving on to senior legal, there are currently 3.5 FTE allocations in senior legal, and it has a general fund cost of over $750,000 a year. Now, we do have an obligation to provide legal services for our senior population, but our service levels far exceed that minimum mandated level. Per the California Department of Aging, again, we're the only county where we provide the service with in-house staff. But also, again, we're asking for direction to explore this over the next year with all the stakeholders. We just didn't want to start doing that work and having that conversations without the full board's direction on changing these services or considering a change to these services. But we do know that next year's budget, if we don't have state funding, will be challenging to balance with the impacts of HR1. So the specific direction we're seeking today is to determine the cost and process for moving from in-house senior legal to contracted senior legal. And then to explore the wind down of senior day services, which would include performing outreach to current and potential private providers. And then for both of these options, we will return to the board with the results of what the work is, what our analysis showed, and come and ask for a recommendation then. So again, no final decision is made today. The decision today is just to direct us to explore this. Any thoughts, questions on this?
We wouldn't be exploring this if we knew HR1 was funded, correct?
No, we had been close to balancing the budget before HR1 impacts really increased the cost, in social services before we had that shortfall. But it doesn't mean in future years, if there is a change in discretionary revenues, that these are one of the main discretionary programs we have in HHSA.
So I think, as Emma mentioned earlier, the struggle with the realignment revenues, the 1991 realignment revenues, we likely would have this conversation again in a year or two. But with that, the board, governing is choosing. And so if what we're proposing here is the department has seen this issue coming with their revenues, and they're trying to take care of that problem in their department. and I admire that. And they've done everything they can to try to plug those holes and suck it up and, you know, absorb the hits that are coming from the state and federal mandated programs that aren't fully covered. So at the end of the day, if the board does not want to provide that direction for these services, you can certainly direct us to say we have to look somewhere else to provide that funding for those services. You have that option. So what we're looking at here is continuing on with the department's efforts to try to plug this hole and keep that within their department. If you want to take something from somewhere else to fund these services, that is absolutely your option and a discussion that we can have at any point in time. So I just want to make that clear. You do have that flexibility. As Emma said, we are just about balanced with the budget. So if you're going to make a decision like that or provide us direction, we're going to ask you where else you want us to look and what you want to sacrifice on, you know, somewhere else to find that funding.
Last slide with content. So back in April, we brought to you a budget transfer recognizing this money that we had received from PG&E from the mosquito fire related to a settlement. That resulted in, we had to pay $300,000 back to Cal OES and FEMA, and then that left $8.5 million that we put in a designation, and we said we'd come back to you today asking for direction on how we're going to spend that $8.5 million. Unfortunately, last week, after I finalized this presentation and it was published, we had a meeting with Cal OES, and we learned that we do have to pay an additional $187,000 back to them from law enforcement mutual aid money. So this slide remains, except now instead of, I would like to amend it that I'll be returning to you probably next board meeting with another budget transfer in the current year to pay the state back that additional $187,000 that they paid us for our mosquito fire response, that now that we got additional funding, we need to pay them again. So that would leave 7.84 that we would be designating for projects that benefit the mosquito fire footprint area. And that is holding the funds in a designation as we develop projects between DOT or other county programs that specifically benefit those in the fire footprint area. We would pull from that designation. The board would approve pulling from that designation to fund those projects. We met with the DOT director. We really discussed what the best uses of this funding would be. And we really want to thoughtfully leave it in the designation until we have a specific project in which we can pull from that designation for those specific projects.
Yeah. And I know we struggled with calling it the mosquito fire footprint area because that could be seen as too specific, and especially with the 400,000 for the shared service agreement. Could we just call it the mosquito fire impact area perhaps? That would include anything in the area on the divide.
We can, yeah, I think we settled on using the word benefit, projects that benefit the fire impact area. But yes, your point is well taken. And I think that when we bring those back so any potential use of that funding will have to come back to the board for discussion. So that's another opportunity for you all to say, okay, this met our original intent, which was, you know, kind of in that, because you could look at it, the evacuation footprint, you know, not necessarily the fire footprint. You could look at it a lot of different ways. And I think when it comes down to it, the time to really make that decision is when you're confronted with one of those projects or when one of those projects arises.
Okay, good. Yeah, I just want to make, because I know that there was concerns raised, like the word footprint could be really interpreted narrowly, and we don't necessarily want to do that. So, okay.
I just got a question. Is it possible that even though it's designated just for mosquito, is it possible to take some of those funds to help the final 12 homes to be built in Grizzly?
So it's the board's discretionary money to allocate how you want. The only time pulling from a designation takes a 3/5 vote is with the adoption of the approval of the recommended budget. But anytime in the year, if you want to pull funding from a designation, it just takes a 4/5 vote.
Okay.
Okay, I think that got us to the end of the presentation, correct?
Yep.
Okay. The board has requested that we take a short break. So I'm going to ask the board to be very prompt and be back at 11:10, so about 6, 7 minutes. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Just a little bit of in-house comments at this point with regards to the agenda. We do our best to try to predict how long things are going to take, and the reality is it's hard to predict. So we have a hard stop this morning at 11:45 for the purpose of going down to the fairgrounds and hearing all the new stuff with the fair this year, and meeting with their board. So with that in mind, we will likely just be able to get through this particular item. Although we did have item number 20, which a lot of members of the public spoke about already, and that was scheduled for a time certain department matter at 10:30 a.m. Clearly, we're not going to be able to make that. Additionally, we have 2 public hearings that are also time certain for the afternoon. The Department of Ag regarding the scanner ordinance is to be heard at 1. And item number 22, which is the repeal of the tobacco retail ordinance, is scheduled to be heard at 2 o'clock. So unless any of my colleagues disagree, I would like to recommend that we move item number 20 so that the public is clear on what we're doing. We'll move that to trail behind the 2 o'clock time certain, item number 22. So I would expect that will probably be about a 30 to 45 minute item. And so we'll hear item number 20 after item number 22. So somewhere probably around 2:30 for those of you who are trying to schedule your day. So is there any objection from my colleagues on that proposal?
I think that's our only choice, and we apologize.
Yeah, I think so too. Yes, apologize very much. Okay, so where we are here on the budget update is I'm going to ask the board to participate in 2 different ways. First of all, we're going to take clarifying questions on the actual presentation. We asked a lot of them as the presentation was unfolding, so I don't know that you'll have a whole lot there. And then after clarifying questions, we'll bring this item back to the board for deliberation and to give direction. Okay? So we're at the point right now where we're doing clarifying questions. Do any of my colleagues have questions on the presentation that you've heard today? And I'll ask Supervisor Veerkamp, Vice Chair, to kick it off.
No, ma'am, I'm good.
Excuse me, Supervisor
I get to
Ferrero.
One question. Sorry, I got a Cliff Bar stuck in my throat. Regarding the community funding, how did that work?
Yeah.
How was it allocated? Was it allocated directed to individual districts? How did that work? And it's probably more a question for the board members than.
Yep, Supervisor Parlin, do you want to explain that?
Why am I having to explain that?
He allocated it.
Put you to work.
So there was this pot of money, and it did vary every year.
Yep.
And I think when I first got in the board in 2019, it may have been 20,000 or some 15. And quite honestly, I'll own it. It wasn't being tapped into a whole lot, so I just kept tapping. And then economic times were pretty darn good, and so the amount kept raising, and then everybody started tapping into it. It was awesome. And then we had trying to, as Supervisor Lane said, we saw our county was very looking forward on the budget issues. We saw what was coming, and so we started to hunker down, and the board decided that it would be a show of, hey, we're all going to have to do this. So we were that was the first thing that we really said, we need to take a pause on this. But it was basically, as it got more formalized and we started tapping into it more, we decided everybody got a fifth.
For an allotment.
Yeah. And then there were some districts that would say, hey, we want to put a bigger chunk to a cause. And so some of us would buddy up here and there and put our, 5,000, let's say, together towards something. And then it got even more formalized the last couple years where the recipient organizations had to sign an agreement, because at first it was pretty darn loosey-goosey and easy to allocate. But then we realized we needed some accountability because we always want accountability with, public funds. So that's kind of in a nutshell how it went, I
Okay.
think.
And I'll just add, I have the policy pulled up in case anyone has any
Yeah.
questions. So it really was just established in fiscal year 2017-18. So it's not necessarily a very long-standing practice. And again, the policy does require that each one be brought to the board individually and that an agreement be executed. So it can get also a little administratively burdensome, as you can imagine.
It
If
did.
you're splitting that money up into $500 or $1,000 chunks here and there, it gets to be quite a bit. And so part of the request is here, if you want to go back to including this funding, then give us direction on how you want to do that. If we need to revise this policy, if we should somehow either incorporate this policy into our budget policies, or on the other end of the spectrum, you might want to just repeal it and say, we're not going to do that anymore. So you have the range of options.
So each donation had to be approved by the board. All right, thank you.
Yeah, and in the practice, as far as I recall, because we did it for a couple of years once I was on the board, typically they're like appointees to committees and commissions, as long as it's something you're in favor of and you're bringing it forward, they typically were always approved.
Okay.
Are there other clarifying questions? Okay. So then let's move into deliberation and action. And again, this item, we are being asked to provide direction to staff. They will come back with the absolute particulars at a future meeting, I would expect. So we're providing direction. Where do you want to start, board?
Should we just go down them?
Top
Because
and move down.
Yeah.
they're kind of in here, right, as a
Yep.
list?
So explore reducing the general fund cost of discretionary services in Health and Human Services in the fiscal year 27-28 budget to aid in offsetting the impacts of House Resolution 1 and the 1991 realignment fund shortfall.
So again, the ask here is
Direction to staff.
Mike,
Yeah.
Mike, Sam.
sorry, the other way, just direction to explore. So it's not a decision. It is for, I know, I think we received a few questions about sort of very detailed questions about how would senior legal services be provided. We don't know yet. So, and we wouldn't go down that path and explore that unless we knew it was something the board wanted you to have staff spend time on. So we would go gather all that information. What are the options, cost benefits, all that, and that would all come back to the board for a decision.
Yeah.
I guess a specific question that I would have with regards to, for example, senior services. I didn't see what the offsetting revenue was to the cost. Do we have an approximate over the course of the last several years? This is approximately what that has generated to offset general fund costs?
That's the one number I didn't have in my notes. But we do collect fees for senior day, but the fees are not covering the costs of the program. So if you give me a second, I can try to look for what those fee revenue is. But
Okay, perfect.
Can be part of the review, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
So do you want direction on each one separately?
Yeah.
yes.
All right, so I would move that we direct staff to explore per their recommendation this item.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second? The motion would be exactly what is
Right.
printed
Explore
on
the
item
reducing
number
the-
1, which is, let's be clear on our motions. Mr. Veerkamp, would you like to read explore reducing?
So explore reducing the general fund cost of discretionary services, Health and Human Service Agency in the fiscal year 27-28 to aid in offsetting the impacts of House Resolution 1 in the 1991 realignment funding shortfall.
Okay, that is the motion. Is there a second?
Can we
We need a
kinda
motion,
just-
we need a second to have the discussion.
Okay, I'll second for discussion.
Okay, thank you.
But I wanted to
Supervisor
add
Holland.
to it though, but we
Please.
can
Yeah,
amend
would-
it.
Yeah.
Or is it just direction? Because what I'm wondering is, like, we specifically had questions about, the El Dorado Hills Center that was closed. And I'm curious to know, do we know, did those folks just go find other services? You know, because I have seen HHSA's promotions out there for senior day. I mean, I've seen it out on social media, I've seen it in newsletters, and yet we're not getting people to enroll. So it's like part of that exploration to me should be, well, what happened? Where are people going in addition to what's available? Do you know what I mean? I'd like to see all that. So does that need to be in the motion or just direction with
No,
it or?
yeah, I think that that would be considered.
Okay.
And I think it's appropriate for us to say, we really want specifics, you know, we
Yeah.
really want you to dig into the program and tell us what is the revenue, what is the cost, how many people are being serviced, how important is this service to the board and to the community? Because we're talking about more than just the senior daycare program. We're talking about CalFresh and, you know, all the other mandated, right, that are
Well, not,
supported by HR1 and 1991 realignment funds. So it's more than just, am I correct or am I wrong?
We're talking about only reducing those two specific services in fiscal year 27, 28, because we can't reduce the mandated program
Right.
costs
Like
anymore.
senior nutrition, we're not.
yeah.
We're only for these two very specific
So it's only
services.
senior day and senior legal
Right.
specifically.
Okay.
That's all we're exploring.
And
Or
I did
27,
look up,
28.
we're assuming almost $500,000 in revenue from participants in senior day.
500,000? Okay. It's interesting because up in the basin, we provide senior legal services through a nonprofit.
Exactly.
There's many ways
There's
to
other
skin the
ways of
cat.
Other ways to do it.
It doesn't mean we're not going to provide the service. It means we would consider doing it a
We are
different way.
mandated to provide that service somehow. So we just need to look at the model, to your point.
And so when you talked about in your presentation that there's 2 new businesses on the West Slope that are currently looking at providing these types of services, maybe we could partner with them. This is what we're talking about, not for this year, but for 27, 28.
Yeah,
Okay.
the question I have is how many of the ones that are in El Dorado Hills are coming up to the facility up here in Placerville, you know?
I can get back to you on that. I don't have that specific
That's
number
what
right
That's
now.
would be
what
in
we
our
wanna have
exploration.
analyzed.
Yeah, we want
Yeah.
all that in
Curious
our,
on
That's
that.
in,
Yeah,
that's
I'd
in
like
the
to know.
explore
Yep.
yep.
component.
So that's kind of stuff we're looking for. So, okay.
Yeah. Supervisor
Yeah,
Ferrero.
My thoughts on this, and I'm going to support this because it's exploratory only.
Yeah.
I'm more apt to look at the senior legal as I am the senior day.
Yeah.
And for, it's kind of a bad look what we've done over last year. You know, we closed El Dorado Hills to say we're going to consolidate Placerville. And now we're talking about closing Placerville. Granted, there is, I know in El Dorado Hills, there's a private senior daycare center. I think the price is comparable to what the county is charging. It might be better service. So I'm willing to look at that. One thing I would ask you to look at is including or looking at transportation, because currently we provide transportation from El Dorado Hills and Cameron Park up to Placerville. So I'd like to include that in the exploration. But yeah, I think it's a bad look, and we're slowly kind of pulling the wool over the public's eyes. But I also realize, especially if the HR1 money doesn't come in,
Yeah.
we're going to be looking at a whole lot more than this. So
Thank you for those comments. So there's a motion and a second. Is there further discussion on the motion?
Nope.
Okay, seeing none, then all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on to the next question, which is including the board's direction on the community funding that we were just talking about for 26, 27 recommended budget, this coming budget. Comments, questions, concerns? Anyone?
I know we don't have the wagon train on here. Do we skin the cat with this one or do we separate the two? Because I'm definitely an advocate for funding the wagon train.
Yeah. So
So-
I'll go. So when did we roll this one? When did we roll back the wagon train? Was it
Last year,
Yeah.
25, 26, this
So-
budget.
Okay, right. Because I get these confused. So
Mhm.
first we did the community benefit funding. We paused that. Then the following year, we had this, and it was a slate of items that were, what did we call them? Non-county services, I believe, that whole slate. And I'll be the first to admit that when we were talking about the slate and all the items in there, the wagon train didn't get brought up in the conversation. It was just lumped in that list. And in hindsight, I wish I had noticed that we were just so focused on the other items. So I too would like to fund the wagon train because of its historical and, you know, economics too. I mean, if it's bringing people from all around the world and we can promote it better, it's bringing the heads and beds and the TOT that we always talk about. So I would support the wagon train. I just don't know a dollar amount. And would we swap that out for the community funding for a year, maybe? I don't know. That's
So I had some thoughts on this, and thank you for expressing your support for that. And you're right. There were, you know, we did throw the baby out with the bathwater, right? And there were some consequences to that that weren't specifically discussed. And I even think arts and culture was a little bit caught up in that as well. They were all kind of listed together in the same group. I've been working with the wagon train folks this year, trying to come up with some kind of solution. And what I would like to recommend to my colleagues to think about is for this coming fiscal year, 26, 27, that we consider providing matching dollars to the wagon train. So up to $10,000 for fiscal year 26, 27 for matching funds. So they would go out and fundraise as well. So that would allow them a mechanism for leveraging our funds. And with the idea that in the following fiscal year, maybe we would consider a reduction in that amount, but still matching funds to just help them really kind of get some momentum and get on their feet. And that could be, you know, $7,500 in the following year or $5,000 in the following year. That's up to the board to decide. But that was something that I was definitely thinking about for the wagon train. And then that idea kind of dovetailed off of my observations around arts and culture and how they raise revenue. And so I think that their request for the 37,500 in next year's budget is also very legitimate in that they leverage that for so much more. And when it comes to grants, you have to sometimes show a local match in order to be able to get that grant funding. And the grant funding that arts and culture has been able to get has been significant. And when you talk about the wagon train and you talk about arts and culture, you know, they dovetail. And I regret the fact that we made the decision to cut their funding entirely. And I'd like to see this board consider both of those suggestions, but we can take them separately or we can take them together, either way. But I do think that those are good examples of support that we can give to those organizations that bring so much more benefit.
right. And because you have been working with the wagon train so much this year, can you elaborate a little bit on, because my understanding is it's the requirements and the CHP and all that. It's like new regulatory things that weren't there before that are becoming burdensome. Again, the state, perhaps, and they're, you know, the state's not going to forgive fees for whatever they, you know what I mean? Like, can you elaborate so we know what we're talking about?
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor, for bringing that up. So what I know is several years ago, I'm going to say 3, the wagon trains had an anniversary celebration of their 75 years of doing the wagon train. And back at that time, the California Highway Patrol, which escorts this group for multiple days through, as we know, over the mountain, they had been telling the wagon train folks, you're going to have to pay for this service. We can't afford to just do this. And the CHP, in fact, had already been cutting off a lot of other organizations that were getting free services and saying, you know, you need to pay your fair share. Back then, the wagon train folks had a good alliance with Assembly Member
Bigelow.
Patterson.
And well, it was Bigelow, actually Bigelow before Patterson as well, because I think we went to Bigelow numerous times to get the state to waive.
Yeah,
waive
well,
cost.
in the 75th anniversary example, I believe it was Assembly Member Patterson's office that really kind of led the way. And they said, just do it this year, CHP, you know, it's their 75th and we'll figure it out going forward. So CHP provided that service. Next year, Wagon Train pleaded the same case. We don't have the money to be able to pay for this. It's a $20,000 expense just for the escort. And so CHP provided the service for another year and said, this is it. We're serious. This is it. And this year is the year that they are requiring the wagon train to be able to have to provide this service. Fortunately, the wagon train had a little bit of money put aside. It pretty much wipes out their savings account. So they've made the decision to do it this year. And I've been working with them with the concept of, let's see if there's something we can do for the next 2 years to at least give them that advantage of getting that infrastructure built back up in their budget and being able to sustain it. You heard, you know, a business member come forward saying, our business is going to give to this. This is, I think that what we're trying to set up with the county is leveraging, giving the wagon train the ability to say, for every dollar we raise, we're getting a dollar matching from the county, and that's helpful. So that's a little bit of the background that I'm aware of. They don't charge a lot for the participants. Maybe that's something that they need to look at and restructure, but those are all their decisions to make. And I think in the face of the funding cut, they're very aware of what's before them.
I speak on that a little bit because Brooke and I talked about this. And biggest thing is my family, especially Hugh Turnbow Senior, brought a wagon trains from the east to the west to California. But the biggest thing is I talked to my Veterans Commissioner, and there's probably funds there that will be able to support that, especially if there's veterans sitting that are involved in the wagon train. So it's a possibility too.
Yes, thank you for that. That's great. Are there other comments specifically on this item?
When's the wagon train? June, July?
Beginning
June?
of June.
Beginning of June?
Weekend in June.
And the CHP already said that they're charging?
Yes.
Who, at what level?
20, it's
No,
up.
but what, who,
Oh.
was it Placerville CHP?
You know, no, I mean, I got a call from Lieutenant Kringle on this matter. He's the lieutenant up in
He's
the
in South Lake,
basin.
yeah.
His department will take the majority of this responsibility. And, you know, again, with a little bit with regret, they're not happy about the fact that they have to do this, but they are treating all of the different groups across the horizon equally. And the wagon train totally understands that. They need the protection. You know, they're coming down Highway 50 on horses and wagons at a very slow rate of speed, and you've got cars, and it's very important that they have this. And so they're biting the bullet this year.
So, yeah, I remember being on the receiving end from the department saying, you're going to send guys up to escort. I'll support the match, but I also have an idea that I might be able to work on behind the scenes, that if it works, then maybe we don't have to contribute that match regarding the traffic control.
Okay.
It's worth a couple phone calls.
Okay. I'd like to at least put it in play for the wagon train so that they have an expectation of what they can do, especially for next year and potentially the year after. I think it will give them a little bit of security. If something else ends up working out, fantastic.
Okay.
So I would move that we allocate $10,000 up to $10,000 in matching funds for the Highway 50 wagon train for fiscal year 26-27. And I would further recommend that we provide up to $7,500 in matching funds for fiscal year 27-28
Is that
out of the
enough?
general fund.
Is that enough?
So is there a second? And then we can discuss that?
I'll
there a
go ahead
second?
and second that.
Thank you, Supervisor Turnbull. So there's a motion and a second question, Mr.
Yeah,
Veerkamp.
without seeing a budget, I mean, I don't want to get totally into specifics, but I don't know if that's enough. I mean, I'm
I've been working with them and I think that that will suffice for now until maybe we come up with a better option. I think I can say with certainty that in my many discussions with them, this could work. We don't typically take public comment at this point unless you want to hear
Well-
from them.
Well, if it's
and
an
get their
up to,
confidence.
I mean, obviously our want is to impact as little as possible to the county
Yeah.
general fund, but I would make an alternative motion up to 15,000, just in case it doesn't come through. To me, the wagon train is El Dorado County and has been for a long time, and I think we should do the right thing to fund it.
And I think.
Help
and-
fund it.
And then we can look at the veterans too, because there is money that they could, that they always look for.
Yeah, there may be
ways of spending,
some alternatives here,
Right,
but
exactly.
Well, I'm happy for you to amend the motion if it's going in the right direction. So do you want to make that amendment?
Yes, I would
Supervisor
if-
Veerkamp? Okay, so I'll go ahead and amend my motion
To 15.
to be $15,000 in
And I'll
fiscal
go ahead
year
and second that. so.
26, 27. And what about $10,000 a year?
You guys
in-
figure it out next year and see what happens. I don't think we should obligate next year.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's
let's-
fine.
yeah, let's go
Yeah.
15 for
I
this,
like that.
this
Okay.
year.
Let's do recommendation for 15,000 in fiscal year 26, 27. Supervisor Turnbull has seconded that amendment. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay. And in that same vein, I really do want to bring forward the arts and culture request for $37,500. Also, again, to provide matching dollars so that they can leverage those funds to much more than that. We have a big project going on up in Tahoe that wouldn't even be where it is today had it not been for arts and culture, and they've been working on it this whole year without any funding from the county, and it's been touch and go. They have staff, and thank God they do. They're excellent staff, but we're having to fundraise to pay their staff to support a project. And I just think that that's asking a lot. I care about this group, and I think they do some amazing things in the county, and I think they're as important as the wagon train, as that is to our culture. This is the group that really solidifies that. So I'd like to support that.
I would ask the same question, Brooke, if we could, from a view. So what does their budget look like? What outside funding is coming in and their fundraisers and so forth? Because I sat on this board before and we had presentations that said they would be self-sustaining. And this was years ago. And here we are back now asking for continued funding. So I don't think we fund very many nonprofits, if any, in the county. So I'm just have that concern as things are tight. So that's my take and concern.
Madam CEO?
Sure. Yeah, I just wanted to put out there that in anticipation of this conversation, when we were working on, balancing the budget, we tentatively set aside maybe $50,000 in case she wanted to allocate for community funding. So from our perspective, we have the $50,000 tentatively set aside. If you've just allocated 15 of that, we maybe have about 35 left before I would ask you, where else it is that you would like us to look to pull that funding. Is it, reducing contingency, reducing another designation somewhere else, or reducing a service somewhere else if you're going to increase the amount of funding provided?
Supervisor Ferrero?
Yeah, I'm having trouble supporting this. Apologize. We're in cost-cutting mode. I kind of see this as, if we're going to support this, then I think we should support things like the Tourism Authority, the Welcome Center, other entities that bring in money to the county. We just can't measure that amount. So, yeah, I don't apologize. I can't support it.
Yeah, I'm with you.
So I'll, having heard from my colleagues, I'll still go ahead and make a motion that we provide up to $35,000 in support to arts and culture for the purposes of being able to fundraise matching dollars. Is there a second? I'll second that. Oh, there's a motion and a
That was
second.
so clever. Oh my gosh.
Oh.
Dave.
All right, a little bit of levity here. Okay, there is a motion, but it fails for lack of a second. Is there further direction that the board would like to take on this item, specifically around community funding?
Just the policy B6. I know staff wanted to perhaps update it to reflect what our current practices are, but that's hard to do when this is an item that's dependent on the budget. So I don't know if it needs to be amended or just paused or ignored for a year, or can we just leave it there?
You can just ignore it for a year.
Okay.
There's language in there that says when allocated by the board. so
Perfect.
it's-
Okay.
yeah.
Then we're going to ignore it this year and not touch it. How's
It-
that?
I thought I heard there was 35,000 still left available. Hey, I would be remiss if I didn't remind the board, this is the 250th anniversary of this country. There may be a project such as 4th of July, something, the blast down at the fairgrounds that could use some money. So, we could, I know what the ask is $5,000. We could talk about that, or we could just leave it alone and I'll bring it some other way, or I'll,
I think we should
Try-
talk about it right now.
that's
I mean,
fine.
if you have it, because we're in this mode.
There is a ask through the Fair Association and the Placerville Speedway for $5,000 because the increased cost of fireworks being the 250th, there's more need, and the Esparto mess last year, they're harder to get. So there's an ask for $5,000 for our 4th of July blast, El Dorado County 4th of July blast.
Okay.
Go ahead and second that.
Yeah, and I just think that maybe that, to me, is where the community funding perhaps will morph in the future, just to say it should be more of like a small pot of money that the board as a whole decides on the community benefits instead of doing it the way we used to, which was more fun for me. But,
Yeah.
I think maybe the board looking at events to support, because events do bring in tourism and stuff. We've talked about that in the past too. So just putting it in your ear for future conversations, we might want to change it up. Yeah.
Supervisor
If
Ferrer?
we're going to look at the community, I actually like having a pot that's dedicated to each supervisor so we can give back to our individual communities.
Right.
I know like the fireworks show in Placerville, it's probably not going to be attended by a whole lot of people in El Dorado Hills because we're having our own fireworks show that we just approved the permit for today. So
Nor the basin.
I think that
You'd be surprised if they're spaced out because the people tend to go to wherever they're at. Now, I'm not
Yeah, but
saying I don't have. the
again,
attendance.
I mean,
Yeah.
I wish,
Yeah.
I guess I'm not I don't want to, as much as I'd like to support other activities and spend other money, I don't think we're in a position. We're looking at cutting senior daycare, and I'm sorry, I think I'm just a no on everything else.
Would there be an appetite by the board to actually bring back the community funding with a chunk of that remainder and be able to have that leverage?
Have that discussion.
I don't have a fireworks show to support.
Well, it doesn't have to be fireworks.
I mean, it could go to like little league groups. I mean, is that what you spent it on, things like that for
If you
community?
brought an item from your community and we all concurred,
Yeah,
we would
it
allocate
was
it.
typically.
I would love to be able to do that.
Yeah.
So I'll just let you know, Supervisor Furrow, like I actually put rooftops
On
on
houses.
community halls,
Community halls, yeah.
new windows in community halls. I did a lot of, because we have a lot of community halls on the divide. The county has actually put a lot of money into little buildings out there. That's mostly what I did with my money over the years. There was one item that one supervisor brought that we all kind of went, but we did it anyway. But, yeah.
We could just reestablish community fund and at a balance of 35,000 and each supervisor bring something forward.
We could do that.
7,000 each, right? Is that my math right?
Yep.
Yeah.
I would support that.
Do that
And if we
instead.
don't, then it just rolls over into the next year or
Actually,
Real
what
base.
we had it before is because I did do that. We had it start over fresh every year, so there was no rollover.
There you go.
So for
Use it or
budgeting
lose it.
purposes, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, zero based, okay.
All right. Is there a motion to that
So I
effect?
would amend my 5,000 motion to say we reestablish the community fund with a balance of 35,000 to be allocated potentially at 7,000 apiece per the request.
Yeah.
Second.
And Lori, you remember that.
Okay, there's a motion and
Whatever.
a second.
I'll second
I
that.
didn't really, we got a second by Supervisor Ferrero.
Okay.
Motion by Supervisor Veerkamp, and I didn't, I didn't acknowledge any prior motions, so it's
Okay.
not really amending, it's,
Okay.
Okay.
okay? We got that?
Yep.
Okay, is there further discussion? There's a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Motion passes 5-0.
Let's do the easy one.
Yep.
All right, so let's talk about the allocation of about $7.84 million in the mosquito fire settlement fund
Or you want to
for
move?
the mosquito fire footprint area.
I move that we approve this as recommended by staff with the change for the OES amount.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Is there discussion on the motion?
I'd like to comment, but I'm not going to comment, so.
Well, if you want to comment, now would
We're
be the
already
time to
late.
comment.
Yeah, we got to get to the fairgrounds.
I just think if the situation was different, I think Lori,
No, I wouldn't.
yeah, you would.
No, I wouldn't.
But anyway, I
Okay.
just feel for the residents in Grizzly Flat. We're
Still
trying
working on
everything
it,
we Can to find revenue for them to help build the final 12 homes.
Absolutely, George. We've been very supportive of
I know-
Grizzly
I know
Flat,
that.
so.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
I'll say no.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
And Madam Chair, before we leave this item, is there any feeling about directing staff to try to come up with the GSEC membership to continue our membership in GSEC for the greater good of our area? You know, an area that I didn't pay a whole lot of attention to was our property tax revenue, obviously our biggest one, and how it affects our housing market, meaning GSEC, because maybe we don't get all the big warehouses, or not, I don't even want to say warehouse, that's a bad word, high-tech industry that some of the other areas are getting. But most of those engineers, I know for a fact, or those folks that work for those companies that are locating into the Sacramento region, like El Dorado County, to live, and it helps our housing market. So I didn't know if there's any.
Yeah, hold on. Did you, Madam Clerk, did you announce the outcome of the vote? Would you please?
With regards to the mosquito fire settlement funding motion, motion was made by Supervisor Parlin, seconded by Supervisor Ferrero, passed 4-1 with Supervisor Turnbull registering a no vote.
Okay, thank you for that. And then Supervisor Veerkamp, I think item D is include any other direction.
Yeah, so this
So
would be under
that would
that.
be under
So I
that.
didn't know if we wanted to task staff with exploring, and I know economic development's budget is very limited, and we just approved some modifications there, but I think it's very important to our area to remain engaged with GSEC in some manner. And discussion we had yesterday, they'd even take payments, so. Anyway.
Okay, Supervisor Ferrero.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I know when we discontinued the funding last year, I thought, well, all they're going to want to do is bring, big office buildings and warehouses and stuff to El Dorado County, which doesn't really, not going to make anybody happy. But I think it's more of a regional approach. And the state of California is failing, and we're sinking fast. But Sacramento region, which includes us, is flourishing. We're doing pretty good. And you can see, by the, the activity at the railroad yards down in Sac, I think it's truly all benefiting us because those people are moving here. And I think it goes a long way to maintain our property values also in the county, because if the region, 6-county region fails, we're going to fail. And so I like their regional approach. They've been very successful. They're a model for, other economic development organizations throughout the state. And I actually think that they can serve to mentor our, economic development department that we're trying to stimulate again.
Okay, are there other comments, Madam CEO?
Sure. I just wanted to throw out, there was previous direction given by the board to look into approaching GSEC to see if they would reduce their membership fee. It's my understanding those discussions have occurred and they declined to reduce the membership fee, but they noted that it has not changed since 2015, I believe. So I think we're looking in the $60 to $65,000 range.
Other comments?
I've got a little bit of a,
Supervisor Turnbull?
I understand that they want to bring, businesses in El Dorado Hills and businesses here, and it's about, but we need to start focusing on the Forest Service, because the Forest Service is a gem to our county. You figure 60 to 70% of our is.
So let's stick
No,
to
wait, just wait a minute.
GSEC.
This is part of GSEC is what it is. And they need to focus on maybe bringing a mill back. They need to be pushing that. They need to do biomass, push on biomass.
We're specifically talking about funding and being a member of
I
GSEC.
understand that, but this is a part of it.
It's
If we're going to
not.
fund it, they need to focus on other things besides just what they're,
All
talking
right,
about.
we're pushing on time, so I
think
really
you
want you
opened-
to
I
stay
think you
focused
opened
on
the
what we're
director's
talking
eyes
about.
to that
Yeah.
topic yesterday
Right.
because he spoke to us afterwards about how he could hopefully do that, especially having SMUD, PG&E, and Pioneer Energy is all part of it to
Right,
maybe
exactly.
be able to purchase energy from those biomass facilities. So
Yeah, so if what you're saying, Supervisor Turnbull, is that you would support this if, they looked at these kind of things, then it's relevant.
Right. Take
It's hard
advantage of
to
it.
understand
Right,
yeah,
exactly.
where you're coming from. I'll just simply say I'm not supportive of this at this time. I have come to this board twice asking for the funding for the South Tahoe Transit Joint Powers Authority, of which you have declined twice, for $50,000. So we're not even funding like things that we need here in El Dorado County. I'm all about partnerships. I come from a very strong background of how important it is to work with various agencies and other government entities to pull together your resources to make something happen. But in my 2 little years of just sitting on this board, I haven't seen the return with regards to GSEC. So that's just where I'm coming from on that particular
And
request.
I'll kind of echo that because we did have that hard conversation, and the way that I've seen GSEC, and I do get, read their newsletters and the way they promote not El Dorado County for businesses primarily is that the focus on Placer and Sac County region, yeah, we get the benefit, but it just makes us more of a bedroom community. So is that what we want to keep doing? And I did have a meeting with Barry Broom yesterday, and he and I are very direct with each other, so he knows my concerns. I think if we're going to consider this, we should really have a presentation and show us the money, show us what we, and I don't want one of those fancy formulas that's 10 pages. Sorry, I want the real deal. Show me what they've done, over the years for El Dorado County, because really, you can't see it. It's been, like to your point, Supervisor Ferrero, the growth has been the region. We're lumped in there, but are we really getting jobs out of it? And it's interesting because we've got a comment letter saying we haven't had any jobs growth, and then we're getting this presentation here saying we have. So we have no reality on the situation, and I don't think we should just make this decision right here on the dais without a thorough vetting and a public presentation.
Well, but the direction would be to staff to explore it.
right, and bring the presentation
And we
to
can
it.
bring a presentation. And I think if we told GSEC, hey, we want to bring jobs here, they would probably do that. I mean, they would probably look at attract companies, but have we done that? Have we as a county, that fights every development proposal, have we done that? Is that what we want? And that's why I told Barry yesterday, I said, I'm afraid of what you might do to our county because, you're going to want to bring in big corporations with big offices and that's not going to fit here. And
But Emma made a good point in talking about property tax. We get your 2% a year, but we rely on transfers.
Okay, Madam CAO.
Yeah, I just wanted to suggest, if there is a desire for the whole board to receive more of a presentation on the benefits of rejoining GSEC, we could defer this and we could potentially consider funding it in the adopted budget. That's
Yeah, I
something we
think-
commonly do for department requests that we can't accommodate in the recommended budget, where we obviously are more conservative once the books close. Because as of now, if you're directing us to explore it, that's one thing. But if you're going to direct us to include the funding in the budget, I would also need you to tell us where you wanted to look for that, what you
Yeah.
wanted to decrease. So
To me, it was direction to staff, especially on the economic develop side, to state the case and see if there's the merit and to justify. And I mean, if you look at I don't know, if you look at the homes that are purchased by these high up individuals that are working in the region, and we can correlate the transfer numbers as far as property tax, that's what we live on. So it's an important piece.
Well,
I'm
and that's
done.
okay. What the chief administrative officer is recommending is that perhaps we consider a motion where we would ask GSEC to come and present to us at some point, and maybe we would consider their request at the adopted budget, which is typically like in September, and that's after the books have completely closed and we know if we have a little bit of leftover money. That is a good suggestion, if that is amenable to those of you who are supportive of this. It's probably a better suggestion than directing staff to try to fund this in the budget that would come forth in June, because then they'd have to find the money. Whereas if we do it in the adopted, it would be because money was left over.
Right.
That makes sense.
I wasn't intending to fund it today.
Okay, so does somebody want to make a motion to that effect?
You can make it.
Yeah, I move that we would work with staff to bring back a presentation from GSEC on how the economic benefit, so we can really put the rubber to the road here of where GSEC benefits us and have a better understanding of that before we either fund it or have that funding discussion.
Is that a clear, there's a motion, is there a second? Second. There's a second. Is that a clear motion to staff? Yes?
Karen, go,
Okay,
Furiously typing to move at things, couple things, but yes.
okay, all right. Any further discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
No.
Motion passes 3-2 with Supervisors Lane and Parlin registering a no vote.
All right, so we still have two items before us, approving and revising policy B16, and then approving and revising policy B1, which is the budget control and responsibility. Those items are in our packet.
Move.
There's a red
Second.
line version. There's a motion to approve both of those as presented. Is there a second?
Yes, second.
Second, third, and fourth. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, thank you. Let's hustle down to the fairgrounds. Let's be back by, can we make it by 1 or 1:15?
Probably should.
1:15?
Leave there
Or
at
1.
1. Leave there at 1.
there
We'll
at 1.
Leave the fairgrounds at 1.
Leave the fairgrounds at 1. We'll be back at 1:15 for open public comment. All right. Welcome back to the Board of Supervisors regularly scheduled meeting of April 28th. We're back from having lunch with the Fair Board and hearing about all the upcoming events for the fair this year and all that they're doing to the grounds. So we thank them for hosting our lunch today. We'll go ahead and start with open forum. This is the time to address the board on any items that are not on today's agenda. Ms. Dawson.
For public comment, each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. A timer will alert you when 30 seconds remain and again when your time is ended. We will begin with comments from individuals present in the boardroom, followed by those participating via Zoom. If you're joining via Zoom, please ensure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand. If you're on Zoom, use the raise hand feature to indicate your interest in speaking. We ask that you voluntarily state your name for the record before beginning your comments.
I'd like to welcome any members of the public that are here in the room with us today. If you'd like to address the board on non-agenda items. Sir, welcome.
Thank you, Chair Lane. I appreciate it. I just wanted to take this opportunity. My name is Ted Gaines, and I'm a candidate for District 4 Board of Supervisors. But I wanted you, and you're probably already aware of it, but also the public to be aware that the Local Taxpayer Protection Act, to save Prop 13, gathered 1.3 million signatures. And as of, I believe, the 26th of April, it qualified. So that'll be on the ballot in November. And what it will do, the reason it's needed is that there have been some court-created loopholes that have allowed tax increases that are directly contrary to the plain language of Prop 13. And when I was in the legislature, we saw a lot of this. They would call it something other than a tax, and they would get it through on a simple majority vote. So these rulings have cost Californians billions of dollars over a year. And what it does is it will take look at local taxes for a special purpose and require a 2/3 vote in order to pass rather than a simple majority, even if it's proposed by an initiative backed by special interest. So it's closing that loophole, requiring the 2/3 vote, just as it is in the legislature for a tax. New real estate transfer taxes, which are kind of like sales taxes for real estate, are prohibited except for the modest 0.11% documentary transfer tax that was allowed prior to Prop 13. So that will still exist. And then existing real estate transfer taxes are repealed effective December 31 of 2028. And why is this important? Well, just having served in public office, Prop 13 is constantly under attack. When I was in the legislature all the time, in fact, it still is as I speak. And it's the one of the few benefits that we have in terms of helping homeowners out. So we want to make sure that seniors can remain in their home and not be forced out as a result of tax increases, which was occurring prior to 1978 when Prop 13 was passed by the voters. And it's not a partisan issue. In fact, if you look at the membership, talk to folks, but there's a lot of Democrats and a lot of Republicans that are members of the Howard Jarvis Taxpayers Association because they want that protection for their home. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
And just want to give you that update.
Thank you.
Take care.
Good afternoon. Welcome.
Chair, supervisors, beautiful day. Hope you guys are having a good year. Hope you all are, our eyes are open and we're filled with peace, love, and joy. The topic of this is go the way of Poland. It's one of the safest cities or safest countries in the world. On November 19th, 2016, Poland held a major national ceremony
in Krakow, where thousands of believers, bishops, and government officials, including President Duda, formally acknowledged Jesus Christ as the King of Poland. And I remember, I don't know, many years ago, I spoke that same word when you were supervisor. I think you were the chair, if I remember correctly, and Sue was here, but I did that. So I'm thanking the Lord for that. Oh boy. Little children, believers, do not let anyone lead you astray. The one who practices righteousness, the one who strives to live consistently honorable life in private as well as in public, and to conform to God's precepts is righteous, just as he is righteous. The one who practices sin, separating himself from God and offending him by acting acts of disobedience, indifference, or rebellion, is of the devil, and takes his inner character and moral values from him, not from God. For the devil has sinned and violated God's law from the beginning. This is the good news. The Son of God, Jesus Christ of Nazareth, appeared for this purpose, to destroy the works of the devil. 1 John 3:17 or 3:7 through 8. This is a good one right here. The Lord is near all who call out to him, and all who call out to him with truth, integrity. He fulfills the desires of those who fear him. He hears their cry for help and saves them. The Lord guards all those who love him, but he destroys all the wicked. My mouth will declare Yahweh's praise. Let everything living praise his holy name, for he endures forever. And last 30 seconds, I just ask, Heavenly Father, we need you like never before. And may your presence overtake Colorado County, Lord. We lift your name up, King Jesus. And we thank you for touching every supervisor, every department head, everybody that works for this county, Colorado County. And we give you all the praise and glory. In Jesus' name.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you for going above and beyond and having a working lunch. My name's Leo Bennett Koshan, and I currently live in Pollock Pines, District 5. I've had the blessing of living in Shingle Springs, then you redistricted. So I've had the blessing of having both Lori and George as supervisors, and now I have Brooke. Brian I've worked with, Greg I've talked to, and I'm discussing good governance today. This is my book. And glad you had the workshop. And I'm working with some of the candidates, and I try to share with them that under good governance, running is one thing, governing is another. And when you govern, you're a team. And I want to affirm today, because when you had your workshop, you had 4 blank things, and I wish you'd videotape them, but Brooke's giving me some of it anyway, because it wasn't confidential, right? But the blanks were leadership in action, appreciation, expression, and values and leaders. And today, I saw leadership in action. You guys were great. You were collaborative. You listened. I won't agree with everything, but the process I felt was really beyond good, was excellent governance. And part of that is in the values part, there's something called on page 13, the values assessment. I don't know if you filled out a questionnaire. It looked like you may have, and in it, it's ethics and community involvement. So I want to second the opinion. I'd love if you bring back public comment early, but assuming we're going to stick to the June because your plate's going to be full, the idea of having greater engagement with the community about the budget, a workshop, a hearing, anything but the standard process, which is from a community's perspective, it's hard to get engaged. So that's one point. And for me, I'm a budget analyst. My degree's in public administration, never used it, but as a teacher, I used it with unions. As a parent, I used it for PTA. So I can account for every single dollar in my first school district, but it was $1 million budget. So you have a very complicated budget. And I think having a holistic approach, a workshop, both to help you understand everything and be on the same page as the public, as people were urging, so we understand the reserves and the investments and all these pieces. Because when you're talking here and spending time, like you did today, on, six-figure, five-figure, 5,000, it's budget dust. There's always another thing if you're following your values. And maybe you need to cut special day costs. But until you have the whole senior daycare, special ed, my mistake. But until you have the whole picture. So that's my point. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank
Sorry,
you.
I went over.
Are there other members of the public that would like to address the board at this time? Okay, may we go online, please?
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from 390.
Good afternoon, board. This is Ken Greenwood speaking to you from the Triple Junction. It's a beautiful day out there. A little windy, fair weather. Anyway, public comment, good governance, etc. I wished I would have been at the workshop today, but I wasn't. A bunch of things came up. Anyway, the current system doesn't really allow comments when an item is actually heard, except for the public hearing. So in other words, consent calendar and especially department matters. Those have been moved to the adoption of the agenda time at 9 a.m. and trying to comment on maybe multiple items in 3 minutes. 3 minutes is hard enough as it is. But to comment on multiple items, because you do deal with a whole bunch of things every day. Where are we here? We've got, how many items? 23 items on the agenda today. Often there are far more. Anyway, there's a disconnect here because if you're hearing an item and comments, and you heard comments on that item an hour or two or three or whatever before, you're just not, you can't retain that. You can't carry that over. The human mind just doesn't really work that way. So I would recommend that, we get back to items that are a hearing, treat them as such, and allow people their 3 minutes. Okay, item 2. Legistar, please go to your Legistar. Go to the upper right-hand corner, upper left-hand corner, and tell me what you see there. It's got a file number 25- whatever or 26 for this particular year, and then it says type agenda item. But what agenda item number is it? How do I know where you guys are? There's just a total back to disconnect. So anyway, please work on that. It seems like an easy fix. Of course, item 3, no to town and country, and back to government, good governance. Your board's commitment to open government. Well, the current hearing items or hearing procedure. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken.
Now taking public comment from Kathy Lishman.
Good afternoon. The League of Women Voters is a nonpartisan, nonprofit organization and dedicated to promoting political responsibility through informed, active participation in government. So I wanted to invite you and all of the people listening to the League of Women Voters of El Dorado County's candidate forum for District 4 Supervisor, which will be held on Thursday from 6 to 7:30 p.m. at the Gold Trail Grange, 319 State Highway 49 in Coloma. And I urge people to attend and meet the candidates, get informed, and make your voice be heard. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Linda Campbell.
Hello, everyone. Linda Campbell, Eldorado Hills. I was going to say this morning during the allowed public comment area, I did notice quite a few people that were there bring up the public comment stuff again. And so I hope you heard it too. Just a reminder, citizens of the county do matter in your deliberations. We should be able to engage on current and real-time information for agenda items. Recently, I came across a quote from Ayn Rand, who's a Russian-American author. Says, "Do not let your fire go out, spark by irreplaceable spark, in the hopeless swamps of the not quite, the not yet, and the not at all. Do not let the hero in your soul perish in lonely frustration for the life you deserved and have never been able to reach. The world you desire can be won." So in light of that, I'm asking again for you to please return the public comments per agenda item so that we're able to engage with you directly and respond to information and comments that would be coming up new. And I think that that is a better form of operating in a government. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, we'll go ahead and close the public comment time in our open forum, and we would like to go to our time certain public hearing, 1 o'clock, which is item number 21, Department of Ag. Ms. Dawson, will you please read this item into the record?
Of course. Item 21 is a hearing from the Department of Agriculture, Weights and Measures, recommending the board, 1, approve the introduction, first reading of ordinance, point of sale ordinance, 2, waive reading of the full revised ordinance, read by title only, and continue this matter to May 12, 2026 for final passage, second reading, and 3, adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution superseding Resolution 082-2025, 393-2006, and 022-2013, updating the fee schedule for the Department of Agriculture, Weights and Measures.
Just a question here before we get started. I'll go ahead and open the public hearing, but wasn't that amended to not have a first hearing? Oh, it was no, okay, all right. I knew I read it somewhere. Okay. We'll go ahead then and welcome our Assistant Agriculture Commissioner, Ms. Corey Larson. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Board. Again, Corey Larson, Assistant Agricultural Commissioner and Sealer of Weights and Measures. So I am here to give you a quick presentation on what we are proposing for our Consumer Protection Ordinance. Let me get my PowerPoint to work here. So in the California Business and Professions Code, it states that it is unlawful for any person at the time of sale of a commodity to charge an amount greater than the lowest price posted on the commodity itself or on a shelf tag. So basically what that is saying is if a store advertises a price, they're guaranteeing that that's the price they're going to charge you as a customer. In order to enforce that regulation, the Department of Weights and Measures can do price verification inspections. We go into stores and we check the error rate on the point of sale devices. The Business and Profession Code 13350 authorizes counties to adopt an ordinance for us to inspect point of sale systems, which currently we do, but mostly on a complaint basis. But it also authorizes us to recover regulatory costs, which that would provide us a pathway to do these more regularly. If we are able to recover regulatory costs, we can do regular inspections. Just some background. In the last couple of years, there's been recent multi-county judgments. In 2025, Lowe's had a $1 million civil penalty, Walmart over $5 million, Home Depot $1.7 million penalty, CarQuest $750,000, The Albertsons one, 3.9 million, that was a combination of both overcharging customers and then some issues with tear weights. And the reason these are multi-county judgments is because currently the state does not have a price verification program. When I started as an agricultural and waste measures inspector 20 years ago, the state did have a program for this. The Division of Measurement Standards did do price verification regulation, but over the years through budget cuts, that program has gone away with the state. So as of right now, the only enforcement comes at the county level. So you saw this slide during our Sealer Leanne Mila's presentation for conceptual approval. We did sort of a blitz, a survey during November through 2024 through February 2025. We did 63 price verification inspections on all different kinds of stores. So I'm sure we've all shopped at these types of stores. And we found that almost over 40% had overcharges during our inspections. 41% had undercharges, and 54% had errors overall. So some had both. They had under and overcharges. So since that time, after we did that initial presentation, we went back to those stores that were overcharging customers. 93% of the stores that we inspected did better on the second inspection. We had been there recently. We warned them we would be coming back, and they did better. I went on one of the inspections with some of our younger inspectors, making sure they're doing the procedures right. And the manager of this auto parts store, who did really terrible on the first inspection, told us that she really put a lot of effort into making sure her store improved because she was really embarrassed by how the first inspection went. So I think that shows some of the value that doing these inspections regularly offers. However, there were still issues. We still had 12 stores that were in violation. So I think regular inspections, it will never solve the problem completely, but it does help alleviate some of the issues that we see. And it's nice that we can find the issues before they become a complaint. So what the ordinance will do is it will require any location that's using a point of sale device to register with our department annually. So that is the same procedure we use for any weighing or measuring device as well. So if you have a commercial scale, a commercial meter, like a retail motor fuel dispenser, they register with us annually. So we're just asking these owners of these point of sale devices to do the same thing. And that will require us to do regular inspections. We're registering them annually. We're getting a fee for that. So now we're going to have to do our part and do regular inspections of these devices. And we are also establishing the registration fees and reinspection fees. So currently within California, there are 22 counties that have price verification ordinances. And we took a look at all those counties, and on the bottom of this chart, you can see what their average fee is for registration of those devices. And the way we are doing our fees is if you have 1 to 3 devices at a location, there's one fee. 4 to 6, it's another fee, and 10 or more, it's another fee. And that's because that's how we do our inspections. So that kind of correlates to how much time it takes us to do the inspections. So these are the fees that we're proposing. For the smaller stores, the 0, I guess it would be 1 to 3 devices, we're quite a bit under what the average is. And that's going to affect Most of our smaller locally owned businesses are going to fall into that category. And then from there, we're right about average. So the 4 to 6 at 290 and the 10 or more at 430. And then once we find if they don't have a certain compliance rate, then we schedule our re-inspections. And we'll do that at a licensed hourly rate. So that is basically what I wanted to show you guys today. Is there any questions?
Okay, thank you for that presentation. Are there questions by my colleagues?
I pushed my button.
It's not showing up.
Wrong button.
There you go. Supervisor
Too many
Parlin.
buttons. Yeah, I sent an email to Corey yesterday to clarify. I was thinking, where it says like 0 to 10, let's say, and you're at a Walmart or Safeway or whatever with locations. It doesn't specifically say locations in there. And I'm thinking we should add that for clarity, just so that, somebody else doesn't look at it and say, hey, it doesn't say per location. And
Absolutely.
I just think that'd be smart.
Yes,
cover.
absolutely.
Yeah. Because that was the first thing that came to mind is, we have 2 Safeways at least. We have more than that, actually. Because you guys have one that's not in this. Is yours Safeway in the city?
Yes. Mhm.
Then you have one. Yeah, we have a lot of Safeways. So the way you could potentially try to interpret it is like that would be for
Just
one.
one
yeah, and
Safeway
it's
in
per
general.
location.
Right.
So yeah, I'd like to have that in there for clarity.
Good suggestion.
Absolutely.
Supervisor Ferrero?
Have you received any pushback from the retailers about the fees or anything like that? Or
We have not. A lot of counties, like I said, are already doing these procedures. And I think a lot of the bigger stores, the corporate stores are used to these fees.
and how often will you like annually inspect, or how's that scheduled?
Generally, it's annually or biannually. It depends a lot on how many registrations we end up getting.
Thank you.
All right. Supervisor Turnbull.
Yeah, I got a question. When it comes to auto parts stores, because of different product and different quality.
Right.
Your mic on, George.
How will you enforce that? I mean, you go in there and inspect and stuff like that. Do you take it from all the different stores, like let's say Napa stores versus one or all 4 of them to see what the point of sale there is?
So for these inspections in particular, we are just looking at what they're advertising as what they're going to charge you and what they actually end up charging you once you get to the register.
Okay.
So if
that's
they
what it's-
have
okay.
a shelf tag or paper advertisement, it has to be the lowest price that's advertised that they charge you once you get to the register.
Okay, that clarified that. Thanks.
Other questions? Okay, seeing none. My only question at this point would just be we're expecting them to voluntarily sign up for this service, right? I mean, is there a business license annual fee that triggers it, or what's the trigger?
Yeah, so it'd be very similar to our device registration that we currently do now. We know where most of these locations are, and we will reach out to them. We've already started reaching out to them to let them know, hey, we're working on this program. Expect to hear from us in the future. And we keep a list of who these businesses are, and it'll be a regular letter that we send out to them annually.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Awesome. All right. Since this is a public hearing, we will now take public comment. Ms. Dawson?
We are now taking public comment specifically on item 21. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. A timer will alert you when 30 seconds remain and again when your time has ended. We will begin with comments from individuals present in the boardroom, followed by those participating via Zoom. If you're joining via Zoom, please ensure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand. If you're on Zoom, use the raise hand feature to indicate your interest in speaking. We ask that you voluntarily state your name for the record before beginning your comments.
Welcome.
Thank you, Leo Benekoshan. Thank you for your wonderful presentation. My ears were tuned in because of the publicity about our dollar stores who serve people with greater levels of need and have just been fined so much money. gosh, now I have to pay more attention when I go to Home Depot. Thank you. But I just think it would be awesome now that it's the county, unfortunately, responsibility. If there was a web page or something where we could kind of be forewarned, even the multi-county. And then I don't know if you have an answer or if it's in your jurisdiction, but one thing that frustrates me is when you go and there's no price on anything.
Yeah.
And it's not obligated. I looked that up. And so it's like, how can I even check if the scanner's right or not, when there's no price there? So I don't know, just sharing. Thank you.
Good comment. Are there other members of the public that would like to speak on this particular item in the room? Okay, seeing none, may we go online, please?
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Linda Campbell.
Hey everyone, Linda Campbell, El Dorado Hills. So looking through it, I guess probably my biggest concern are the smaller businesses, because fees just keep adding up, especially if these are annual fees, not one time. So is the fee only for paying for the inspection, or is there any other benefit that the business actually gets from it? Maybe there's potential that we drop the fees a little bit in comparison to some of the other areas. And then I guess what's the estimated total of the fees across the county that are estimated to be received based on the businesses that are known right now? I think it would be helpful to have a total potential revenue related number, and then reconfirm again what's that supposed to be covering, because that can help make a decision on potentially lowering the fees as well. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing and ask, does staff want to comment on any of the public comments that you heard? You don't have to. I'm just asking if you want to clarify anything.
Originally, when we looked at the stores that we are anticipating registering and how many devices they have, we're anticipating somewhere between $20,000 to $25,000 worth of revenue that will be coming to our department. Again, the fee structure is set up to only recover regulatory costs. So when you're inspecting a store that has 1 to 3 point of sale stations, we have a set standard, a protocol that's developed by the National Institute of Standards and Technology that tells us how to do that by taking random samples of items. That testing procedure generally will take us about an hour and a half just in the store. So let's say our hourly rate is $85 an hour times an hour and a half. That's about how we get to that $120 registration fee, which is in line with what other counties are charging. It's a little bit below because I think our hourly rate is also a little bit below what other counties' hourly rates are. And it goes up from there.
One of the other questions that was asked was items that just don't even have any kind of price tag or anything associated with what the cost of that is.
Yes, there is not a requirement for most stores to post prices. There is a civil code for grocery stores that they are required to post prices on 80 to 85% of their items. And that's only for like food items. But otherwise, if you don't post the price, then you aren't required to, you're not obligated to stick to a price, I guess is the best way to say it.
That's interesting.
It is frustrating though.
Weird, yeah.
But even if they quote you a price, they are obligated to stick to that price.
Yeah, I used to like it when the stores would have a scanner in the store that you could check, check a price yourself. don't know why that fell by the wayside, but it was kind of nice. So
Yeah.
you could, to Leo's point, see what it was going to cost before you got to register.
All right, if there's no further questions, I'll bring this item back to the board for continued deliberation and/or action.
I'll move the item with the addition of adding per location in the fee schedule.
Okay, there's a motion
I'll second.
and a second. Any discussion on the motion? The only one question I have that I forgot to ask is, the fee's going to take place immediately upon adoption?
Yes. So that is the way it's written. We won't be prepared to actually send out registration fees until probably at the earliest July. It may be closer to January.
And I'm just curious, from a county perspective, how is it that we can make that fee immediately upon adoption, whereas most other fees that we adopt are 30 days? We have to wait before we can implement it.
I can attempt to address it. The answer is there is no good answer. There's the sections on fees that are in the government code are awfully confusing. And while certain fees, land use fees in particular, clearly can't be made effective until 60 days after they're enacted, that isn't the case for other fees. And because those statutes do allow you to adopt and amend fees either by ordinance or resolution. And if done by resolution, as is what is proposed here, there is no delayed effective date, as is the case typically with adoption of an ordinance. So again, it is confusing. This one is one because it is not a land use fee that is subject to a 60-day delay before its effective date. It could be made effective immediately. But as was noted, there's going to be some challenges in actually implementing that, and also the actual ordinance that is kind of the trigger point for the fees. Well, as I just noted a second ago, ordinances are only effective 30 days after they are enacted. So there's a timing issue that I think is intended to just be worked out in the implementation.
Okay.
Obviously, there's some outreach that needs to take place. So there's maybe a little bit of a disconnect between what the statute requires and what the department is able to accommodate.
Okay, all right. Clear as mud. Okay, there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, so we have a couple very quick closed sessions. Do we want to try to do one closed session, either item number 1 or 23, or do we just want to take a break? Do you have thoughts on that?
Well, I was wondering if you might be open to doing number 18, since we have Ms. Hess here to address that, and I don't expect that will take too long.
Yeah, that should go quick, huh?
That'll be quicker.
Yeah, if you think that'll be quick, it's listed on my agenda as a 30-minute item.
Yeah, I don't think it should be.
Okay, is the board comfortable with that? Do you want to hear item number 18?
Sure.
Okay, let's go ahead and open up item number 18, Barnett Business Park. Ms. Dawson.
Item number 18 comes from the Department of Transportation Maintenance and Operation Division, recommending the board, 1, approve the transfer of the remaining fund balance in the Barnett Business Park Lighting Zone of Benefit into the general CSA 9 fund to reduce administrative costs, and 2, direct staff to return to the board with a budget transfer by June 30th, 2026.
Okay, I'd like to welcome Ms. Hess from the Department of Transportation. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Hello, supervisors. It's nice to see you all again. Elizabeth Hess, Department of Transportation with the Zones of Benefits Program. And today I am returning per your direction. Back in November, we dissolved the Barnett Business Park Lighting Zone of Benefit, and we now have the remaining funds that we are coming to your board to receive guidance on what you'd prefer we do with those funds. The department has a specific recommendation, and that is to transfer the funds into the general fund for CSA 9. Rather than the county general fund, this way the funds stay within the CSA and can be used legally toward reducing administrative costs within the CSA. So we believe as the department that that's the best option for those funds. But of course, there are alternatives there, and I'm here to answer any questions that this board may have.
Okay, thank you. Boy, you're living up to the short and speedy part.
It's short and speedy.
Short and speedy. Okay. Are there questions of my colleagues on this particular item? Any questions?
Can you remind me what CSA?
Supervisor
Sorry,
Turnbull?
George.
Yeah, one of the questions I have is it possible, because they have some issues with stop signs in that business park that hasn't been completed? Is there any way that some of these funds could be put into putting stop signs up or not?
I completely hear where you're coming from, but unfortunately, no. The services they were intended for is street lighting within that zone of benefit. Other legal permissible uses are, again, for administrative costs within the CSA.
Okay. I just wanted to ask because there's an issue there. There's been
Sure.
Quite a few accidents in the intersection.
Absolutely.
Supervisor Ferrero?
No, I don't have a question.
No?
I'm good.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Are there any other questions by the board at this time? Okay, then I'll bring it back to the board for deliberation or action.
I'll move to approve as staff recommended, even though I don't like it. It's the best option.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, Supervisor Veerkamp, motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So back to the original question. Do we want to try to take either closed session item number 1 or 23 that are intended to be like 5 minutes? That would take us to 2, or should we just take a short break?
I would suggest a short break because I'm doubtful I could get staff here in
Okay.
sufficient time to handle that.
Okay. All right, we'll take a short break and we will reconvene at 2 o'clock promptly. All right, welcome back. We will now move to our time-certain public hearing, item number 22, planning and building. I'll go ahead and open up the public hearing, and Ms. Dawson, if you would please read this item into the record.
Item 22 is a hearing to consider the recommendation for approval from the Planning Commission on the Planning and Building Department Long Range Planning Unit repeal of an ordinance which establishes the tobacco retailer land use regulations and proposed amendments. And staff recommending the board take the following actions. 1, approve an ordinance repealing Ordinance 5210. 2, find repealing Ordinance 5210 exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act. And 3, approve repealing Ordinance 5210.
All right, thank you for that. I'd like to welcome our planning and building staff, and it looks like Mr. Pitt, you're going to present this item.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. I've got a presentation for you that should be up here shortly. I can just go ahead and get started without it, and we'll catch up when we get there.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Tim Pitt, Senior Planner with the Long Range Planning Team. Today I'm presenting the proposed repeal of Ordinance 5210, which established the county's tobacco retailer land use regulations. All of the materials for this item, including the proposed ordinance and the proposed edits to Title 130, are available for public review online on the county's Legistar. To date, as of last check this morning, staff has not received any public comment on this item. Next slide, please. Let me start with a quick overview of how we've arrived at today's item. First, in early 2024, the board adopted an interim moratorium to give staff time to study appropriate regulatory options for tobacco retailers. As that work continued, the board extended the moratorium in March to allow staff to complete both the licensing and land use components of the regulatory program. Later that year, in October of 2024, that effort resulted in the adoption of ordinances 5210 and 5211, which together established the county's land use rules for tobacco retailers and created the tobacco retail licensing program. Later that year, in October of 2024, that effort resulted in the adoption of ordinances 5210 and 5211. I think I already read that part. In July of 2025, after review of the potential economic impacts of those ordinances, the board directed staff to pursue a repeal of both licensing and land use components. In response to that direction, the board adopted ROI 147-2025 in October of 2025, formally initiating the process to repeal Ordinance 5210. Ordinance 5211 was repealed shortly thereafter in November of 2025. Most recently, in March of this year, the Planning Commission held a public hearing on the proposed repeal and forwarded its recommendation to the board. Next slide, please. This repeal would fully remove the county's tobacco retailer specific land use regulations. The specific land use standards adopted under Ordinance 5210 would be removed, and Section 130.40.340, which currently outlines all of the county's land use regulations specific to tobacco retailers, would be deleted from the zoning code, and tobacco retailers would return to being regulated under the same zoning provisions that applied prior to its adoption. In addition to removing that section, staff would also make the necessary updates to the commercial land use table to reflect the repeal of Ordinance 5210 and the removal of Section 130.40.340. Next slide, please. As I mentioned on slide 2, the Planning Commission heard this item on March 12th of this year, and they voted 4-0 in support of repealing the Ordinance 5210. The commissioners also added one extra recommendation to staff's recommendation. They suggested the board consider a new resolution of intention to explore a more balanced regulatory approach that takes both health and safety and economic impacts into account. Next slide, please. With that, staff is recommending that the board take the following actions today. First, find the repeal of ordinance 5210 exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act under sections 15060C2 and 15378. And second, approve the repeal of ordinance 5210, including the removal of section 130.40.340 of the county zoning code and updates to the land use table to reflect this repeal. If the board so chooses, you may also include the Planning Commission's added recommendation regarding the future ROI. If approved, these changes would take effect 30 days from adoption. This concludes my presentation, and we do have staff here to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, thank you. Questions? Any clarifying questions? No, not seeing any. Okay, let's open up the public comment. Ms. Dawson.
We are now taking public comment specifically on item 22. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. A timer will alert you when 30 seconds remain and again when your time is ended. We'll begin with comments from individuals present in the boardroom, followed by those participating via Zoom. If you're joining via Zoom, please ensure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand. If you're on Zoom, use the raise hand feature to indicate your interest in speaking. We ask that you voluntarily state your name for the record before beginning your comments.
Welcome.
Hello there. My name is Mark Strow. I'm a retailer here in El Dorado County. I want to begin by sincerely thanking the board and staff for the time, effort, and care you put into reviewing this issue. We truly appreciate the thoughtful approach and willingness to listen to the concerns of local businesses. For me, this is personal. Our employees rely on us for their livelihoods, and our communities rely on us for their everyday services. The decisions made here directly impacted both. I also want to thank you for recognizing that the policies like this can have serious unintended consequences. For gas stations, the ability to sell tobacco is a large piece of what makes locations financially viable. When the balance is restricted, it can ultimately mean that new gas stations simply are not built. The direction you're taking today helps create a more stable path forward for businesses and allows businesses like ours to continue investing in our people and our communities. We take our responsibilities seriously and will continue to operate with strong commitment to compliance and accountability. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other members of the public that would like to address the board on this item? Welcome.
I think it's my third strike because you don't have other hearings. Leo Bennett Koshan, and I may be misunderstanding, but so I'm just expressing a concern because it seems like it's written that you're going to vote today, not a first reading. Not sure about that. And I urge you that if that is correct, that you add staff's recommendation. I wish you'd slow down, but you add staff's recommendation of returning to you with a balanced regulatory structure. You've been doing this for a while, and when I looked it up, that particular ask for a balanced regulatory structure was part of the discussion. So I'm expressing concern. I understand there's multiple perspectives. I'm sharing that of a teacher. So, no disrespect to the prior speaker, but as a teacher, when gas stations and everything else around a school weren't regulated, then chewing tobacco and all flavored tobacco, you talk about it, it started to infiltrate our schools. To be frank, it was all the Red Bull that really bugged me, but that's not in your purview. But I'm just hoping you can explain how are you balancing what you're looking at, which is the economic impact, all the things I read about. Makes sense that you felt like you overregulated and so forth, but it seems like perhaps you're overcorrecting too fast and the kids could end up what I experienced. Thank you for taking my comment.
Thank you. Are there other members of the public that would like to come forward? Welcome.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. My name is Ashley Boston. I'm the Risk and Compliance Manager with Straub Companies. I want to sincerely thank the board and staff for the time, attention, and care that you've given this issue. I know that there have been many perspectives to consider, and I truly appreciate the board's willingness to listen and thoughtfully evaluate the real impact on local businesses like ours. I also want to be very clear. The action that you're taking today does not lessen our responsibility, and it does not change our commitment. If anything, it reinforces it. We take compliance extremely seriously and will continue to do so. From our ID verification process to ongoing employee training and internal audits and accountability standards, this is something we're going to focus on every single day to continuously work to strengthen. We are committed to being a part of the solution, operating responsibly, and continuing to earn the trust of this community and this board. Your willingness to take a step back and consider a more thoughtful approach means a great deal to not just us, but all of the retailers involved. It allows businesses like ours to continue doing the things the right way while supporting our employees and serving our communities. We are truly grateful for the opportunity to be heard and for the care you've shown in working through this issue. We don't take that trust lightly, and we will continue to show it through our actions each and every day. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Other members of the public that would like to speak on this issue? Okay, may we go to online?
Now taking public comment from online participant. Now taking public comment from Debbie's iPhone.
Oh, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Debbie Manning, El Dorado Hills Chamber of Commerce. First of all, I want to commend the Board of Supervisors for taking the steps to deregulate where you can, being safe, and supporting local small businesses. We've already spoke on this. We're in support. We continue to support staff's recommendation. I really can't comment on the Planning Commission because unfortunately I missed that, but we would obviously be in full support of the staff recommendation number 1 and 2. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from iPhone.
Hi, good afternoon. Kelly Nelavaya, El Dorado Hills District 1. I think it would be remiss for me not to call in on this today, especially. It's certainly something that's been going a long time, and definitely in the perspective of protecting children, a very different perspective before my son's death from illicit fentanyl and after. And I really would like to emphasize, I, of course, would like to see no one smoke or chew tobacco or do all those things, adults included. I'd also like to see things without artificial flavor and color and carcinogens and Red Bulls and all those things. With cigarettes being, I think, $13 a pack, I'm surprised people are still smoking. But I think we're missing the point that children are not vulnerable at these places. Maybe there's once in a while when somebody gets through with ABC doing a decoy. What we really need to go back to focusing on, and I hope this is put to bed, is the fact that our children are getting distributors that are hiding in parks and behind the gas stations and at schools, trying to sell them the illegal forms of vape pens and marijuana and other drugs that are filled and potentially going to kill them. Let's let the small businesses do as they do, the rights to conduct their business. If adults want to smoke and get lung cancer, hopefully they're not on taxpayer-funded insurance. But I do say this with full confidence that I am the least concerned that our children are vulnerable from licensed and regulated small business gas station and marts. So I support your vote today and hope that we can move on from this subject. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Laurel Mary Brentbaum.
I've testified at El Dorado County Chamber of Commerce, Laurel Brentbaum. We've testified in support of this originally and still stand in support of it. And just want to thank you for bringing this forward today. Thank you.
Thank you.
There is no additional public comment.
Okay, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing. Are there any comments from the public that staff wishes to address? If not, I'll bring this item back to the board for deliberation and or action.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I would move item 22, items 1, 2, and 3.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
And there's a second motion and a second discussion on the motion. Does anybody have any comments that they want to make at this point or questions? I'll simply reiterate something I've probably said before, but that is, this ordinance came about because really the data shows that we have about 4 to 5 stores that sell tobacco products of all kinds for every 1,000 people that live in El Dorado County. And that really, we felt the healthy range, the data says, is more like 1 store per 1,000 population. So when we looked at this back in 2024, we really looked at it through the lens of not just our youth, but they were certainly a big part of it, but just a healthy community in general. So this was an attempt to try to do that. The gas stations and the grocery stores and the specialty stores that sell a lot of these products weren't hugely engaged in that process, as I recall. And so when it did go into effect and there was a pushback from that industry, it was understandable that it had to do with, and I don't say this lightly, but it's true. I mean, it had to do with an ability to make a living and, right, and be able to sell other products that were kind of like, this was a byproduct of somebody coming in and actually buying gas. So I understand the pushback, and I would like to see if there is a balance. And I would like for this board to really consider some type of resolution of intention to have our staff go back and look at, is there some kind of structural framework that we can come up that balances the economics of this, but also considers the health of our community and the health of our youth. We had the Youth Commission here last week, and a question was asked by the board of the Youth Commission. What are some of the biggest problems that you see in, these were high school kids at this point, our young people, and they said vaping is like the biggest problem, and it's starting to get into middle schools and even elementary schools. So we're not addressing that at all by simply just repealing what we did, but is there some kind of balance? And if we need to repeal what we did initially, but also pursuing some type of better structure, I would be very interested in that. So there is a motion and a second. Is there further discussion?
I just think
Guerrero?
this is a problem that, and it is a problem, admittedly. I mean, I'm certainly not up here encouraging smoking or teenage smoking, but the state already has age restrictions for tobacco products. I went online this weekend. I could buy Juul vapes. I could buy flavored chewing tobacco, which have already been outlawed in California. So I think we should move forward, not belabor this anymore, but certainly appreciate what you're saying. And but the kids are gonna, if they want it, they're gonna get it. And I don't think we're gonna be able to change that by our ordinances.
Further discussion? Okay, seeing none, then I'll ask for a vote. There's a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? No.
And I would like the record to reflect, my mic wasn't on. Just as I stated on July 29th, 2025, when we had this discussion, I do not support completely repealing the ordinances and would have preferred that instead we modified them, which we were told we could work on by members that were here, and to modify them so that both ordinances worked in a manner to ensure that they are workable and beneficial to all stakeholders. So I would like that in the record for all eternity.
Madam Clerk, did you want to report the vote?
Sorry. Motion passes 3-2 with Supervisors Lane and Parlin registering a no vote.
Okay, thank you. Again, I look to our, thank you, Planning and Building, for being here. I look to our closed session items. Do we want to try to take one or two? We're not time certain on item number 20, so we could go right into it.
That,
We could do that? Okay,
it's
Yeah.
obviously your decision. I
Go on to it.
Let's just
Okay.
meter it in. It's
let's
gonna be-
do it.
take
All
some
right,
time.
let's circle back to item number 20, which originally was to be heard at 10:30 this morning, but that ship left the dock. So item 20 is from Planning and Building regarding VHR Ag Lodging update. Madam Clerk, would you please read this item into the record?
Item 20 comes from Planning and Building Department, Planning Division, recommending the board receive a presentation on agricultural lodging options and provide direction to staff. Written public comments received by 4 p.m. on the day prior to today's meeting were distributed to all board members and included with this agenda item.
Thank you for that, and I'd like to welcome our Director of Planning and Building, Ms. Garner.
Yeah, thank you so much. Good afternoon, Honorable Chair and Supervisors. As Kim is bringing up the presentation, I wanted to take a moment to talk about, what is here before you today. And it's to discuss agricultural lodging and talk about what that might look like here in El Dorado County. I also will share some feedback that we've heard from some stakeholder groups and go over some options for the board to consider and provide some feedback on. I'll talk about a model in Santa Barbara County that's been fairly successful to date, and also how ag lodging does and does not intersect with vacation home rentals, accessory dwelling units, ranch marketing, and the winery ordinance here in the county. Finally, I'll talk about recommendations for community outreach, and again, ask the board for feedback. I actually have some very specific questions we can go over, but feedback on anything I talk about is certainly appreciated. And that feedback will help staff as we do go out and talk to the community, to stakeholders, to residents. It will help, again, guide that outreach. And so to be clear, this information sharing and feedback gathering that we're doing today, that's the main goal. We're not actually proposing specific language for ordinances. And in fact, I would kind of prefer we stay a little higher level than that. And, if staff gets a good understanding of the board's direction and then goes out to the community and understands what they're interested in, we can then craft the language to achieve those goals. We will return to the board with a conceptual ordinance in the future, and we'll also vet that ordinance with the Ag Commission and the Planning Commission before bringing it back to the board. All right, with that, on the next slide, I'll talk a little bit about things that have happened in the past. And actually in 2017, the board discussed options that would have provided enhancement of agritourism opportunities. My understanding is there were some drafts and then it kind of died on the vine, so to speak. So that never made it into an ordinance, and came back in 2024 and discussed with this is September 2024, the Ag Commissioner, Leanne Mila, and myself. We were directed to work with the ag community and work on an ag lodging model. And then in July 25, the two of us met with a group of agricultural representatives to discuss some more specifics, and I'll go over that in a minute. And then in August 2025, the CAO, in coordination with the Budget Ad Hoc Committee, provided the board information regarding revenue generation options, and ag homestays, ag lodging was one of those potential options that really came to the surface as something we wanted to explore. So this presentation I'm giving you today is also the same presentation that I have shared with the Ag Commission and SEED, our Strategic Economic Enhancement Development Committee, earlier this month. All right, when Leanne and I spoke with the Ag group, we talked about what they would want to see if we did implement ag lodging, outcomes they wanted to see, problems they wanted to avoid. And I wanted to share that feedback with you because I thought that it really provided a really good foundation for this conversation and for the conversations we've had since then and moving forward. So when we talked about what outcomes they would want to see, top of the list was to preserve ag land and its viability. This was not intended to substitute for ag operations, but to enhance and assist, as has been talked about with some of the public comment earlier. When there's a freeze or, glassy wing sharpshooter or whatever the situation is and profits are low that year, that's when it's especially important to have some other reliable source of income. One of the other outcomes mentioned was to increase our transient occupancy tax, sales tax, and property tax. Again, I think some of the people mentioned that this morning. You bring people in, particularly to areas that do not have hotels. They're staying there, they're going to local restaurants and patronizing other businesses as well. Performance-based outcomes was really just a conversation about tracking and seeing what the actual effects are and making sure if we were to make changes, what metrics do we want to look at to make sure that what we've done is making a positive difference and contributing to the things like TOT, sales tax, and property tax. A streamlined process was also very important, as well as clear qualifications, having a checklist, a matrix, but also having some flexibility, knowing one size does not fit all. Other outcomes that the group thought was important to achieve was to support other industries and create jobs. So perhaps not only for those actually having ag lodging options, but those that would support it, people that clean or manage those facilities, or even, again, the restaurants or recreation in the area. Another item was to have less pressure on our farmers to sell or change from ag and thereby actually increasing the value of ag land. Providing a pathway for unpermitted historic structures. This again came up this morning, and I'll talk a little bit more about that as we talk about ADUs and VHRs and the differences. But we do recognize that some of this activity is already occurring. In some cases, it's unpermitted structures. In some cases, it was a structure built as an ADU. Do we want to provide a pathway? And I believe the sentiment from this group was, yes, let's explore pathways to get folks into compliance, to get structures permitted and into the ag lodging arena, with all the proper permits and reviews. Another outcome was to consider farmers who are leasing ag land, so not necessarily just owning ag land, but some of our ranches, they do lease out to others and allow them to participate with the property owner's permission, of course. And then just throughout this whole process to provide consistent messaging to combat misinformation. All right, next slide on problems to avoid was to not create a competitive environment or potential for conflict between ag landowners. So make sure that everybody has an opportunity, but also make sure that they're not conflicting with one another. Buffers has been talked about quite a bit, and definitely support for having some sort of buffer, exactly what that looks like, whether it's similar to VHR, which is property line to property line, or whether it's from the actual use of ag lodging to other sensitive receptors. Those can all be things we explore, but there was support for having some sort of buffer between uses. And then substantial impact to neighbors. Part of the conversation around that has been the general concept that the larger the parcel, the more you should be allowed to do. So in other words, there's a correlation between parcel size and either the number or intensity of uses, but also the level of review that might be required. So if there is some agreement that, hey, you've got a large parcel, you might want to have just one or two ag lodging, you're far from your neighbors, maybe that's a simpler process for review, a lower level administrative review. But if you're going to be a little more intense, you're going to be a little closer to neighbors, perhaps that requires a slightly higher level of review. Again, no specific, answers at this point, but just a concept to keep in mind. And then another problem to avoid was just an approach that does not discourage investment and, of course, to keep the process simple. Okay. So one of the concepts to explore further was if we want to allow a combination, this kind of goes along with what I was just talking about with, intensity and the level of review. I think when people thought about all these options, vacation home rental, ag lodging, special events through ranch marketing, if you were to do all those things on a parcel, that could get pretty intense pretty quickly. So really wanting to recognize that that needs to be explored and find what that good balance is. Limiting it perhaps to a single thing, maybe, but maybe a couple of those do work well together. So, if you have some ranch marketing events, some promotional events, and you have ag lodging, if you have wine tasting and ag lodging, that makes sense. So we can take a look at that as well. All right. One of the models that we looked at was for Santa Barbara County, and we looked at that closely, although it's a little bit different. They developed what they call an agricultural enterprise ordinance, and it really combines many of the things that El Dorado County is already doing, as well as ag lodging and low impact camping. But it's under one ordinance. So it does help in making it a little more clear about what activities are allowed in what zones. People obviously can go to that one ordinance and see what they can and can't do depending on the size of their property, depending on the specific zoning of the property, and even location of their property. Because that was a new comprehensive ordinance that Santa Barbara County did, they did do, just to be clear, they did do an environmental impact report, and it was between the consultants that assisted them with the EIR and the other work, and it was about a 3-year process. They spent, it was about $750,000 total. So I say that just because we're going to talk a little bit more in a bit about, triggering certain levels of CEQA review. As we all know, CEQA can add a lot of time and it can add a lot of expense. So we want to keep that in mind as we're looking at these options. I also wanted to note that Placer County is doing a review. Theirs is a little bit different. Their intended output of their effort is to not necessarily to create an ordinance at this point, but to explore and gather data and inform them of potential future policy and ordinance changes. So they're looking at a variety of things, including ag land conversion risk assessment, ag land protection prioritization, and land preservation incentives, community housing needs, but they are also looking at ag marketing and tourism. Their effort, they received a grant, so almost the entire $500,000 was grant funded of about a $550,000 effort. But something for us to just look at. Obviously, there are neighbors, they've got some similar issues and pressures that we have. Their ag is probably more similar to what we have, whereas Santa Barbara County is pretty large ag production. Placer County is probably a little more similar to us. So I think we as staff would be wise to just pay attention and see, follow Placer County's efforts as we go along. Okay. Okay. I apologize because the presentation being shown is slightly different than what I have, and that's fine. We'll get through this. But I may be talking and saying things that don't necessarily show up on the slide. So I'm going to talk about, before we talk about the board discussion, I had mentioned, talk about different county programs and what the differences and similarities are. So we're talking about ag lodging today. We've already have programs for vacation home rentals, accessory dwelling units, ranch marketing, and wineries. And ag lodging, of course, the intent here is to provide new opportunities for local farmers and ranchers to increase revenues and enhance the economic productivity of ag operations. It would allow short-term rentals on ag zone land, providing safe lodging options in rural areas and generate TOT, transient occupancy tax revenue for the county. This would likely be in small units, separate from a single family home. What we'd expect to see are things like cottages, converted barns, or other converted small structures. And again, short-term rentals less than 30 days. Vacation home rentals, the intent of those is to also expand the number and type of lodging facilities and provide supplemental revenue for homeowners, so similar. But generally, this is done by renting out a single-family home or a portion of a single-family home in the case of a hosted rental. Again, short-term rental less than 30 days. We, of course, see a big majority of our VHRs in our tourism areas like South Lake Tahoe. Accessory dwelling units, those are regulated by both state and county code, and in both cases are viewed as a way to provide affordable housing alternatives. County code specifically requires that accessory dwelling units cannot be rented for less than 30 consecutive calendar days. So they are intended to be long-term rentals. And then ranch marketing and winery ordinances. These zoning code sections allow certain activities on ag zone properties that meet specific criteria. Activities include marketing events, special events, and the sale of related products, such as Apple Ranch selling apple pies. Okay, so that's sort of the differences there. So I will talk about some options that are laid out in the staff report for the board to consider. Option one is a simpler approach where we are updating we actually do, I want to make this clear, we do have ag lodging currently in our zoning code. It is not very well defined. It has some definitions, but it really doesn't have any criteria around it. And even the definitions that are used are a little bit antiquated. They talk about, the primary purpose might be for education of people to, go out on a ranch. And that may be well and good, but I think what has evolved is looking at it for a different purpose. And especially in this county, as we've talked about, where lodging, we don't have a lot of options, particularly in like our wine country and Apple Hill areas, that we want to perhaps expand what the concept of ag lodging is. So option one would look at our existing zoning code and perhaps modify that, and then put together some other parameters for, based on feedback of how many ag lodging units you could have on what size parcel and what specific zones. And then also perhaps look at what level of review. So whether it's an by right or administrative permit or a conditional use permit or some other level of review. All right, option 2, the goal here would be to combine ag lodging concepts, low impact camping, ranch marketing, wineries into one ordinance section, more like the Santa Barbara model. On the plus side, people could go to one ordinance section to understand all their options. But this option would probably take a little more time to craft and could potentially trigger a higher level of CEQA analysis. And I should mention that the first option, we've looked at that a little bit. We will have to continue to always be mindful of the level of environmental review needed, but we think option 1 probably can be done and accomplished through existing CEQA, existing EIRs that have been done for other purposes. And, but I do want to say that just because it does trigger a higher level of CEQA analysis, that I don't want people to think that means it's off the table. We just have to be mindful and, go in eyes wide open, understanding that that's more time and probably additional cost. But if it's determined it's worth the effort, then we'll bring that forward as an option and talk about how that might be funded. And then the third option is really kind of separate from the first 2, but it's really talking about special events because this comes up quite often. Right now, if you want to have an event center, you can do that in some of our commercial zones. Outside of that, the only way to hold special events is if you qualify for ranch marketing and you follow those regulations. If the board wants us to pursue looking at other options to allow for special events in other zones, we can do that. And again, that would probably take a little more time and almost certainly would trigger a higher level of environmental review because those impacts, for example, if we were to say, maybe there are some ag zones where we want to allow special event centers, that has not been analyzed under any environmental impact reports or other environmental analysis, and we would need to do that. So that is the other option. Okay, so board discussion, again, options 1, 2, or 3. Specific questions are about, the pathway, feedback, to get feedback from the board. Pathways for accessory dwelling units to be converted to ag lodging is one of them. So again, some people have ADUs on their property and they're zoned ag and they really want to use them as short-term rentals rather than long-term rentals. Can we create a pathway to do that? And we can explore that and see if there is a pathway to do that. It does have implications. We do count ADUs as part of our RENA numbers. And so we need to understand better if we were to allow that conversion. And I don't think it's going to be, 100% of the ADUs on ag property are suddenly going to want to become ag lodging instead, but we can look at what number are we talking about? How would that really affect our RENA numbers? And then also pathway to permit unpermitted structures. The amnesty program model is one we can look to that we've created for other situations. We could do something similar. So what that would mean is there's somebody who has converted a barn and is renting it out, never got it permitted through the building department. We would give them a certain amount of time to get that permit. We would probably conduct an initial assessment of that structure to make sure it at least meets basic health safety codes, that it's not going to be a problem, at least for the short term, and then give them a very specific window to come in and get it permitted and get that done. Another item for discussion is low impact camping. And So that was brought up quite a bit this morning of AB 518, which the nice thing about that is, as was mentioned, the state has implemented that program, and it gives a pathway for us to allow in pretty much in no cases more than 9 camping sites on a property, and it does depend on size, but that in most cases would probably be exempt from CEQA review because of the state allowing that. It's would be considered a ministerial process. Now, in adopting that, you can adopt exactly what the state has outlined, or you can be a little more restrictive if you'd like. So we can again explore that and perhaps look at that in terms of if you're going to have ag lodging and low impact camping on the same property, maybe there's some limitations there so it doesn't get too impactful to your neighbors. We've already formed a steering committee that is 2 ag commissioners and 2 seed committee members to discuss this, since there's a lot of overlap between economic development and ag here. And on that committee, on that 2x2 committee, it's Dave Bolster and Chuck Mansfield from the Ag Commission, and Carl Robato and Dave Spar from Seed. And I would look to that group to really help us outline, community outreach in particular and getting feedback from the community. Another item for discussion from the board would be what zones should be considered and what level of review is appropriate. Again, this was something that was brought up by some this morning. Does the board feel that this should be a benefit specifically for ag zone parcels? And even within the ag zoning, that it does include what is called forest resource zone and timber production zone. And those are, not necessarily what people think of as traditional ag. Obviously, timber is a form of ag, but the timber production zone in particular, if you look at how that's described in our zoning code, it's pretty protective of the resources and timber harvesting. So it's even now quite difficult to do additional activities in the timber preserve zone. And then also another zoning is rural lands, and rural lands are really more geared towards residential uses, but do allow ag uses. But it is a little different because they're not protected like traditional ag zoning is. You have a right to farm. There's no right to farm protections on rural lands. So that may be one we want to think about, whether we want to allow these same uses on rural lands, or perhaps they have to be a certain size. Again, consider limitations on the number of uses on one parcel. And maybe again, it's dependent on the size, that the larger the parcel, the more different activities you can have on one parcel. And then also determination of qualifying parcels. So as we have with our ranch marketing and wineries, you have to have a viable crop, and you have to have a minimum size viable crop to have these other activities. And that is to ensure that it is a true ag user. We can do something similar. There's other ways to look at it. People have talked about income. You have to have a certain amount of income to have these uses. That does get challenging if, again, something happens to a crop in a particular year and it gets wiped out. So we can stick with right now it's 5 acre minimum. You have to have at least 5 acres of viable crop to have some of those other activities. In the Santa Barbara model, they increase it. So again, the more activities, you have to have a bigger crop to qualify for those additional activities. And So to wrap it up, I just want to mention again that we took this information, basically the same discussion, to Ag Commission. They had some questions about what we were just talking about as far as what level of activity should be allowed on the different zones, and if there perhaps may be some ag zones that don't necessarily have the same allowances that, true ag zones would have. And then this also at the seed committee, they discussed this quite a bit. And the bottom line with the seed committee was we need to do something sooner rather than later. And they recommended that the board consider directing staff to do what we can do without triggering a high level of CEQA review. Definitely going out and doing, gathering feedback from the community and from the industry, but trying to get something back in front of the board as quickly as possible. And then if there are other things at that time that we say, hey, we might want to do this, this might be a good idea, but it's just going to take a little more time and effort, that we maybe perhaps do that as a later phase. So again, get something in place quickly, and the low-hanging fruit that someone mentioned today, and then come back at a later date and perhaps expand it from there. Okay, with that, I know that was a lengthy presentation, but there's a lot of information here, a lot of things to consider. So happy to answer any questions at this time.
Great, and I will just remind my colleagues, we heard a lot of public comment this morning on this particular item, and we also received about 12 written comments on this item as well. Supervisor Turnbull, do you have some clarifying questions?
I just question on low impact camping can be included in an effort. It says in this one, the pros on, but I got some questions because 95% of all wildfires are unattended, improperly extinguished campfires. So are we going to have open pits? Are they going to be regulated just propane only? I mean, also restroom facilities? Are we going to have a camp host that's going to be able to monitor all these different campsites? And getting to these campsites, is it going to be tall grass? Is it going to be maintained? Is it going to be a road that goes into it? Because you got to take and consider it. Catalytic converters, it's over 2,000 degrees, and it can start a wildfire, especially driving into these different facilities. Plus, not only that, the oil in antifreeze, it's drained on vehicles when they park. That's why a lot of them went to blacktop or asphalt where they park their vehicles because of that. So, I mean, there's a lot of things that needs to be addressed, especially, and that's my concerns, but wildfire is a big thing. It really is, especially when we've gone through that. Already, we've had 3 horrific fires is what we have. So I'm just really concerned, but I can understand there's a lot of things that's good on this we could look into, but this is very, very critical is what it is, especially when you're talking about people that are camping in rural areas next to people's property. A fire gets out because of a campfire that, basically doesn't get put out, and then it causes a wildfire. So I have a lot of concerns with that. So.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that is definitely something we can take into consideration. Having campsites, campgrounds doesn't automatically mean they can have, open fire. So I think that's something we could regulate, and, might be good to perhaps have, Pioneer Fire and some of the other rural fire districts involved in this effort as we're doing outreach to address some of those concerns and issues.
Yeah, and the biggest thing is clearance. How much clearance around these particular campsites? There's a lot of concerns here, especially when, when it comes to the safety and welfare of the people and the residents that live in this county.
In the Santa Barbara County, they did consider things like that, and, spacing, and, they wanted some space in between campgrounds, but not too much space either. They wanted them clustered on the parcel within a certain distance so that they could be more easily managed. You don't want them so spread out that you can't, get to all of them within a short amount of time. But that's kind of the beauty of looking at a model like Santa Barbara. They have addressed some of these very issues. And so we actually have talked to their staff as we were putting this together, and they're very open and willing to share their experiences. So we can ask specifically about wildfire safety with them.
Yeah, and there was a particular incident and stuff. There was a resident out in my district, and I'm going to say where, but there was concern that they were camping on this particular property and they were driving through high grass to get where they were going. So anyway, and I think code enforcement went out and shut it down, if I remember right.
Are there other clarifying questions by the board at this time?
What does that mean, clarifying questions? Like, I
Well,
have a
it's really-
bazillion questions.
Yeah. It's really clarifying information that we may have heard, but we're going to bring it back to the board for deliberation and further comments and
There'll be more
questions.
questions.
So I would say ask them now. Okay. Ms. Parlin, do you want to start or you want me to come back to you?
I think I just need discussion. I need to discuss things, not ask clarifying questions.
Yeah, let's,
So,
I'm not seeing a lot of clarifying questions at this time.
no.
So let's move into discussion and direction to staff.
And I apologize, I gave Kim the wrong PowerPoint, not her fault that she showed. So if you refer to the agenda packet, it's attachment A, page 9 of 10 are the actual questions that I mentioned verbally, but if you need to refer to them.
Gotcha. Okay.
Madam
Thank
Chair,
you.
I do have one
Yes,
question.
Mr.
for
Veerkamp.
Staff. Given the ranch marking ordinance, given the issue with VHRs, given the inquiry into hardship cases, and speaking specifically on the ranch marking ordinance, the events and weddings issues, do we have the bandwidth to expand the program at this time and do a good job with it? Asking staff.
So I think the goal would be to really try and carefully craft the regulations. We've learned a lot from ranch marketing and winery ordinance and VHRs and all of that. And again, looking at the Santa Barbara model, it's not going to be perfect. There's no way we can put together an ordinance and everybody's going to comply and be happy and there's never going to be a problem. We will need enforcement. And I would say, we may want to consider additional code enforcement at some point, but I don't think it would be, if we were to implement something, I'd say let's wait and see and then add as we go along. Because, it may be that there's very few problems, that everybody is responsible, that the regulations are clear and similar to what we did with ranch marketing, you've got a permit perhaps. And if you have violations, that permit goes away and you can no longer do those things. It could be something similar to that. But, I would say, that would probably be, as far as ongoing time and expense, would be on the code enforcement side. If we create some sort of permit program, we would have to consider how that is handled. But, as part of this, I would actually like to look at our use permit process as well and see if we can perhaps streamline that for some of these options so that it's less time consuming. Everybody, I get it when you say conditional use permit, they're the months and dollar signs are just going up in their head. But again, I don't think that everything is going, maybe there's actually quite a lot that you can do without a conditional use permit, that it's an administrative permit, it's or some other type of use permit that's a little bit lower level, a little more streamlined. So hopefully can save some time there.
Yeah, and I certainly understand the revenue generation component of it, but again, I just don't think we've solved the current ones that we currently have, and I'm going to add one more item to that, and he's sitting over there on the left. It's called mitigation to our roadways. Apple Hill, classic example. We're trying to put together some sort of a program or assessment or something for tourism to cover the mitigation that is not getting done because of the extreme traffic that is created. And again, I'm not against it. We need to do things right. That's why I certainly wouldn't advocate for option one at this point. I think we've got our hands full with what we're currently working on, and option two or three, well-defined, and have solutions prior to running into problems. Like I said, our big issues are events and weddings, and obviously we hear it, and we're in litigation over that. So I think we got to be careful. I certainly understand the revenue side, and I want to do that where we can. But, even on the camping side, and Supervisor Turnbull brought up a good point, those things lead to other major problems, especially camping. And if you restrict it so much because there's safety issues, then who's going to want to go camping? So just things need to be thought out and done methodically and not rushed into.
Supervisor Ferrero.
Would we be able to lean into this, looking at consider something like option one, implement AB was 518, things that don't trigger CEQA, and then build on that down the road, looking at option two and three? Or would that be just an immense, amount of staff time, duplicative efforts, things like that?
No, I think that is definitely an option that we can pursue. One advantage to that is that we can maybe adjust. It would be a smaller bite of the apple, and we can adjust, and it allows for this additional activity. And, if something's not working, we can tweak and change it before we go and expand upon that later on down the road. Some of the discussion too is, again, if there are bigger things we want to do in the future that would trigger a higher level of environmental review, how does that get paid for? Who's paying for that? One of the discussions that SEED has had is this idea of tourism improvement districts. And if that generates funds, then perhaps that is a resource that you can tap into to, pay for that higher level of environmental review for something a little more intense. It could even potentially be, I don't know all the ins and outs. We're learning about tourism improvement districts, what you can and can't do, but that could even potentially pay for the cost of a code enforcement officer.
Then one more question. What triggers the collection of TOT? Let's say we implemented 518, allowed wineries to have 9 camp spots or RV spots. Could we automatically collect TOT? What has to be done to be able to trigger that?
You can automatically collect TOT on something that qualifies under our current ordinance. And I want to be clear that that does not include campsites. Our ordinance, the way it's written, campsites are excluded from TOT collection. And the only way to change that is because it is a tax, is a vote of the people, as we've done before. Now, there are some alternatives to consider if we were to implement a tourism improvement district. You could include the campsites in there, and they'd be paying some sort of assessment. It would not be TOT, so it's not money that's going to come directly back to the county, to our general fund, but it can be set up to help pay for some of the impacts that they have. And, potentially, like I said, even something like might pay for a code enforcement officer as an example. But we're exploring that concept. So I don't know all the ins and outs of what you can and can't do with tourism improvement district, but that is actually going to be a topic on our next SEED agenda.
All right, thanks.
I'm interested in the thinking behind the accessory dwelling units, which we refer to as ADUs, and their possible conversion to short-term rentals. And how does that marry up with the state of California and their regulations. The thought behind accessory dwelling units was to add long-term, more affordable housing, and conversion to short-term rentals, I thought was not even allowed.
Per the county ordinance, they have to be long-term rentals, 30 plus days. The state does not have that exact same language except for some certain types of units, and they're on the smaller side. There's sort of a subsection of state ADU code that does say they must be for long-term rentals, but they're actually silent on a lot of the ADUs. But I'm always cautionary about that because, as you know, the state used to not even address ADUs, back in the day. And every year they have more and more regulations, and they're tweaking what they have to get more in the business of what ADUs are and are not. It would not surprise me if down the road the state does say, you know what, all ADUs have to be for long-term rental. So I think when we're talking about this conversion, we'd be looking at things like the state says if you're going to have an ADU, there are certain impact fees you don't have to pay. Well, if you're now going to be turning that into a short-term rental, it seems like you should have to pay those impact fees. You should pay the full brunt of those impact fees. So that might be part of how we do the conversion is like, okay, now you got to go back. If you want to convert this from an ADU to ag lodging, you're going to have to go back and pay those fees that maybe you didn't have to pay before. Those are the types of things that we would consider.
Okay, that makes sense. When I took the opportunity, and I think several of my colleagues did as well, to watch the seed conversation around this. We certainly got a lot of information from the public as to how they kind of view this, but the fact of the matter is the county is looking at a budget that's flat or declining. So we're looking at either having to generate new revenue or cut expenses, or a combination of both. But we're certainly in that place right now. We're looking at the wine industry, which has been just decimated. And we're looking at 50% of our wineries, according to data that I've seen, are either for sale, up for sale, or not even being used or abandoned at this point. So, what we're really talking about here is not only a benefit to the county in terms of some opportunity for some new revenue, which we desperately need, but so desperate also are property owners that have ag land that they're really struggling. And so the idea that we could pick the low-hanging fruit, as one of the members of the public said this morning, do the quick things that don't trigger CEQA, these things all to me just make total sense. I'd like to hear some more from my colleagues as well on this topic, but time is not on our side. And any direction that we can give staff to keep moving forward is definitely where I think we need to land on this. Supervisor Ferrero.
Yeah, I defer to the three of you down on the other end because I don't have any of these in my district, but it seems like there's a high demand from the landowners. I agree with you. Pick the low-hanging fruit and move forward, and we can expand on that. But what, looking down the road, if these landowners aren't making a living producing from their land, are they going to want to turn around and rezone it for, God knows what else? And that's something I think we should be concerned with also to help them make a living off their land, but like I said, I don't have any in my district, so I only see
Not
what I'm,
even- You don't even have one?
I don't think so.
Look over. I'm like, oh, okay.
Maybe one that, might apply, but yeah, probably not.
Okay.
I got a question, Karen.
Supervisor Turnbull.
Can we look at the California State Park camping requirements and maybe follow their guidelines? Because if we're going to have camping out in these rural areas I think they should be under that because there's so many different regulations and stuff. And especially when it comes to fire safety and stay limits and then check-in and pets and waste and vehicles, like I said, vehicles must remain in designated paved areas and comply with speed limits of 50 miles an hour. So there's a lot of stuff here when it pertains to the state requirements, and I think we need to look into that a little bit and see what we can come up with. Because if there's a state guideline, we don't have to reinvent the wheel. So
Yeah, that's great. That's great feedback. Thank you.
Supervisor Parlin. You have 3 minutes.
Yeah. We've been waiting for this since September of 2024, and here it is, and it's so much that now it's overwhelming. So I share Supervisor Veerkamp's concerns that I feel I really want to do something. I do. But we need to do it. When the ranch marketing ordinance was updated in 2016, I think it was, everybody thought it was awesome and great. And then in 2019, we realized it was full of holes and not enforceable. So we can't do that again. And I think that's where a lot of us are a little gun shy, quite honestly, to do something new. Because we're still, you heard the constituents calling this morning. We are dealing with some really bad situations. And it's because the county didn't foresee. And I get what you're saying, Karen. It's like nothing's going to be perfect the first time around, but gosh, it can't be what happened with that ranch marketing ordinance. It was so badly done. And again, at the time, everybody thought it was great. So, and the bandwidth, how much are we going to spend on additional code enforcement? It's going to take more evening and weekend code enforcement because that's usually when most of the complaints happen, and that's expensive. So then we have to look at, well, if we allow new expanded uses, and if it's camping and we can't collect TOT because our ordinance does allow it, it's going to be a kind of a negative on the county. The landowners are going to benefit, and I understand that, and that's what we ultimately want. But the county can't bear any more burden of, unenforceable or I don't know how to get this to work well. And this staff report is just a lot of ideas to explore. There's not enough details here for us to really, I'm not even sure if there's enough here to have us give you a direction. So that's unfortunate. Because I do think we want to do something quickly, but usually when we do something quickly, we don't do it well. So I'm just super conflicted. I had hoped we would have had enough info in here, costs, revenues, something for us to maybe move forward on anything. But so I'm guessing today there's so much here, you want us to kind of pick and choose what to look at further. Is that where you're at?
I think it's really, giving some, call sideboards. If something is really, that has been mentioned is off the table in your mind, that's what I know, sort of the minimum and maximum. We'll go out and we'll talk to the wine grape associations and Apple Hill folks. And the one benefit there in reaching out to them is hopefully they'll be vested in what we put together. And if and when there are issues out there, they'll be part of the solution in addressing some of those issues. And if there is that person out there who is not abiding by the rules, hopefully they'll help kind of put pressure on those folks to say, hey, this is something we've worked really hard to get. Don't ruin it for the rest of us, type of thing.
That hasn't worked so far.
I know, but
So we can't rely on that. We just can't.
I mean, the good news is too, because, you know, it has been recent that we've dealt with ranch marketing and winery ordinance and all those things. You know, you've got all the people and the staff here that have been through that and remember and understand, and we will have that in our minds as we put this together. And again, you know, can't guarantee it's going to be perfect, but you know, I think we've got the right people here on staff to really be thoughtful about this.
Okay.
Well, I think just Supervisor Parlin, what we don't want to do is create what we currently have going on. And that's there's enough leeway in the ranch marketing ordinance that it creates nothing but a nightmare for the enforcement side of things because they think they're entitled to this or they're entitled to that. Poor Leanne has to go out and verify crops. Well, is that today's crop or 10 years crop that may die in the meantime? So there's just too much vagueness. Again, we've tasked a ad hoc to get this VHR issue going and streamlined as quickly as possible. That's money to the county almost immediately. I'd like to see us get that done. And then
I think we're getting
obviously,
close.
okay, then obviously we can work towards some of these, but the sideboards, and you laid it out in the presentation, in the documents, where it says we do not want to create exactly what we're currently dealing with ranch marketing, and that is people are trying to sell their ranch on a bogus, what you want to
Event
call it,
center or
performa,
whatever. Yeah.
that immediately sets us into the defensive mode rather than creating a real decent revenue stream for the county that pays for the effects of that mitigation creates. And we have that. We don't have obviously the infrastructure to support a whole lot more. And in the middle of that, we've got all our residences that are affected by noise and all the other effects of major events. I think there's a lot of opportunity for events, and there's some great ones going on in the county, but we're not in that mix. People don't report the things they're supposed to report for ranch marketing. So again, we need to be very careful. And I know careful means time, but we need, in my opinion, fix VHRs. I've mentioned as well. We've got vacant hardship cases out there. Let's clean that up. Let's convert those to either ADUs or VHRs. I can tell you a handful of them right now that are sitting vacant. So those are things that we can convert quickly. I don't think we spend any time right now messing with trying to convert ADUs to anything other than what they are because of the RENA numbers.
Yeah.
That's just me, because we do have the housing issue that we have. And you know, I certainly respect those that are working to help us get to this point, but we got to make sure we do it right. Because again, the residents will be, and are, I hear from them, very concerned about if we create more ranch marketing phony ranchers. And I'm sorry, but that's the term.
And that feedback is very helpful. I mean, honestly, that's exactly what I'm looking for, is that is a concern. The special events part of it and the impact from what we've seen is a concern. So I can take that, and as we're going out and talking to folks and getting feedback and crafting ordinance, that's going to be top of mind. We don't want to expand. You know, we've already got something in place. We don't necessarily want to expand the ability to have special events or the impact of special events. So we can keep that in mind as we're crafting, you know, ideas and more specific regulations.
And we can, if we follow some of the guidelines the state put in place in camping and especially tie it into these ADUs, and it says right here even, you know, that any kind of noisy or aggressive animals and loud music is basically prohibited, period. And that's the state.
But you got to have enforcement,
Right.
and it costs us money.
Yep.
Because unfortunately, and it's a sad reality, is we've learned that you can have all the rules you want, but there's always going to be a couple of folks that just don't want to follow the rules. Then the county has to get involved. It's our responsibility. You know, if the county says, yeah, you can have expanded uses, we're allowing expanded uses next to people that don't want expanded uses, they're negatively impacted. We have to do enforcement, and it costs money. And that's the rub of it all. If everybody could be good neighbors and follow rules, this would be easy. Quite honestly, it really would. It would be so easy. But that's just not the world we live in right now. So, yeah, I think regardless, whatever we end up doing though, there must be some type of a admin permit. We did learn that through the ranch marketing and all of that. There has to be an admin permit so that you have something to pull for sure, right? We learned that. We also learned that the properties that we seem to have the most problems with are when the owner, not someone that's leasing, but the owner must live there.
Yep.
Live there. Like, be there all the time. Those ones we tend to not have problems with because they don't want to be negatively impacted. And we learned that through the ranch marketing also. So, I mean, those are some things we have learned. And again, I would love to do something, you guys, please know that, but we've got to do it really well. So, I don't know if that's enough info for, oh, and then I did see the choices of lands, the different zones. And I would recommend just to start, if you're going to do anything, just start with the 3, planned ag, limited ag, and ag grazing. And don't go beyond that until it's, been tried and true and tested, and then maybe consider expanding. But yeah, this has been a rough 6-7 years, trying to get things still not done, still not perfect yet. So I just think that's why we're a little gun shy to do more.
I will point out one maybe positive model we can look at is our VHR program, and particularly in Tahoe, where we had a ton of complaints when we really tightened up some of the regulations. But even beyond that, it was more just about being visible in the community, education, explaining exactly what our expectations were. That has cut way down on the problems in Tahoe. And some of it was additional enforcement, to be honest. But
It was.
whereas that sort of peaked, when we first had the additional enforcement officers, the complaints are going down. And they're actually working on some traditional code cases because they don't always have enough to do with vacation home rental issues, which is great.
Yeah.
Never thought I'd see that day.
Right? Yeah.
Supervisor Ferrero.
As one more thing, do we want to, we talked about TOT and campgrounds. Do we want to try to get ahead of this and maybe direct staff to work with SEED, work with the Ag Commission to try to lobby and get the wheels moving for a TOT increase and include camping? I know it's failed once or twice before, but this is easy money. It's you do 14% like Tahoe, right? And it's a 40% increase. That's not going to cost the residents of the county.
And for some reason, we couldn't pass it.
I know, it's ridiculous.
It was a no-brainer.
But I think it's worth trying again.
Yeah.
Well, I have a thought on that. So if you don't mind, it's
Please.
a perfect entree to what else I was going to bring up. And that is, there is a letter here from SEED, and it got a little bit confusing for me reading it because they talked about I'm going to call it a T-bid, like a tourist business improvement district that somehow would lead us to this TOT increase. And so I've been trying to figure out in my mind what it is that they're actually talking about. And what it reminds me of is if we had something like an agritourism permit that allowed for lodging, not even specifying what type of lodging, whether it's in your home, whether it's a campsite, doesn't matter, but that maybe through a T-bid and tied to this agritourism permit, we assess a nightly fee of whatever, $1 per group, $2, $5, whatever it is. It's some kind of fee that gets collected by the host and sent to the tourist business improvement district for them to manage not only promotion of El Dorado County, but also enforcement of the program, whether that be an enforcement staff person or whatever that looks like. But unfortunately, I think that the idea of assessing campgrounds through the transient occupancy tax is the ultimate way to go. I agree with that, but it's going to take too long. We need immediate relief for, some of these properties, and we also need to start seeing some immediate revenue from it. And just simply putting a TOT measure before the public, as was pointed out, the last one got turned down. I even went back and looked at the history of TOT in the county, and back in 1999, it was determined that the county board of supervisors had increased the TOT from like 8 to 10% without going to the public. So when that became daylighted, the board hurried up and put an ordinance on the ballot to memorialize what the board had already done, and it failed. And so they had to go back out a couple more years later. So I think it's the ultimate correct solution, but I think we need to have something in between until we can get there. Is that what SEED was envisioning when they talked about a T-bid having a pathway to TOT?
Yeah, so SEED has had conversations, and they're doing sort of, education and trying to familiarize with what these concepts are. Kind of as an aside, I need to come back here to the board with a work plan for SEED. And that work plan, one of the recommendations is likely going to be explore putting together policies, programs, kind of that next step. Right now, it's just sort of education information. But I want to come to you, get, that feedback, and then SEED can go and actually take that next step of, well, what exactly should the T-bid look like? Who manages that? What are the funds should be used for? And do we want to pursue a increase to the TOT or just apply it to campgrounds, and how would that be accomplished? So that's kind of a separate thing, after I come back to the board with an updated work plan.
But do you think that there is a mechanism that can immediately begin to not only put a plan like what we're talking about, the low-hanging fruit, non-triggering CEQA, but gives property owners some relief and also generates some immediate money for the county? I mean, that's the win-win, right? That's what we're working for.
Absolutely. If it is a converted barn or some, sort of small structure and they're renting out as ag lodging, that will generate TOT. The other.
But I'm trying to get around the campground issue.
Yeah, the campground issue is a little tougher, but we, I think we can move as quickly as we can to look at forming some sort of tourism improvement district to do exactly what you said, try and collect something that at a minimum further promotes tourism in the county, but might actually offset some expenses as well.
Yeah, and I know, in the basin, we have a tourist improvement district. It's the state line general area. So if you go to, for example, the Marriott properties and you rent a room for a weekend there, you pay transient occupancy tax, plus you pay a room night fee. And the room night fee gets captured differently and goes towards promotion of tourism. That's how that cycle kind of continues. So I know that there's other mechanisms out there that we could utilize to get to some revenue recovery for the county that doesn't involve transient occupancy tax immediately, maybe eventually. Madam CAO?
I do want to manage expectations around the tourism improvement.
You're not on.
Still not working.
Sorry.
There you go.
Manage expectations. I think it's been on the draft SEED work plan that I've seen. It was part of, I believe, their original report that they provided last fall to task them, the industry experts, with going out and taking the temperature for our industries to see what they're willing to do. From what I know about them, which admittedly is not a lot, but I want to really separate the potential for that to directly generate revenue for the county versus indirectly. I think generally those types of districts, those are assessments that that particular industry, that group of business owners, they get together, they agree to assess upon themselves. That funding comes in and is managed by a nonprofit or some type of entity that is not a government entity for the benefit of that district. I think we could potentially run into problems if we're trying to say we're funneling that up to a county government. For some reason, that might start to be looked at as a tax. So I just want to say, obviously there would be ultimately indirect benefits to that, right? If there's a tourism improvement district or a TBID, and those businesses are reinvesting in themselves and they're thriving, then we get that indirect impact of the sales tax, the TOT, all of that good stuff. So just when we're talking about kind of an immediate shot to the county, I'm not sure that that's the quickest route. That's definitely a good thing to explore for sure. Things like Karen was noting, being able to convert a barn, or if we were to look at ADUs and those types of things that really would generate TOT today or tomorrow, that would have a more direct path of revenue to the county. Realistically, you probably need to do all of it at some point, but I think as many of you have noted, in a thoughtful way so that we're not creating more impacts ahead of the benefits that we're creating, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, that totally makes sense. And like I said, I was a little bit confused about the report, the way it was written. So I was trying to figure out how would they do that? How would they tie that together? I do think that those are viable options. And I also, support the idea that we have, the Ag Commission subcommittee get together with a seed subcommittee and really start fleshing out some of the details so we can understand what we're talking about specifically.
Geraldine, is that fee that Marriott's collecting go to the city of South Lake Tahoe?
No, it goes to another entity, like you were saying, like
Okay, so it probably doesn't deal with the
tourist
city's,
improvement district.
yeah, the city's impacts. And then the tourist improvement district mitigation for whatever, they're two things are separate. It's collected in
Yeah,
one, but then it gets separated.
Yeah, I'd be really curious to hear if there is a model. I think generally these are used for marketing and things like that to draw more people into those businesses and, improve and enhance that outreach. I'd be curious to see if it is a legal use for that entity that is created when this district is created to pay a city or a county for some of those impacts. I mean, I just don't know. And I think that is part of the investigation that we'd want to do. I would think, I don't know, just guessing, maybe if it's a very small incidental part of it that is going back to pay for those impacts, that might be okay. But the line that I think you would have to walk is that you're not trying to set this up to not look like a tax, but it really is a tax.
Right. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, you're no fun. Okay, Supervisor Perlin.
Yeah, I had three things in my notes that I want to make sure. So yes, thank you for reminding us that, because I had it in here, we're waiting for the work plan. So good, thank you, it's coming. I had constituents asking me about, we're talking about land use expansion of uses. So how is the Planning Commission going to get, where are they in this? Shouldn't they be holding some workshops too or something?
Absolutely. So generally, we would want to go out, get comments, draft something, come back to the board with a conceptual, draft of, ordinance changes or programs that we're creating. We would then, after you've looked at that conceptual, then go to Planning Commission and Ag Commission and get their additional feedback. But I expect, again, as we're just going out and talking to the different ag groups and community, that we're going to be kind of tapping them to help us with that outreach anyway.
Okay.
So
cool. And then the last thing I have is there was a comment sent in by Ag, and it said that, they're having, they're engaging with rural community members, economic stakeholders through in-community listening sessions and online surveys, which is related to everything we're trying to do here. So I'm trying to understand, when are we going to get a report from you guys as to what you've been doing, who you've been doing it with? Because My understanding, I see these things afterward, that you're having meetings in my community, which is fine, but you're not allowing me to help you get people to your meetings. You've never, ever told me ever ahead. And so I find out like weeks later, oh, they were meeting. I wonder if anybody showed up. I have no idea. So, and my understanding is you were supposed to be working with our staff on issues. So if we could get something on that, it'd be great when you send in comments like this. So, no, you don't get to speak now, but you're sending in comments and you're not giving us anything with your grant money, so I think we deserve that. We just had a meeting. That's okay.
I think it's important as well, and Karen, you mentioned the steering committee, Ag Commission, Seed Steering Committee, Agriculture Commission, Planning and Building Director. I don't see a member of the public in there. Now, obviously, I know they're residents. I get that. But some of them have, I think the makeup are business type owners in ag. That could be seen as a bias. So I think there needs to be a disinterested party or two involved with there that represents the typical resident also that deals with the impacts. And I got an earful Saturday at cleanup day about the impacts of some of this, and just concerned to make sure we're not making it worse without mitigation. And again, that goes back to our roads and our condition of them and so forth. So just think that we should look there as well. And Lori and I both probably, George, we could get you names of those that would be interested.
Yeah, I agree with the outreach definitely needs to include, the next door neighbor who has no intention of doing
Making a
any of
profit.
this, but is going to be next door to someone who does want to do ag lodging or low impact camping. Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm really glad that you brought that up and that you hit on that, because I think that was the success of our VHR working committee. We brought people that were for VHRs, against VHRs, own them, sell them, the whole, both sides of the coin. And it is really important also for community buy-in, because if they can agree, chances are good that we can get the community's support.
Right.
I think that's important.
I just want to make sure that we do it right, because I don't want to get an earful later on that we did it wrong. So we need to look at all different avenues that's going to make and benefit also the residents, but also the people that are trying to, do some ag lodging and things.
So without going, kind of like through the list that you've provided, did we hit on enough of it? Is there enough direction, or do you want something more formalized?
No, I think what I'm hearing is really looking for now more at like option one. I've heard some specifics of what zones that would apply to. Being very mindful of special events in particular, and not necessarily looking to expand the ability to have special events. And then with the low impact camping, just again, being very mindful that, especially fire safety, but other impacts as well. And looking to the California camping regulations, perhaps as a model for regulations that we'd have. Those are, looking back over my notes here, I took a lot of notes.
Yeah.
So,
you
yeah, I
hit
think
on the big
that
stuff.
this is helpful enough to get us going and start working on some outreach and, getting additional feedback.
And is the board supportive of a subcommittee, made up of the Ag Commission, Seed, and another splattering of interested parties?
Which is, I think you have now, except for, I was just wanting to add a couple of disinterested parties,
Yeah.
third party.
Residents.
Yep.
Okay. Madam CAO, did you have more?
I just had a question, comparing my notes with Karen's. One of the questions was, do you want to look at ADUs on ag lands? And I think I've heard varying opinions among the board. So if you want to provide clear direction on that, that might be helpful.
So look at converting them to
To ag lodging.
stars, or I don't
to
like
me-
calling them VHRs because to me VHRs are for residences. So I like calling it ag lodging actually.
Yeah, but
To
we're,
me-
you know, we're working on the ad hoc right now for VHRs.
Yeah.
And a lot of it has to do with large parcels, which I don't know if they're considered ag or not. I guess it would depend on the parcel, but we're currently not really recommending that we use those for the ADUs for VHRs. The board wants to go in another direction, let us know.
My comment was leave them alone.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
We need the housing. That's a major thing. And you start converting those. Doesn't mean there's some other areas we can work on. Getting more VHRs that are people that allowed the people already have and allowing them to collect the money. But also, again, I can guarantee you there's these vacant hardship cases sitting out there that nobody's doing anything with. Let's get those somewhere.
I guess maybe I have a slightly different take on it in that I would be open to providing the flexibility. So if somebody has an accessory dwelling unit now on their property, they maybe had reduced fees because it was in the program of accessory dwelling units. Maybe they got to go to the front of the line when it came to plan check. Whatever the benefits were that they were able to get that approved, if they were willing to invest additional money to make that turn into a short-term rental, I would want them to have that option, but they would have to do it in the way that a normal a normal short-term rental being built on the property would have had to conform to, which is, so there must be a way to make the fees whole. The structure already exists, but I would want to give them that option. I might be in the minority on that, because that's
Are you
definitely
guys-
different than
are
what
you
you were
guys
thinking.
seeing that from people
There's
out there?
been a
I mean,
few, yeah. I mean, people want to, and here's the argument. You have, let's just say 10 acres. You have a house you're living in and you have a VHR or ADU.
You got an extra house.
So they're being told, well, you can't rent out your ADU because it's an ADU,
Okay.
but you can move into the ADU and rent out your house.
Yeah. Well, that's state law, right?
No,
No, it's
no, that's
county law.
county.
That's county?
Yeah,
Huh.
Yeah.
Right, Tara?
And also attached and detached.
Yeah, those are guest houses.
right,
This is
right.
different,
Right, so
again,
that's the
but
thing we're
it's,
looking
it's
into.
pretty confusing. But no, we're not currently allowing ADUs as VHRs, and that's county, because we're counting them in arena numbers.
Perhaps
Right.
one
Correct.
thing we can do is just explore, the number of units we think we're talking about. If
That would be
it's a
helpful.
low percentage
I'm looking
of
at
our total
occupied, and I don't want
countywide
to put people
ADUs.
out and exacerbate the housing issue. Yeah.
Right, right. If it's a low percentage that are on ag property now, then perhaps, it's not that big of a deal. But if we find, hey, half of our ADUs are on ag zone property, then we're probably going to want to think about that and consider
So I
whether
think
we'd
it's
want to do
worth
that.
at least
Yeah. So,
looking
so
at.
getting some data would be
Yep.
perfect.
Yep.
We would need some data on
Yep.
that. And then the other thing that's in your list here, Karen, and I don't know what to think about it, honestly, is the whole amnesty for structures. Right now, our amnesty program is for residential, correct? For residential structures that people unknowingly bought and they're living in it. And then it's like, oh no. And so we've given them this amnesty that when they do sell, eventually someday it has to be brought up to code at that time, right? Isn't that kind of what we have? So, but this is different. This is talking about just any unpermitted structure to be ag lodging. And if it doesn't meet code, we're trying to amnesty. I don't know. To me, I'm not sure about this.
So
Help me.
we actually have had a longstanding amnesty program in building for a while, that if someone voluntarily comes to our counter and says, I've got this structure that's never been permitted, I want to permit it, we allow them to do that. And so that exists. It's sort of similar to that. Is we know these are out there. I can't tell you exactly. There's a few that I know of for sure that do not have permits, but more of it's hearsay. If we were to allow an amnesty program, it's like, all right, you've got, 6 months or a year or whatever to come in and tell us that you have this structure that you're running out for short-term stays on your property. We'll create a pathway where, okay, you got to come in, you got to provide a set of plans. It's got to go through our normal building permit process, and, pay all the fees, but then it would be permitted so long as they actually would qualify for ag lodging.
Oh, so it's not really an amnesty so much as it's the as-built, you come in kind of thing. Okay, that doesn't bother me so much.
I would say
That one makes
the
sense.
amnesty piece to me is really
time.
about if they are already renting it out and it's
Okay.
unpermitted, we want to get our eyes on that and make sure. We had a fire up in a structure in Tahoe that was, it had been used, at least in the past. I don't know if right at that moment it's being used as VHR, but it had some open code cases on it, and it caught fire. And that is what we want to avoid. Exactly.
Right, got it. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, so that to me seems like a good idea then on your list to explore that one, if I understand it correctly.
Could I just ask a clarifying question? I just want to make sure we understand the direction as well so we can help Karen and the various committees. So it sounds like we're talking about option one, which as written in the staff report is really confining itself to the county lodging facilities section of the zoning ordinance. Is that?
And then maybe it's not clear, but also the low impact camping, the AB 518, and that's really because that will not trigger a higher level of environmental review as long as we stay under what the state currently allows.
So I wanted to hear, I'm not sure I heard the board say for sure go ahead and explore the low impact camping. I heard a mixed sort of feeling about that.
Look at the state, follow the state guidelines.
If the board directs looking into it. So I think that you were getting like a little step ahead, but
Yeah.
We could do whatever we want. We could restrict it to RVs if we wanted to.
Yeah. Well, okay, to your point then, CEO, I do think that it's something we want to explore as far as meaning, get us some data.
Right.
Get us data. What's it going to cost us to run the program, administer the program? What kind of revenue might we get with or without a TOT? Because it sounds like, the whole tent hip camp is not going to fit in our current ordinance for TOT, right? So it wouldn't. So,
I think it's not exactly what George is talking about, because we're talking about structured campgrounds if you're following state regulations.
Yeah.
But anyway, I mean,
We just
that's
need more
something we're
data.
missing.
I think we need a lot of data on this so that we're making really informed decisions. It's what it sounds like to me.
Yeah, and you have here on our screen, someone was capturing the different conversations going on under number 2, owner occupied. I understand what you're saying on that, and we see that also in vacation home rentals with
Yeah,
the
you
hosted.
do.
Right.
Yeah.
But I would like to submit that if I owned property in El Dorado County, but I didn't live here, and I had a long-term lease, and somebody who would be on the property if we applied to do other things on the property, like agritourism, ag lodging, however you want to call it, would we be more concerned that it's just hosted, that there's someone there? Are you necessarily thinking it has to be the owner?
And maybe I could jump in real quick, because we did look at this in the context of hosted rentals when we were revising the VHR ordinance, and there are legal restrictions on imposing an owner, resident requirement, because I think Supervisor Lane's highlighting, I think, some of the practical reasons why a substitute arrangement could prove equally effective. And that has informed the courts in saying, well, now you're imposing what amounts to an unreasonable restriction, essentially requiring residency. essentially impairing one's ability to transact interstate commerce, because you would effectively be precluding someone from other states from engaging in this activity, even if they own the property here. So when we crafted the provisions in the hosted home rental portion of the VHR ordinance, it was done with the understanding that it didn't necessarily need to be the owner to reside, but a resident needed to be there so that you could ensure that you were complying with the laws. I haven't looked at it in the context that you're considering now, but I suspect that those same constitutional restrictions on, impeding interstate commerce would come into play and cause issue with any type of owner residency requirement for use of property.
So what are you trying to say, Dave? You're trying to say, what should this say?
Well, I'm saying if you want to consider it, I'm happy to look at it, but
Okay.
I think it's important that your expectations are low as to whether or not it would be legally feasible.
Right.
But you can require that somebody is there.
Somebody there.
I mean,
Yeah.
there's,
Yes.
yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
And that's under some of the guidelines under California, so.
Yeah.
And then I'll just add, currently the VHR ordinance doesn't preclude having a VHR on ag land.
Right.
So you'd be potentially making that decision to say no more VHRs on ag land if you say, we're going to limit it to hosted rentals or whatever else you say. So I just want to
Well, and
clarify
I-
what your intent is.
I think that that's another piece of data we need. How many of these are really out there? I don't know. Do you guys, I don't know.
I have a few.
We just didn't get a lot of data with this. We don't, if it's going to impact 2 people, we're probably not as concerned, but if it's like going to, 75% of the people are impacted, that's a different story. So we need data. How
I'm
many is this?
happy to gather that. So your question about how many are out there, how many, so I'm clear, how many what?
Well, on this particular one, Dave's talking about the leased properties that, someone would want to do a VHR on or ADU or whatever,
Would that apply to camping as well? Or just VHRs, the residency, or?
Well, I'll be honest, I wasn't clear on what the context was that Supervisor Parlin was suggesting, but if it was along the lines of having a resident there as part of the low impact camping, I think that's already required that there be somebody on site. So and even I'll just add, to Supervisor Turnbull's point about the regulations on disposal of waste and noise. I mean, those are all part and parcel of the statutory scheme, that it defers to any local regulation. And if there's not, then it kind of puts provisions in place for what the standards might be. So Supervisor Ferrero noted, we could clamp it down even tighter, but the program was set up with an understanding that there would be restrictions on those types of things to ensure there's compatibility with adjoining land uses.
Right.
All right, does this list look okay to everybody looking over it? Anything missing? How about a time to return to the board, maybe? Within 3 months or something?
I'd say 90 days, I think.
90 days, that's 3 months.
is that doable? Karen?
Karen, 90 days to bring it back?
That's
Gives you
fa-
enough
that's
time or not?
fast.
95?
Thinking, right?
I'm actually thinking more about the outreach piece
okay.
and, trying to get to, obviously better to try and hit some of the regular meetings of these different groups. And, I suspect a lot of them are just monthly meetings and, I want to do that as quickly as possible, but between the outreach and then gathering up enough information, I don't think we certainly wouldn't have time to draft ordinance language, but we could at least return with additional data and a summary of the feedback from the groups that we've talked to.
Yeah.
Okay.
And when you do the outreach, if you could have maps, we've done that in the past with things, maps of the different types of ag properties so that people can get a visual of who's going to be impacted and where, that's really helpful. We've done that in the past. I think when we did LUPU actually back then, so you could see which zones and where it's at and all that. That would be good.
So maybe could you return to the board by the end of summer? So maybe 4 months? 120
Yes.
days? Okay. Great.
Is that good?
All right. So do you want us to move this motion? Okay, anybody have an appetite to move the motion as it was presented on the screen?
Kim made it go away.
Yeah, Kim.
I think, I mean, I'm not sure that, those are good points. I think that we all had in the discussion. I don't know that that's really the motion we want in the record as written. Those are, I think, direction to Karen to keep in mind. To me, I think a simpler motion might be something like direct staff. I was trying to write something here. Direct staff to return within 90 days with, you know, information that might feed a potential revisions to ag lodging regulations. We can leave that general so that we can determine which ordinance section that we need to be amending. We don't need to get concerned with that right now. I think we want to talk about the big concepts and the outcomes we want and where we're trying to be. Including, you know, data on VHRs on ag zone land, costs and potential revenues from low impact camping. Sorry, with Kim's list went away. I was going to try to,
Kim,
you know,
can
just
can we have list? We need list.
Well, and the item before us is to provide direction to staff. So, you think that you want a motion that kind of captures what we want to have her bring back in 4 months? Is that what you're trying to capture?
Yeah.
Okay. So I think with regards to this, can we be okay with, this is going to be our direction to staff to look at these kinds of things? And then maybe a motion to return to the board within 120 days with a summary of not only outreach conducted, but, you know, specifically data. We really want to see numbers. We want to see what costs might be,
Yeah,
what all
that's
of,
what
you know, I
yeah.
don't know how to, do you have it?
Well, no, I just written here in my notes, you know, I think we want to stay within existing CEQA for sure. That's what it sounded like to me from everyone. Otherwise, we'll never get around to it, to be honest. So we want to stay within, which is what you guys recommended this morning. And then we need, I don't think it's in here, but we need some financial analysis is what we really need. You know, what are some costs that the county is going to incur? What kind of revenues are we really going to get from this? Because it's questionable right now. And yet we want to help folks, you know, have an opportunity to increase the revenue on their properties. So
Yeah.
it's,
And maybe we can just leave it at and other relevant data.
yeah, financial
I think we've expressed
analysis
it.
for sure. I think that.
Okay, so that's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Is there further discussion on the motion? And Ms. Garner, is that okay? All right.
Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay,
Motion passes 5-0.
thank you. All right, so we can, let's see, do we think we'll have anything to report out from closed session?
There is a likelihood of a report out, yes.
Okay, so we'll go ahead then and move into closed session, and after closed session, we'll do board member updates, CAO update, and adjourn. Okay? Mr. Livingston, did you want to make a comment
Yes,
about that?
thank you. Sorry, yes, the board will recess into closed session to hear items 1, 2, 3, and 23 as specified on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. We are back from closed session, and County Council, do you have anything you'd like to report out at this time?
I do, Madam Chair. We have reports on 3 items today. On item number 2, the board directed the County Council's office to continue to defend the pending Superior Court actions, inclusive of reservation of future options to file additional litigation, all pending ongoing settlement discussions, and to return with a follow-up closed session on May 12, 2026. So that was the existing litigation for the matters of Bradley Christian versus El Dorado County.
Thank you.
On item 3, the performance evaluation of the Director of Environmental Management. On a 5-0 vote, the board authorized a salary increase from step 4 to step 5 of the adopted salary schedule, effective the first full pay period following today's date. And on item 23, on a 5-0 vote, the board authorized the retention of the law firm of Burke, Williams, and Sorensen to commence the immediate defense of the county in the subject litigation, which was Shimmick Construction versus El Dorado County, with a retention agreement to return to the board for formal approval on May 12, 2026. That concludes my report.
Okay, thank you for that. I do want to mention also that Supervisor Veerkamp was excused from the remainder of this meeting as he is attending the City of Placerville's council meeting, so he took off for that. We were talking about postponing board member updates, but I think that there's something that Supervisor Parlin would like to share.
Yeah, just one thing really quick,
Sure.
because I was gone at the last meeting. And by the way, thank you for allocating the $400,000 conceptually from the mosquito fire funds to the fire service on the divide, which is what I wanted to follow up on. Because when I got back last Wednesday, I guess it was, and then Thursday, I'm driving it to Mosquito, and our CIO was there and presented conceptually what we're thinking of doing to provide that sustainability of the fire service on the divide between Garden Valley, Georgetown, and Mosquito Fire. And it was pretty well received. It's huge change. Change is hard, but I think that folks, when they had a minute to let it sink in a little bit, they're seeing that this is unprecedented engagement from the county. And I'm very excited. I know the few folks, the residents that I talked to afterward were really hopeful. And just I wanted to say thank you, because this is a big deal. The county's always been told to back off and stay out of it. And we've been pushing a little bit to help them. So I just wanted to thank our CEO for going all the way out to Mosquito. And pretty soon we'll have a new bridge to drive over. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Excellent report. Is there any other supervisors that have something urgent that want to get in? Okay. I'll ask for a Chief Administrative Officer update.
Just want to remind you all, you have a special meeting on May 5th to interview Chief Probation Officer candidates. And then our next meeting after that, our next regular meeting will be May 12th in Tahoe. That's all.
Excellent. Okay. Thank you for that. If there's no other business, then we will officially adjourn at 5:18 p.m.